这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disappear.
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，求求你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞里。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, planning for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, and trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, and trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。但畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞静待喜盼。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is theirself now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许 只有那个地方，才能带来希望。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disguise
Finals, the apex of competitive esports for Identity 5. It's been crazy. Past 2 days, we've started with 16 teams entering our global finals, and now we are down to top 8 of the biggest and the baddest across the world. But before we talk more about that, of course, we'll be introducing ourselves as your MCs for today. I'm Mark DeCuno, and of course, joining me is Gaming Grizzly for this match number 1. Grizzly, how are you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. Always a pleasure to be on your side. Always a pleasure to see these top teams compete against each other. We are starting today with the quarterfinals. We have a total of 4 matches going on. We're gonna start with our first contestants, GG versus AL, and we saw these players compete against not compete against each other, but compete for the spot right here in the quarterfinals. Here we have the lineup again. GG versus AL will be our first match of the day. Then we will move on to Tianba versus X-Rock. Then we will see Weibo versus FPXCQ. They decided their spot right here in the quarterfinals yesterday, as well as GD versus Day3. They are all trying to get that one trophy in the middle, become the champion of the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament, and I'm very, very excited to see who will proceed today into the semifinals. And again, we're gonna jump into GG versus AL as our first match of the day. We saw them compete again on day 1 right here, and very, very impressive teams on both sides. We had very impressive gameplay. We saw that GG was doing fantastic, putting up a fantastic fight and deciding their spot in the quarterfinals within only 2 rounds. Very impressive. And we also saw AL putting up a 3-round fight against GR, which was which still is the 3-time champ of the Call of the Abyss 1, 2, and 3. And that was definitely something to go against. That was definitely a challenge right off the bat to go against the 3-time champion here in the Call of the Abyss 4. And they have proven that they are ready to take that trophy that is in the middle, the champion title. Very curious to see which team will make it into the quarterfinals. And yeah, I can't wait to see all these picks. We also saw that it was AL defeating GR. I just tried to remember, was using only Sculptor. In all 3 Hunter rounds, they were always using Sculptor. So I would assume we're gonna see more Sculptor gameplay. I would also assume we're gonna see more Dream Witch gameplay. Yesterday, I was very impressed to see a little bit of a mix-up when it came to the Dream Witch, because on day 1, we really saw that the Dream Witch it's possible for survivors to go against the Dream Witch. If we watched back at COA 3, it was almost impossible in round 1 to get survivors through the exit gate. But we have been proven wrong, at least here at COA 4. We can see that survivors are able of getting through the gate. Yesterday, on the other side, we also saw that the Dream Witch is still very, very dominant. What are you looking forward to see on this 3rd day, on the quarterfinal day here at COA 4?
Well, to be honest, I am all about the storylines that are starting to build up here, Grizzly. And I think that's what always makes seeing the global finals a treat, when you look at the history and start to build up on that as every season goes along. This right here, ladies and gents, is no exception. So when I talk about storyline, I'm talking about representation. Now, take note, a lot of regions have unfortunately seen their representatives drop out earlier on in the top 16. Now that we're in the top 8, we only have 2 regions actually that have representation left in this tournament. Of course, I'm talking about mainland China as well as Japan, 2 of which hailing from Japan, 6 of which hailing from mainland China. Now, that is it's a big deal because if you're looking for a bit of a shakeup as far as who could make it to the finals, then you're definitely looking at these 2 Japanese teams that are remaining, which will be playing in the first and fourth match respectively. And there is a huge risk of later on in this tournament, we could be seeing mostly mainland China teams towards the top 4. It really depends on how both AL and GD perform. We've seen AL, they came in here with such bravado and surprised everybody when they took down the current reigning champions GR. So there's definitely a lot riding on this, whether or not they'll be able to continue their journey and whether or not is this the time where the Japanese region finally goes all the way in. That is of course yet to be seen because you also have a lot of other just as worthy teams from the side of mainland China which have been ready to take away the throne from GR even during the regular season, even during the regular leagues where there was a bit of a struggle for our reigning champion to keep up with some of these teams which have just vastly improved, not only in terms of players that are experienced, but also some of the new talent coming into the tournament. So all in all, it's been a great past 2 days, and I'm really looking forward to how this chapter unfolds as we go in the next 2.
Very, very excited for the 2. But before we're gonna jump into the first match, I just got word that we have a dance show that we can spectate. So let's just jump into that, and then we're gonna see GG versus AL in the first match of the day. And we are back. Articuno is very silent. His mouth is moving, but just, probably just very impressed with the dances right here. We saw a little show right here. Really, really enjoyed it. Saw the lawyer right there bring the action to the ground. Let's see if we will see the lawyer in the game as well. Maybe, probably not. But definitely something to think about. Maybe we will see survivors that we haven't seen before in the lineup. Maybe we'll see hunters we haven't seen before. We will most likely go into round 3 quite often today. So hopefully we're going to see a little bit of a mix-up when it comes to hunters. We have seen the very similar hunters over and over again. Dream Witch, we saw Sculptor. I have a question for you. What do you think about that the Dream Witch completely disappeared from the main stage right here? We haven't seen not the Dream Witch, the Bloody Queen, excuse me.
Right.
The Bloody Queen completely gone. Haven't seen her for once, but the Sculptor is pretty much taking her spot right here, and we can clearly see why.
Oh, definitely. I mean, just the amount of control that you have, the amount of control as well as pressure that you have on a Sculptor. And I mean, you also have to take into consideration that not only did we have these new hunters come into the picture, but you also have to take into account the nerfs to Blood Queen. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out our players entering our first match of the day. Let's look at Japan's AL. We're looking at Rowley, Cat, Jolisu, Vanpi, Ato, Takako, and Yanasa. Phenomenal performance coming from Japan, as we said. Meanwhile, from GG, we have 445, GG Son, GG Pipisha, GG Kukao, GG Sai, and GG Steve.
Very, very dangerous team composition right here. Fantastic players on the survivor side as well as on the hunter side. GG 445 is also known for bringing out the cowboy, and I would absolutely love to see the cowboy right here on the tournament stage. Now we are having a little bit of a overview of the players again. Man, they are ready. They are ready to take the championship, to take that crown, to take that trophy home.
Yes, and of course we have our players from mainland China here representing a total of 6 teams, one of which, of course, we have is GG, doing pretty good during their run on the first day of the tournament. So let's see how this will go down. It's another battle between Japan versus mainland China that we will be checking out here. AL, they were able to conquer the reigning champs. Can they conquer GG this time? Have to find out. But as you can see right here, okay, he's looking at us straight into the camera, like he's looking into our soul there. But as you can see on the main stage at the live event, we will be having GG on the survivor side with AL kicking things off on the side, as on the screen. And NASA, really good stats to work with. Having a 2.0 in elimination score will mean that he'll be fairly reliable as far as history goes in terms of what he'll be able to bring to the table in terms of consistency to make sure that the team doesn't suffer too many points. But again, these stats are kind of reflective from previous tournaments. We'll just have to see how these stats fare going into the big stage that is Call of Duty World.
Look at the players right here, just being ready, and apparently there might be something up with the headset. Good game, well played, GG! There we have the support. Very, very excited to see these two teams go against each other. And we can see that this will definitely be a fight between these two titans. Again, GG performing so well on the first day, as well as AL. We saw that GG was having the Sculptor in the first match, in the first round, and was also bringing out the Disciple in round number 2, and we have seen the Disciple performing very, very well in this tournament. And we also saw again AL bring out the Sculptor for 3 rounds in a row and really, really being consistent, especially when it comes to GR. They had a tie in the first round, they had a tie in the second round, and they were able to decide the third round for themselves. Very, very impressive performance from both sides so far. But now we have the question, who will decide this match, GG versus AL, for themselves? We can't really know until we see it. The players are ready, as you can see right here on the stage, and we are ready just as well. All comes down to this. This is their chance to get the spot in the semifinals, and to be honest, we already mentioned this yesterday, we already mentioned this 2 days ago. The pressure on these players must be so immense, especially considering that they are all the top teams right here, and we have GG knowing that AL was defeating the 3-time champ of the Call of the Abyss tournaments. So that is definitely something to take in consideration, something to think about. But at the same time, you look at these players and you don't see the pressure. You just don't see. They're relaxed, they're ready, they're prepared. They have been preparing to be here for months. They have been playing, they have been practicing, they have been improving. And today, they are here to show what they can bring to the table in this Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. Quarter-finals, GG versus AL.
Yes, and hard they have worked to get here to this point in time now. So the question remains as to whether or not we'll be seeing a Japanese team go all the way. They have 2 chances, if you think about it, because they still have 2 teams in the running for Call of the Abyss for global finals. We keep on going back to how close it was, if you think about it, between GR and AL. But then again, there's still that big question as to how AL is going to fare against the teams which have managed to rise over the past year. In the midst of GR having an interesting season, I would say, leading up to Call of the Abyss 4 global final. So that is something that we'll be seeing as we go along in the tournament. First steps first, of course, is this quarterfinals for these players, and trust and believe that. I think at this point in time, with the matchup that we have, it will be very much heavy towards meta picks. I don't think we'll be seeing anything of deviation coming in from either of these 2 sides. Probably a little later on, once if ever we do have that 3rd set of halves, then that could potentially hold stage. For now, for the first 2 rounds, you just have a lot of hunters up in the air, a lot of survivors that you could choose. There's no real reason to deviate anytime soon unless you're looking at a situation where things could be a little bit dire. We'll have to see. We will have to see.
Yes, talking about hunters and survivors, my prediction will be that we will see a sculptor on both sides. Again, we have seen GG as well as AL on day number 1 here in this tournament. And we have seen AL very, very well performing with that sculptor. Really, really putting up a fight against GR right there and securing the spot right here where they are right now. And the thing is, we also saw GG wiping out that sculptor. But what I want to mention is that we also saw on the survivor side in the first round, when GG was going against RD, the survivors of GG were bringing out the Enchantress, a survivor we haven't really seen being utilized in this tournament that often yet. In fact, I think that was the only match we have seen the Enchantress, and I would absolutely love to see that GG brings out that Enchantress again. And I already mentioned it while we were seeing the team composition, while we were seeing all the players of GG, that 445 is also very well known for his cowboy. We haven't seen a cowboy yet in this tournament. I mean, there are a lot of characters we haven't seen yet. And I just think that the cowboy might be a little bit of a trick that they are keeping in their back pocket. Because again, we only saw 2 rounds of GG yesterday. Maybe the cowboy will be this little trick that they have up their sleeve, this ace that they bring to the table when it comes to round 3 to surprise their opponents. AL right here. But at the same time, you cannot underestimate the very, very meta picks that AL is coming up with and GG as well. So it's really always a question if we will see a little bit of a mix-up when it comes to the survivors, or if we will just see the meta picks. Again, GG was bringing out the Enchantress in the first round. Especially interesting to mention that this happened during the first round, where you basically have all survivors to pick from, except of this one ban, which is we can see it recently in day 1 and day 2 again. The Mercenary, very beloved ban when it comes to the first ban, Mercenary being banned quite frequently. So there is still a lot on the table that you can pick from. So will we see the Enchantress in round number 1 again? Or will we see the Enchantress a little bit later? I actually hope, I'm all for it. I really hope that we can see a different set of survivors when it comes to GG, because they have shown us yesterday, no, not yesterday, 2 days before, they have shown us in their fight against RD that you don't necessarily have to bring out the meta characters to perform very well. No, you can also bring out different characters to shake it up a little bit, to surprise the opponent, and that might be something we can look forward to.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot to process. It's a lot to take in going into this. So with all said, it does look like our players just are waiting for everything to iron out. I mean, pretty much all set up. Just doing some final checks before we can head into that pick and ban. But I believe we will be heading into it in just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, that little pan out.
We all hope that it's just starting. I can see the chat as always. I am checking the chat. I'm trying to read your guys' comments. So make sure I'm watching. I see what you're typing right there. So make sure to share some love for the two teams, GG and AL. Let's just do it as we did it yesterday. Let's go with green hearts for GG and red hearts for AL. And as I just mentioned, I'm reading the chat and I can see that everyone is excited. Everyone just wants to jump into the match, just wants to see the heat that GG and AL will bring to this competition right here. So it's not only us being excited, it's also the chat, it's everyone in the Identity 5 community. I'm talking too fast. It's everyone in the Identity 5 community and of course the players. They are ready to. You can clearly see they are here to compete against each other, and that is what they want to do. They are waiting with us for their signal to just go, to just fight against each other in this first round of the not the semi-finals, the quarterfinals. I'm always messing that up during the first 2 days. I want to apologize to everyone because I always said that these survivors and hunter teams are fighting for their spot in the semifinals. I kinda jumped the gun right there. I kinda forgot about the quarterfinals. So right now we are in the quarterfinals and they're fighting for their spot in the semifinals, which will happen tomorrow. Semifinals as well as the finals, the final fight for the trophy. And GG versus AL. We can see them on screen, very ready. You can see the venue right here with the race car, the Call of the Abyss race theme. Very nice, very beautiful stage.
Yeah, very nice indeed. It's a shame, you know, that we usually, us MCs, we're supposed to be flying out to the actual venue for the broadcast, but unfortunately these past 2 years, due to the unfortunate ongoing pandemic, we're not able to travel. Not just us, of course, but the players as well. But it's all good. It's all good. I mean, safety first for everybody. We just need to all be patient and allow the world to slowly heal up. Hopefully so, sooner than later. And yeah, still just waiting out here. Hello again.
Hello again. Here we are. Nice to see your beautiful face right next to me. And there we go again. Switching over to the data. We now have the English translation. We were struggling during the first few days to actually see what is going on right here. But now we can see the coding progress. GG versus AL. And we can see that these numbers are extremely good for both sides. We can also see that there are a few numbers are apparently missing, I would say. But in general, very impressive stats. We can see forward and seer right here. You cannot, in my opinion, it's very difficult to compare the stats between two characters that are not the same, between two mains right here. Forward and seer, they have very different roles in this game, always depending on what the rest of the team composition is, always depending on what the hunter is, and therefore we can just look at these numbers. But I don't want to make any like hard statements right here, any statements that would compare these two survivors, because again, seer, very, very protective with the owl, can turn into a kiter if needed, and forward also can turn into a kiter if needed, but at the same time, forward is not necessarily the best target for the hunter to chase down. So therefore, it's more of an harassment strategy that you want to go with the forward and try to stun the hunter, try to use that stun to rescue survivors and to just keep the hunter on track, to just buy more time for the team. So yes, here we can see the teams yet again getting ready to jump into their first fight of the day. And will this be their fight for the semifinals? Yes, it will. Why did I ask that question? I'm really trying to fill the space right here with very, very clever questions. Let's just go into a little bit of a different direction. Sure. What would you love to see when it comes to GG? Because I already mentioned they have a very, very, very good cowboy player on their side. They also have a very, very good enchantress player on the side. They brought out the disciple in round number 2. Do you think we can expect another disciple in round number 2 and maybe sculptor in round number 1? We haven't, from both sides, from both teams, we haven't seen a dream witch yet.
I mean, this is where it's almost every Call of the Abyss. We have this duo-ish where they're more so commonly picked. In this case, like if you recall during COA 2, it was Spider as well as Ripper. For the third Call of the Abyss, it was Bloody Queen as well as it was a toss-up actually. It was Bloody Queen or like it could have been a Bonbon slash it could have been Dream Witch, more so Dream Witch of course though. Bloody Queen and Dream Witch if you're gonna go for the top duo. But this time around, if you're gonna look at what has been the more consistent duo as far as what these teams like to pick, it was mostly the Sculptor as well as Dream Witch as the secondary. There's been a lot of Sculptor, high pick rate in which case. But then again, this particularly applies to the teams which are comfortable enough to just bring out the Sculptor early on. We did see some other teams that didn't prioritize Sculptor as hard, probably based on strategy or based on preference of the hunter. So wouldn't be surprised, Grizzly. Would not be surprised at all if we'll be seeing that more to be of a consistent thing, especially when it comes to these mainland China teams, as we just continuously champion them as the teams in the region, in their region, or not just their region, but as a whole internationally, where they just hardcore go into it, into that meta, into what is textbook. So expect that to be recurring.
Yeah, I mean, you're very right. We shouldn't expect too much of a, different lineup, but we can dream. We all can dream about our FIFA matches. We can dream about seeing the entomologist, or as Posh Spice mentioned before, maybe a gardener. Gardener is definitely a survivor that can bring something to the table. Definitely not the best survivor, that's for sure. But at the same time, I have seen her improving with her skills. She was nerfed quite some time ago and was... Oh, there she is! Look at that! Just talking about the gardener. We can see the statue on the table of the Chinese cast right here. Very, very cute. And she has been nerfed in the past, but she also was getting a little bit of a buff that was making her more useful. So I would definitely love to see her again, I mentioned this over and over again. I want to see these underdog survivors. I want to see these underdog hunters, and I want to see these top tier, these best of the best players actually utilizing these survivors, utilizing these hunters that we usually don't see that often. And, you know, just take some notes, just write down what they are doing, their tricks that they have up their sleeves with these characters. And especially in these tournaments like Call of the Abyss 4 and, for example, Call of the Abyss 3, 2, and 1 in the past, we have seen so many tricks coming out, tricks we haven't seen before, and especially ways on how to utilize survivors. For example, the Wildling. Wildling has been one of the most used survivors in the Call of the Abyss 4, and who would have thought that the Wildling, who was so underappreciated in the past, is making his entrance right here on the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament and really showing the world, these teams right here, really showing the world how to utilize the Wildling and what you can do with the Wildling, how much time the Wildling can buy. Yes, he might be extremely slow when it comes to walking on his feet when he's not on his board. And yes, his decoding speed is not the best, but that's not what this character is for. This character is for harassment of the hunter. And again, when we talk about harassment, what have we seen in the past 2 days? Holy moly, Wildling harassing these hunters so good, really, especially with the strategy of just giving the hunter tinnitus and staying in the near area of the hunter and just giving the hunter a difficult time finding his first target. And there we come to the conclusion that communication is definitely key. Communication is key when it comes to these gameplays, especially when you want to rotate away from the hunter while the Wildling is giving tinnitus and the Wildling basically pretends to be a survivor that is near, so the hunter goes to a cipher machine where nobody is, and you have to just think about the time that can buy for the team. Hunter is going to a cipher machine, realizes, oh no, the Wildling is right behind me, we are not finding a survivor here, and then has to rotate to a different cipher machine while maybe the survivors are already communicating, rotating away. We have seen this in the past few days where the hunter was just having such a difficult time even finding their first target. In the meantime, survivors happily decoding on the cipher machines and taking that time that the Wildling is providing them with. So yeah, again, always interesting to see how the top players utilize characters. And in this tournament, I would definitely say the one character, maybe even the two characters. Let's say the two characters. The two characters that come out on top are Wildling. And I would say Wildling definitely on top because Wildling was so underappreciated in the past, and seeing him performing this well in this tournament is just very, very, at least for me, surprising and also interesting to see. And of course, Sculptor on the hunter side definitely also coming out on top right here. But Sculptor was never as underappreciated as the Wildling, in my opinion. We have seen Sculptor plays quite often, very, very good hunter from the very beginning. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the future holds. Can you think about COAIV 5, where we maybe don't even see, I mean, just as the Bloody Queen, where we maybe don't even see a Sculptor anymore. Sculptor completely gone, never seen before. Sculptor has one entrance in COAIV 4, and then it's just gone. Just like the Bloody Queen had her entrance in COAIV 3. That's definitely a possibility, especially with this always changing game that we are playing. Identity 5 always brings new characters, brings new survivors and hunters, brings new maps that are, you know, challenging everyone in the game to just adjust their playstyle, to adjust their strategies, and to involve these characters into their teams.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I mean, it always seems like for every Call of the Abyss, we do have this new rising switch up in picks, if you will. The only one that has been a little bit consistent, I would say, that's still around is Dreamwitch. Like, see, man, COA 3 and COA 4 was all about that Dreamwitch so far. Not all about it this time around because, like we said, there is a little bit more higher priority towards Sculptor. But still, it's something that's just old, not really old, but just very much reliable. Even if Dream Witch has been around for quite a bit already, if you think about it, quite a bit. And yeah, we're just waiting for. We apologize, by the way, for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. There's something that they're ironing out as far as the network for our players, but that's the thing. We're taking our time to make sure that everything is smoothened out, just to make sure that we get the best experience possible as far as us spectators, and of course for the players as well, just so that you wouldn't want to have anything hinder your performance going into the tournament, especially with something as high stakes as Call of the Abyss for a global final. So we're on it. We appreciate everyone's patience waiting for the game. I know everybody, chat is very passionate about always letting producers know that we want that game already. Why are these guys still talking? But yeah, we're just as excited as you are, guys, and we're trying our best to wait as well.
Our predictions right here, and the good thing is, you already mentioned it, or I said that the game is always changing and evolving, and you mentioned the Dream Witch right here. Dream Witch being very, very consistent. Yes, we can see that Survivor teams slowly figure out strategies on really how to counter that extremely dangerous Dream Witch. And at the same time, I want to mention Dream Witch. When she was introduced to the game, a lot of players said that she is extremely powerful, but not a lot of players were really understanding how to use her to her full potential. We have seen the Dream Witch in the game, and before she was actually being utilized in the very right way, it was a long, long path for everyone to figure out and to really understand how to utilize these leeches in combination with patrol, with the patroller and with Blink. And there's just a lot that you have to learn about her. And yeah, we can see this over and over again. New characters are coming out, maybe a little bit underappreciated, but then you figure out strategies on how to involve these characters. For example, again, I really like to bring that example, the Wildling, where everyone is just like, he's a fun character, yes, but what are we doing with this character? How are we involving this character into our team? How are we giving him a spot into our team, and how could he help us? Is he really buying enough time for us to decode ciphers? Is he really so good that we could, like, for example, just leave the mercenary away? And at one point, you don't have to necessarily think about that, because at one point you see, all right, mercenary is getting banned anyway. So now we have to think about which character we could bring into our team composition. And then you might think about new characters like the Wildling. And then you see, hey, if we do this, if we harass the hunter over time, and every single minute of the game they're having problems finding us, and that will give us enough time. Even if the Wildling is not really giving us a lot of decoding speed, he will give us time to decode. So always very, very interesting to see how these top players, again, I think everyone is learning from the top players. We are all playing the game and we are all enjoying the game, but as soon as you see the top players utilizing these characters, for example, Wildling, you just want to do the same, right? You just want to learn and understand, wow, Wildling can just do so much damage to the hunter that, I should try and play him. I should maybe learn and play the Wildling. And I want to ask the chat right now, because I have asked you already, I have asked Poch Spice already, and my opinion about, underrated Feaster, underrated survivors and hunters has already been discussed. But I want to ask the chat right now, which survivors and which hunters you would like to see that we haven't seen. Again, we haven't seen. I would say you can also say Enchantress, because we didn't really see a lot of Enchantress gameplay. You could also say Mad Eyes, because we only saw one match with them. So leave comments right now which characters you would absolutely love to see in this tournament, because whenever we have someone in the teams just rotating through the survivors, everyone in the chat is going crazy. Like Prisoner, everyone is just like, let's play Prisoner. We want to see Prisoner, please. Even when the lawyer is coming out, everyone's just like, let's go. everyone wants to see something like this. Everyone wants to see a match where there is a character that is so, I would say, at least in this tournament, underappreciated. And it's always going to be fun to see a little bit of variation when it comes to the Survivor side. So, chat, give me your opinion. Give me your thoughts on which Survivor or Hunter you would want to see during the future of Call of the Abyss 4.
Ooh, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of selections out there, Grizzly, especially knowing the community. They're very passionate about their favorite characters, I would say. Definitely expecting a lot of feedback. But for now, we're still waiting, by the way, for everything to get ironed out. So we will be taking a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hopefully be ready to go for our first match. So thank you again for your patience. I'm Articuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly, and this is the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, the apex of competitive Identity 5 esports. We'll catch you guys in a bit. Thank you.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。但畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，悲观的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次的划伤。 当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面地忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Stuck here under this cursed forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, and trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。
All this oh god, I can't get this. All this madness trapped in darkness. I can't get this song out of my head. We have heard it so many times right here, but we are finally back in our first match, GG versus AL. I want to say thank you to the entire community for being patient, because we had a little bit of a technical issue right here, but as you can see, everything is ironed out, everything is fine right now. You can see on the survivor side, mechanic ban. We can see that it is Leo's memory. Really want to slow down that decoding speed on this map. And on the survivor side, we had the picks, which were pretty meta. We didn't really see a lot of mix-up coming in right here. And on the hunter side, Sculptor is making an entrance. Yet again, we talked about this before. GG utilizing the Sculptor as well as AL utilizing the Sculptor in the first round. And right here we have AL. We might expect, in my opinion, we might expect a Sculptor ban from GG's side in round number 2, because we have seen AL utilizing that Sculptor extremely well against GR previously. So that might be something we can look forward to. And in the survivor composition, since the mechanic was banned, it was also giving an opening to the priestess. And in this tournament, we have seen the priestess can be a very, very strong character, can be a game-changing character with that global portal, buying time for the rest of the team, buying time for the survivors to get up again, to decode more and to put pressure on the hunter side. And here we are jumping right into our first match. GG versus AL. We can see AL is on the hunting side, going straight up into the direction of the survivors. Let's get the heat going.
Yes, super exciting. It's been quite a bit of a wait, but the action is finally with us. AL and GG taking the stage. Yanasa already on the hut. Pretty good start, I would say. Had a number of survivors in option. Is going to try to go for this priestess as soon as possible. Does not want to deal with the peskiness of those portals, and looks like the full commit will come in from the Japanese hunter.
What a good job. Again, I already mentioned priestess can be so extremely annoying, especially when it comes to a rescue and the survivor goes through the global portal. It's extremely difficult to catch up. We can see that the Sculptor was bringing in Blink. It's not ready yet. 5 seconds till the cooldown starts. We have the portals right here, which is just giving the priestess more time to loop yet another time around in the building. This could be a chance for Yanasa to utilize the sculpture statues to... Oh, there we go. Nice job. You can see these portals can be extremely annoying, but right now only one portal is remaining on the priestess skill side. Will she utilize it to get away yet another time? Fantastic job from Yanasa, really bringing these statues out. There comes the portal. Blink is coming in, was trying to hit while falling down, did not succeed in that move, and now deciding if she should go for a different survivor or keep hunting down. Right here we can see it's still going to utilize these statues, and this might be the priestess in a little bit of a tough spot, not managing to avoid these statues.
Yes, but still, it's undeniable that Zizai here has been buying so much time for his teammates. And take note, just like that, there will be 3 ciphers near completion. Looks like, are they going to go for that pop? Might be trying to save for it, but it does look like they might be wanting to pop it. And yes, that will be the pop. They will just transition over to 2 more ciphers that they can prepare. At this point in time, though, Zai will be falling, but it's undeniable, Grizzly. That was a lot of time, a lot of kiting time bought out to keep Yanasa preoccupied. And look at that, Gugao actually getting the stun in and gets the rescue instantly.
And that is phenomenal. You already mentioned was circling around and stunning the hunter yet again, and getting the attention of Yanasa right here, getting the attention away from the priestess that was already buying so much time. You mentioned it, 3 cipher machines have been done, and that means as soon as 3 cipher machines done, first survivor on the chair, that 1 survivor forward can go in for the rescue. And at the same time, we have 2 more survivors that can just concentrate on these 2 last cipher machines. On the left side, we can see the cipher machines are getting worked on. 1 is almost done. The second one is at around 60%. which is just extremely good. We can see the mercenary in the bottom left. Always keep your eyes on the left side of the screen as well, because we can see the coding progress and we can get a little bit of insight. Now we get the insight on the mercenary rescue. Took 2 hits with the statue, which is giving Yanasa a really good opportunity to defend the survivor on the rocket chair, forcing the Seer to transition in, because Seer can still take the hits. Seer is coming for the rescue. Halfway is done for the forward on the chair, but it's still a lot of time to rescue right here. And that is exactly what they are doing. Seer is coming in for the rescue. We have the Cypher Pop ready as soon as someone is going down. Oh, look at this. All survivors up and running. Cypher Pop is happening. Yanasa really is getting put on the spot right here to find the survivor that he can bring down. We are seeing that he's going for the forward, because forward will be out of the game, and that might give the chance to actually bring him to the chair and maybe get another survivor. But we can see they are already teaming up on the exit gate and getting ready to get out of there with 3 survivors.
Yes, question is, can Kukao buy enough time? That gate is almost open, and take note, Kukao can potentially go for an escape himself as well. It's all a matter of how he plays out these next few seconds, and wow, just crazy moments coming from this forward right now. Escaping death time and time again, but for how long exactly? Pallet drop will come in. Kukao trying to establish some distance, gonna try to make a run for the gate potentially. Still a long way to go though. Grizzly gonna try to work with as much terrain as possible. Drops the pallet, still looking very healthy as well. Yanasa gonna try to get the workaround, destroys the pallet. Kukao, he can still make it out of here. That gate, just a few more steps, but Yanasa already starting to close in the distance. Sculptures trying to come in, hit left and right. These walls are blocking off Yanasa a bit, but look at this. The distance is really starting to close out here. Kukao will try to loop around, gonna try to establish some distance between Yanasa. And look at this camaraderie coming in from the rest of GG to try to salvage Kukao here. Yanasa, it's taking a bit of a while, but both sides, it is just getting super tense, Grizzly.
Wow, this is such an, as you said, intense match. We can see that the forward is just trying to get rid of detention, just trying to buy more time, because if detention is running out and he's taking a hit, he can potentially, with the attack animation recovery, animation, get to the gate. That is the plan right here. But Yanasa knows that, really tries to utilize the statues to damage first, and we can see Priestess is strategically placing portals for the forward to, detention ran out, and forward is making his run to the portal, and this might be it. This might be a 4 survivor escape in the first round. AL versus GG. This is so crucial. Again, we mentioned this over and over again. Getting 4 survivors to the game is almost an impossible task, especially considering AL was previously defeating the 3-time champ of the God of the Abyss. Oh god, I need to take a breather.
No worries.
And you can just see how coordinated this team is right here. GG getting 5 survivors through the gate forward, really making his way to the exit gate. This is 4 survivors, 5-point game, 5-point game for GG. We have waited so long for this very first match of the day, but I would say these players made our while worth it. Oh my god, I can't even start to talk about my favorite parts, because literally this entire match was my favorite part. Survivors were really playing a really good game right here. Now AL is on the move. They need to perform as well. They need to get a 4 survivor escape if they want to tie this first round, which could be extremely difficult. I have to say GG was making it look very easy. GG was doing a fantastic job, but it absolutely is not that easy.
No, not at all. And you know what? That wait was hella worth it, Grizzly. We got such an intense start to this day. And that's a statement in itself. GG getting that 5 points. And let's just talk about what happened there, because phenomenal kiting from the Priestess. Just bought so much time towards the start. By the time that the Priestess was eventually taken down for the first tier, there were already 3 ciphers done, and just all the more time was bought out when they started coordinating with each other, knowing that they only needed 2 survivors to work on 2 more ciphers. And it was an interesting tag, and that forward towards the end. Just the perseverance to live and get out of the gate, by the way. That's a lot of pressure. I mean, like, sure, you have that there's a certain timer to how long the tension can go, but that could feel like an eternity when you're trying to kind of handle it. It actually makes me very curious. How many seconds in total was that forward keeping that sculpture preoccupied? Because that was hella long, and I was living for it the entire time, not gonna lie.
I can only agree. I would love to see the kiting time on both Priestess and Forward together, because those were the two main kiters in this match, and you already mentioned it. Priestess kite early in the game really able to prevent the sculptor to bring the first survivor on the chair before 3 Cypher machines have been primed, and then we had the rescue coming in and we had the pop coming in, and everything was going so fast. And I want to mention that the forward was quite far away from both the exit gate as well as the dungeon, and he already used his forward during the match. Throughout the match, he had no football left. That could have been another deciding factor, but he did not need that. He did not need the football to actually transition over to the exit gate. And you mentioned it as well. Detention can feel like an eternity. Detention, especially against these top tier players. You usually don't see super long kites. You usually in these high tier gameplays, you don't see a 5 Cypher kite, right? Like, this is something I'm always super proud. This is something I think the community can relate to. If you do this 5 Cypher kite and you really occupy the hunter for 5 Cyphers, but in these high tiers, this is nearly impossible. We saw it. This Priestess was doing a fantastic job, probably one of the best kites we have seen in this tournament so far. But at the same time, it was, I don't want to say only 3 Cyphers, but you know, compared to casual gameplay where it's possible to get a 5 Cypher kite, 3 Cyphers is already extremely long. And therefore, what I'm trying to point out here is that hunters can really hunt down these survivors quick, and therefore detention is really making a difference right here. So for the forward to kite around for long enough and avoid these statues at the same time, for detention to run out and to have enough life left to get to the gate, very impressive gameplay right here. But if anyone can turn it around, if anyone can do the very same, it is AL. We have seen AL really performing during the previous days, going against GR. So there are hopes for both teams to actually get into the semifinals. And right now I want to see the chat going crazy about both teams. No matter which team you are cheering on, I want to see hearts. I want to see the hype for both teams right here. I am excited to see what AL will bring in as response to this 5-0 point game.
Absolutely. Same here, actually. I mean, just those 5 points for GG is a massive start off for them. So there's going to be a bit of, I wouldn't say a lot just yet, since it is only our first set of halves, but it's still quite a bit to catch up on, Grizzly, not gonna lie. So I'm really hoping that for our for the fans of the Japanese team, at least, you know, they'll be able to get their bearings, and you know, 5 points is definitely going to be tricky. At least maybe a 3-1, just so that they don't have, again, it's all about trying to figure out what your win conditions are, setting the groundwork for a little later on. This is still a best of 3, so it's not like a best of 5 where you have a lot more to work with. And just looking at the stats here for AL, at least, you know, they have everything to work with to back that up.
I still need to process what I just saw right here. We had AL on the hunter side in this first round, and we all saw AL wiping out that sculptor 3 rounds in a row, and with that sculptor they were able to defeat GR. They were able to secure their spot right here in the quarterfinals, and just seeing how GG was prepared to go against that sculptor was bringing out the Priestess. And we mentioned this before the match even started. Priestess being a character that is definitely coming in for a surprise every now and then. We have seen that the Priestess has been nerfed in the past, and a lot of people were saying that these nerfs are very, very difficult to deal with. We're really, really making the priestess a little bit more difficult to play, but at the same time, we just saw that priestess was helping the forward to get through the portal at the gate and to get just out of the game in time before a single survivor was downed. And at the same time, early game, we saw the priestess just being such a slippery target with their placements of the portals. We saw the blink trying to hit blink through the wall, falling down, trying to hit that priestess, but she was just always a little bit further away, always getting that distance with the portal. So I want to highlight that Chi-Chi's coordination was extremely outstanding, and AL's, you can't blame AL's Sculptor. It was just absolutely fantastic gameplay, but you have to give it to GG right here to get 5 points while they are playing on the survivor side. Extremely difficult task. We have seen this, I think, once before in this tournament. Now we have seen it twice. It's definitely possible. I always say it's impossible, but we are getting proven wrong. At least I'm getting proven wrong with that statement. And again, if anyone can turn this around and turn it at least in round number 1 to a tie, it is AL.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we'll just have to see. They've proven it to us the first time during the initial set. You cannot discount the fact that they were able to take down the reigning champion. So, but nonetheless, like we've also been discussing, you have to take note of the fact that these teams from mainland China have been stepping up the game. So, as much as we would like to use GR as a judge, you have to take into account just the success that a lot of these other teams have had during the regular season. But I have high hopes for our Japanese representatives. They made it this far into the quarterfinals, so hopefully, for the sake of their team moving forward into this tournament, they could hopefully do well. And take note, this is the first round, so there's a lot available to their arsenal as far as Survivor. So that's a consolation in itself. And that's kind of why we saw quite a bit of success from GGO. They did have all these survivors to their disposal and made it work beautifully. I just don't want to attribute it to the picks, though. You have to give kudos to the fact that these guys really performed above and beyond as far as execution. So that's something we'll be looking out for here from the side of AL as well.
I could not agree any more with you. There are high hopes still for AL just because GG got 5 points in this first round. This is still round number 1. Everything is still on the table. We have seen AL performing extremely well on day 1, so there's nothing to be worried about yet. Nothing to be worried about yet for AL. They can still turn around the tables. They can still get into the semifinals right here, but it's definitely a really, really good start for GG in this round number 1. Whew. I am very, very excited, especially since we talked about this earlier. GG is also having a few tricks up their sleeves. We can see 445 with being a really, really good Cowboy player. I would love to see 445's Cowboy. We also saw that GG was bringing out an Enchantress, so maybe that was their entrance and they will surprise AL in round 2 as well. But for now, we are here in round number 1. AL is still on the move. AL is still getting the chance to turn this into a tie, and you already mentioned it. It can be a game that will be decided by points, because if they are able to get 3 points in the next match, the gap isn't as close, and it will give them the chance to turn everything around in round 2 and in round 3. So there is still everything possible for both teams.
Yeah, hopefully. So it's tricky. It's a tricky scenario that we're playing out here for our 2 teams. And, just in a bit, we'll be hitting that pick and ban. But, we've been looking into... Oh, there you go. As I said, pick and ban is ready to go. It will be the second half, in which case, let's go take note. Very crucial ban that'll come in here from the hunter side for GG. It will be the mercenary, in which case I would have to agree with this. Kind of wondering if Ale's gonna be playing around a similar composition that we saw from GG Survivor side earlier. Definitely looking for a priestess if they're comfortable enough to bring it to the table. Mechanic, of course, will be up in standard, probably expecting a seer. There you go. Wondering if, yeah, like I said, priestess as well as forward. So it will be the same composition, no surprises right there. So this is going to be interesting. I'm wondering as well, by the way, if we're going to be seeing the same hunter from GG. Because if that's the case, then it's going to be a battle. At least first two halves are going to be a battle of who did it better.
And you said it, we have the mercenary band. So it's not exactly the same team, because we can see previously we had the mechanic band. Therefore, the mechanic, the mercenary was in the team of GG, and now we have the mercenary band. So therefore, the mechanic is in the team. The question is, can this mechanic bring enough decoding to the crown to make this a 5-point game for AL as well? But on the hunter side, we are actually switching it up a little bit. We are seeing a guard 26. We have seen the guard 26 previously in this tournament. So it's not the biggest surprise, but it's definitely something to think about, because I don't think we have seen the guard 26 in the first round yet. We are doing that right now. GG, as I already mentioned, I am all about surprises when it comes to survivors. I'm all about surprises when it comes to hunters. And I would say a guard 26 in round number 1 is definitely a welcome surprise right here. Can cancel out the CS Owl and can also help to just bring down survivors faster. It is already talked about this yesterday, at least in my opinion, guard 26 is kind of similar to the sculptor, but at the same time very different. Very different playstyle when it comes to the bombs compared to the statues. But after all, we will just see how this match will turn out. We have another priestess right here. Will we see another fantastic priestess gameplay on AL side? Let's jump right into it.
There you have it. The race is on. It is the second half of Game 1 for our first match of the day, Day 3 of the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. AL versus GG taking the stage. We're going to be seeing some Bonbon this time around, shaking that Bonbon. Let's go ahead and see if GG will find some. Oh, okay. A little bit of a pause right there. So hold off. I was starting to build up there, but yeah, that was... we'll get back to it eventually.
To just analyze what we saw, again, we had guard 26 immediately knowing the start points, immediately knowing the spawn points of the survivors, transitioning towards the shack where he could encounter 2 survivors. And we saw these 2 survivors split up immediately, trying to get distance to the hunter, because they know that this is a very well-known strategy for this spawn point, to just go into the direction of the shack. And they were pretty much expecting guard 26, AL's hunter, to go towards that shack. And we also saw that Raoli was right there, the priestess. So will we see another priestess kite right here? Will we see the priestess putting up another fight, but this time for AL? We will see. We will find out right after this break. Again, each team can hit pause once in a match, because there can always be technical difficulties. We have seen this before the match even started. There were a few network issues, so we will just have to wait and see. We will get updates on the situation, and we will keep you guys updated on what is going on behind the scenes right here. For now, we can see the match that will go on right after this short break right here is guard 26 versus AL's forward seer priestess. Again, very curious to see the priestess gameplay and mechanic that can potentially change the game by just bringing a lot of decoding to the crowd.
Yeah, hopefully so. I was just ready to get into that, to be honest, not gonna lie. But yeah, we will have to hold off for a bit for now. Again, to everybody, we appreciate your patience. We just really want to make sure that these players are playing under the optimal conditions. Just wishing the players well, of course, and our audience as well. And especially for the circumstances that we're playing under. Of course, the tournament organizers have taken all the necessary measures, the necessary steps to try to ensure that we keep everything smoothened out. Okay. we keep everything smoothened out. And, these things happen. You can't help these things from happening, especially since we're talking about players playing from very far apart from each other. Technology can only help you so much. And here we go. Grizzly bringing on his COAIV 3.
Not really sure if I know how this works, but I could
Fits
be
you perfectly. Yep. Were you much of a smiley face player, Grizzly?
No, not at all. I really like the Netherwalker skin. Really like the mask and the entire skin. But at the same time, we just got word that AL is lagging, and that was also the reason why the first match was delayed a little bit. We have a few network issues. Sadly, considering with the situation that we are in right now, not everyone can be in the venue, not everyone can be at this tournament stage, and therefore there might be a little bit of a network problem. This mask does sadly not fit me very well. So we just have to consider that they are having. I'm running away from my microphone while I'm talking. Great. And that we have to consider that there is definitely this one factor, which is the network that we have to consider. And again, we got word that AL was lagging a little bit, trying to, as you already say, iron out the issues in the background while we are just here waiting for that to happen. I am very, very curious to talk about something with you, because I asked the chat earlier, which, I don't want to just ask the chat something and don't talk about it anymore. I asked the chat earlier which survivors or hunters they would love to see, and I was writing down a few of the picks, and I saw that a lot of players, a lot of viewers wanted to see maybe a Joseph, maybe a Violinist, and I think that these two hunters, we have Joseph in previous Call of the Abyss, we have seen Joseph in previous Call of the Abyss tournaments, and we already talked about that the Violinist was also a hunter that was used in the IBL, for example, and we might see the Violinist. So I'm curious to see if we will see either a Joseph or a Violinist later in this tournament. What is your thought on this? Do you think we will see one of these characters?
I really hope so, Grizzly. I'm not gonna lie. I am always for seeing these interesting picks. But okay, looks like wait no further, my friends. We are heading into the game. Let's revisit that once again. It is AL versus GG. GG on the hunter side, AL on the survivor side. Currently, AL is in a tricky position where they need to contend with 5 points that GG was able to get for themselves. Can they accomplish pulling it out of themselves to get the similar 5 points? We'll have to find out, but action is on.
And here we can see Priestess immediately transitioning into the building again and doing the same that we have seen before, just being in this area where she can really utilize her portals and really loop around the hunter. We also saw that another survivor was in that building that had to transition away, and this time we see a little bit of a change, because GG is actually not going to continue the hunt of the Priestess, because Priestess just disappearing right here. Global Portal gets destroyed. We have seen the Global Portal doing a lot of damage in previous matches, so that is a good choice. Really trying to predict the movement of the forward right here. And again, not doing the same as we saw on AL side, where AL was trying to really get that Priestess. No, teleporting away to the forward right here and now continuing to hunt down that forward. But he's doing a fantastic job avoiding the hits, avoiding the bombs. And what GG is trying to do right here is trying to hit a bomb and normal hit. You can see the Cypher machines are getting worked on very, very well. But the forward needs to buy a little bit more time for the team. Forward's football is, I'm looking at the football, almost ran out, so that might be a Almost choked. The guard 26 right here. First survivor is down, but if we look at the Cypher Machine progress, it's going pretty fast because we have the mechanic in the team and definitely gonna be a challenge for GG later on when the Cyphers are all primed.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, in all fairness, it was time decently bought out here by Cat, but Setzel, okay, yeah, 3 ciphers in which case. So what's great about this Grizzly is, yeah, actually, that's the best way to put it. It does almost feel like deja vu. The difference, though, is that we're looking at a Bonbon here. Defense is going to be hardcore on Cat, and it's not going to be the easiest task for any of these members from AL to go for the rescue.
I just have to mention this formation of the bombs right here, because you can see these bombs are all going towards the rocket share, but they are not exploding at the same time because they are not connected. Look at that. They're going off one by one by one. Do you see this? One by one by one. So that makes it extremely difficult for a rescuer to come in, because even if the first bomb goes off, you can't go to the chair. The second bomb will go off. The third bomb will go off. This is extremely powerful when it comes to protecting the chair, and Guard 26 really being able to protect that chair. Now we can see the Priestess again coming in with the portals. One Cypher Machine is pretty much completed. We are waiting for the second one to be primed as well, and then we can expect the second one is in the middle of the map, so we can also see that the survivors are trying to spread out their decoding progress to another Cypher Machine. If we look at the left side, we can see the Seer decoding on that Cypher, but maybe they are able to lure the Guard 26. Oh, that portal! Lure the Guard 26 away from the middle Cypher and decode that middle Cypher. We will see what will happen. Oh, popping that Cypher. Very, very nice. They are almost priming the Cypher. Seer is really doing a fantastic job. And now, Mechanic bringing in that stun. That was a crucial stun, because now the Cypher Machines can be primed. And even if the Mechanic would go down in the next few seconds, the Cypher Machine can be popped. Let's see what is happening right here. GG knows that there's only one Cypher Machine remaining. Oh, it popped. Did it pop? It popped? I'm so these matches are so crazy fast. Cypher Machine pop. Now it is the Mechanic that has to kite around. Will we see the Mechanic going through the gate or through the dungeon? The gate is almost open. The gate is almost open. The dungeon is right there. Will we see a 3 survivor escape right here? Back and forth, and denied! Guard 26 denied the dungeon escape right here, making this a tie. We have 2 points for both sides, which is in favor of GG right here in the entire first round, because that means we have round number 1 completed, and round number 1 will go to GG with the 4 survivor escape earlier. What a match! What a gameplay right here from both sides. Really, really enjoyed it, and wow. That Priestess yet again really looping around. The difference that we saw this time was that Guard 26 was not dealing with the Priestess for too long, was changing targets, and was really securing that one survivor elimination, that forward elimination, because they knew if they get at least one survivor out of the game, they decide this round 1 for themselves. And that's exactly what they were going for, getting that 1 point first and then concentrating on the rest of the survivors. Have to mention the decoding progress. They were almost able to decode 6 Cypher Machines, right? They primed 2 Cypher Machines because they were forced to. Very, very good decoding. Very, very good thinking of the survivors of GG. Not getting the Mechanic through the dungeon, it was very, very close. Very fantastic coordination on AL's side as well. But we are still here in round number 1. Here we can see the statistics yet again. Whew, look at the decoding of the Seer.
Yeah, it's a lot of time that Atto was able to get out of all the preoccupation that our other survivors were able to put into keeping PPC preoccupied, especially Cat in which case. But at the end of the day, Grizzly, we have to look at the points over here. 2 and 2. So like you mentioned, not only the round win, but a 5-point deficit to boot. So that's going to be quite a bit of game of catch up that AL will be playing. It's not just playing catch up in points, but they have to make sure that they at least tie the second round. They want to push it into a round 3 because they're going to need it. They will need it. Otherwise, it's going to be a GG game for sure. No pun intended.
Yes, that is that is very, very true. They definitely want to get at least a tie, but what they are actually trying to do right here, obviously, they are trying to get the victory in round number 2. They're trying to tie that first point game for GG in round number 2 so they can proceed into round number 3 with a little bit of, stress relieved, a little bit of pressure relieved, because if they are going into round number 2 with a tie, they still have to win round number 3 for sure with a lot of points, because you don't want to go into round 3 and being forced to really have more points. You really, really want to get a little bit of an advantage in round number 2 right here. You really want to even it out between GG and AL for the sake of AL if they want to proceed into the semifinals. At the same time, if GG is performing just as well, this could be a little bit of a deja vu to day number 1, where GG was only playing 2 rounds and proceeding into the next bracket. So that's definitely on the table as well, that GG is just coming in clutch again, defeating AL within the first 2 rounds. But you can't say that for sure yet. You can't really know what AL will bring out. We saw AL again bringing out that Sculptor 3 times, going against GR. Fantastic performance, winning against the 3-time champ. So now we will see if they can switch it up a little bit. Maybe bring out the Sculptor again in round number 2, because they are very, very confident with that Sculptor. Maybe not so much, because we saw that GG just knows how to handle, how to deal with a Sculptor. So maybe actually switching up the survivors. And at the same time, we don't really know what the bans will be. Both teams haven't brought out a Dream Witch yet. So maybe they will not even ban the Dream Witch, because it's not their favorite character. So there are a lot of questions for me, what we will see in round number 2. I'm very, very curious to see the answers to my questions. But for that, we have to wait a few moments before we jump into that round 2 between GG, which could also mean Gaming Grizzly, by the way.
Oh, actually.
Versus AL.
Yeah, too bad I don't have an L in Arcticuno. Otherwise, we would
yeah, you're right.
GG versus AL, even on the MC desk. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting how bans will turn out. I would highly expect to. Well, it depends, because AL's Hunter has a lot more to work with than just the Sculpture. That's for sure. What I'm kind of worried about is if they do kind of opt for Sculptor, are we going to be seeing a step up going into round 2? Because like you said, GG rolled with the punches so darn well. So there has to be some form of adjustment, knowing how to work around that. But then again, you have to take into account that we also have 2 additional bans. And you might want to look back into that game and think, what was some of the problems that we had right there, which is why it took that long to even nail down a survivor, and just kind of complicated things. You can't really look at the forward for one, because what kind of happened towards those last few moments was just natural kiting that we saw from the probably you could look at the problem more so towards Priestess. But then again, if you're going to look at the Priestess, you also have to take into account, is the map that we're going for into the second round appropriate to merit a ban on the Priestess? Because if not, then probably just save that ban for something else. And then you're off with a clean slate once again with how you approach it. There's just a lot of variables that go into it.
Yeah, it's definitely a reasonable question that you're asking right here. Should we ban time? You could allow the Priestess into the match and change your strategy when it comes to hunting on the survivors, really concentrating on the decoders. For example, if you ban the mechanic and the mercenary, you already get rid of one of the main decoders. Then you might be able to expect an explorer coming in as decoder to supplement for the mechanics. So therefore, you just have to concentrate on that explorer first. And even with the Priestess on the field, you don't necessarily have to concentrate on that priestess early game because we saw it, early game can buy so much time with her portals. So maybe just concentrate on the main decoders first and then go for the hunt. But at the same time, priestess can be dangerous in all situations, not only early game when it comes to kiting, also later when it comes to rescuing, when a down survivor might utilize the global portal. We saw that happen during the tournament. When it comes to a rescue, priestess can be extremely good too. We just have to see. Again, there are a lot of questions that you and I have that will be answered in this next upcoming match. But before we are answering these questions, I want to go back to my question that I was asking earlier to the chat, which survivors or hunter they would want to see. We already talked about a potential Joseph or violinist that could make it into the game. And on the survivor side, I saw in the chat a lot of people rooting for the prison, the painter. We haven't seen the painter yet. And the lucky guy as well. Lucky guy could be very, very interesting when it comes to item usage.
True. If you're gutsy enough to let a lucky guy go through. The only time I've ever seen a lucky guy was this one time, at least as far as the global finals, like that one time during Call of the Abyss 2. So I mean, it's highly unlikely, but we've seen some very unlikely stuff happen in these tournaments, so don't want to discount it.
Oh, and here we have a statement from LA Benpi. Let's just let this sink in.
Sure.
プレッシャーはすごかったです。目標は優勝です。一番当たりたくない人は Z 級チームのケンさんです。
Fair statement right there coming in from Van P, and in which case this is the time. Looks like our players are looking ready to go as we'll be heading into our pick and ban in just a while. Very crucial time in which case, because with Van P up the bat, he has to take into account of those win conditions, what points they'll need to catch up on. Probably the best game plan you can have right now if you want to have that TLDR is just straight up win the round. Win the round so that you get that round 3. If you need to catch up on points a little bit more, then sure. Of course, the ideal scenario is you try to get that complete wipe in round 2, but you just kind of roll with what you have and what you get. But you always want to hope for the best if you're the Japanese squad going into this first half.
Yes, and so I just want to rotate that back because I also want to give my opinion on these wanted survivors that the chat wants to see. Painter was mentioned, who was also a fairly new character, and we haven't really seen the Painter being utilized yet. I think Painter might be an extremely interesting character to see in this tournament. Could show really what he's made of and what he can bring to the table, because with his paintings, he can be a pain. Okay, never mind. Also want to mention that we saw in the chat that a lot of people wanted to see the newest Hunter Broken Wheel, but we haven't really mentioned it that often. We said it, I think, in during the first day. The Hunter, the Undead, as well as Broken Wheel are not available during the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament, so therefore we will not see these characters. But for now, Dream Witch is being banned. Very interesting pick right here. We saw AL again performing very, very well as Sculptor, but at the same time, we saw GG being more than able to counter the Sculptor. And there we have it. You really want to bring down the decoding speed, mechanic, and Rescuer Mercenary being banned. Now we are coming to the survivor picks on GG's side. Are we seeing that Priestess again? What do you think?
Oh man, considering that it is Lakeside Village though, it's a bit of a question indeed. But I guess we'll find out, because with the bans thrown out, GG already in the process of choosing their survivor. So with mechanic off the board, another question we're looking at is, there you go, actually just as I was about to get asked the question, it gets answered. Gonna go for an explorer this time around to make up for the lost mechanic, or maybe not.
Not the forward, the cowboy. Sorry. the cowboy. We haven't seen a cowboy yet. I'm all for it. Let's go. We can see the priestess again. I'm sorry that I have interrupted you. Please go ahead.
It's all good.
I just can't stop myself when I see a little bit of an, a wild card, a little bit of an underdog survivor or even hunter. It's just very, very exciting for me.
Right.
We might see another survivor that is definitely not a wild card, not in this tournament, which is the wildling. See what I'm trying to do here? Wordplays. I'm not really good with it, but it's okay. Yeah, so we can see maybe not. Okay, I should not get that excited about it.
It's all good. I was excited for a bit as well. I was like, finally, are we going to be getting a cowboy game? But I guess it does make sense, with the mechanic out of the way, you want to try to come up with a decent substitute. And we did see a glimpse of games wherein if you didn't have a primary decoder, how tricky it can get if things don't go quite right towards it. So yeah, we'll see how it all goes, in which case. Don't really see any changes happening with the lineup that they have. I'm pretty sure this will be a lock-in for GG already. Big question, since we are on Lakeside Village, how will Vanpy respond? Dreamwitch has been taken off the board, so still there are quite a number of options available up to this very talented hunter's arsenal, obviously.
I haven't even seen that we are playing on the Lakeside Village in this map. This is the first time we are seeing this map in this tournament right here. Call of the Abyss 4, first time Lakeside Village, which is a very, very big map. So now the question is, which hunter will we see on this map? Sculptor, definitely a hunter that can control bigger maps too. So we might actually see a Sculptor again, even if GG was able to counter that Sculptor previously. So let's just wait and see what the hunter pick will be for Wenpy. We talk about the survivor side, you already said it. Yes, Cowboy would be a very interesting character to see, but at the same time, you don't want to risk it. You already are in round 2 where you have 2 survivor bands, and if you can get the chance to bring in that Seer, it might be the better choice compared to the Cowboy. And as I already mentioned, Lakeside Village, very, very big map, could be controlled by the Sculptor, and we have seen AL utilizing the Sculptor previously in all 3 rounds against GR, and maybe we're gonna see the same strategy right here against GG, where we have a 3 Sculptor match, a 3 Sculptor game on AL side. Right now we are jumping right into the first half of match number 2, AL as Sculptor going in, Vampy right here versus GG with, again, the Priestess. GG was doing so much damage with that Priestess. Vampy will probably try to adjust the strategy right here a little bit and not necessarily go for the Priestess that much early game. And we also can see the Seer who can buy a lot of time. We see the Forward who was doing a fantastic job late game on GG's side. And this time we have a Wildling instead of the Mercenary that was coming in the previous team composition. We already saw what the Wildling is capable of doing, so very curious to see how these 2 teams fight against each other and duke it out in round number 2 of the first match in this tournament day. That animation.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And I'm glad we finally get a peek at that Lakeside Village. But you know what? As I said, Lakeside Village, the race will bring us here as these teams continue to try to push their way all the way to the finish line. It's AL versus GG, right up and at it. Like we said, 5 points currently that the Japanese squad AL needs to try to catch up on. Will Vanpy be able to pull it off for his team? We'll find out as we venture on into the Lakeside Village for this first half of our second round.
Priestess is right there. Tinnitus is kicking in. Vanpy finds the Priestess right here. At least sees the stretch marks. Not sure if he knows what survivor he is chasing right here at the moment. Now he should have gotten a glimpse of the Priestess and is actually trying to go for that Priestess yet again. But this time it looks better. This time an early hit happens right away. Fantastic job from Vanpy, and you need to switch this around. You need to get down that Priestess immediately. You don't want to deal with her. And there we can see very, very well placed statues, but it's getting away right here with the portal. Transitioning over to the small boat right here. That is a great kiting area for the Priestess. We can see she has 2 portals ready, and with 2 portals she can just buy so much time. So let's see if she's able to do exactly that, or if Vanpy is able to get his hands on that Priestess with the statues, or maybe just with a normal hit, because she only needs... she already used... She already used both of the portals, so now the chances are better for Vanpy to actually catch up, because the portals are gone. All he has to do is he has to hit her and trying to prevent or giving a hit. Oh, nice. Oh, very nice. Very, very good job from Vanpy. Bring down the Priestess before any Cypher machines have been popped, but at the same time, look at the Cypher machine progress. Really, really good progress so far. That might mean we will see a rescue on, or at least a harassing wildling might come in.
It could very well be possible, Grizzly, and like you said, this is a good start for Vanpy. It wasn't similar to the point where it's a bit of a step up. Earlier, it took about like the actual triple cipher pop before he was able to land a survivor, but it's looking a little bit better here. Sculptor is just coming in back and forth. Successful rescue coming in from Pukao, but not able to establish enough distance. Has to be careful. Takes a whack on the head, and Vanpy gonna be very happy about that. Question is, who does Vanpy commit to? Looks like the teleport will come in, try to hamper down the progress on these ciphers as he now gives chase to 445.
Good job from Vanpy right here, as you said, really trying to slow down this decoding progress, because that is something that might be a problem definitely later. And we saw the rescue for the fort. I really see the deja vu happening yet again. We had the Priestess on the chair first, the fort was coming in, then the fort was getting attention from the sculptor. But this time, you can see 445 is going down right here. There are still 5 Cypher machines remaining, but at the same time, the Cypher machine progress goes very, very fast. We can now see the Seer going to the rocket chair for the first time. Wildling was there to harass and try to get off the Seer, but get off the Seer from the balloons. And here we can see the harassment, the distance, the map pressure that can be utilized with the statues right here from the sculptor, protecting the Seer at the same time. This time the decoding progress is not as far, and we all know that AL definitely wants to step up their game with the second round right here. They definitely want to take the victory on the second round, so there needs to be a few survivors to be eliminated. So let's see what they can do. Really, really putting pressure on the Cypher machines right here.
Yeah, this is really good coming in from Vanpy. It's definitely a little bit of a slower pickup here from GG, but not that there's any, not that it's bad for them right now. But the big question is whether or not they'll see the same success as they did earlier with how this game has been flowing thus far. They're trying to go for this rescue on 445, but it looks like it's not going to work out. And at this point in time, it would be safe to say that GG will be losing out on their first survivor. And still, take note of the progress on these ciphers that is still needed, Grizzly. Still a bit of a way to go. So GG needs to try to get their bearings back and prevent this, get back into the groove and remedy this sudden halt on Cypher.
Definitely looks good for Vanpy right here, utilizing the statues to bring down the forward's health. Only needs one more hit. We can see the global portal over there getting ready. Oh, nice. Try to combine these statues, and this might be another good chance for the forward. And there we go with that pallet. Vanpy decided to just slow down that progress on the Cypher, decoding progress, and and destroying the global portal, but there's still one survivor around because that Cypher machine is very, very close to being primed, so therefore Vampy tries to protect that Cypher machine. Now, unfortunately for Vampy, going for the Wildling can buy a lot of time for the team, but as soon as he is off his chair, it can be very, very well possible for Vampy to catch up on the Wildling. But again, with the Wildling Spore, it is extremely difficult to really catch up, so therefore really doing the right thing to do right here, concentrating on the survivors, on the Cypher machines that are being decoded on, and switching the attention to, again, the Priestess and possibly the Fort as well. The Fort as well, who was getting, I was just looking at the items of the survivors, Fort with the magic one right now.
Yeah, and gosh, in all fairness though, AL, like I said, they need to try to remedy this stop. Luckily, there has been a bit of there is actually building up progress towards the fourth as well as the fifth side. We're already seeing some movement. It's really going to come down to Zai here to try to camp rather tight for as long as possible. But look at this, Vampy with the forethought of, you know what, I can't go for full commit just yet. I have to take these ciphers into account, and I think it's a proactive improvement, something that was probably kept in mind from the previous game. Now coming into adjustment, coming into fixing, going into this first.
Absolutely, knowing that the Priestess probably accumulated all the 3 portals again, so therefore not really going for the Priestess. Priestess could have bought enough time for the Fort if Vampy decided to go for the Priestess to decode that Cypher machine, but luckily Vampy decided to go for the Fort. Nice hit on the Wildling right here. Wildling is getting off the board. The Cypher machine is primed. Vampy knows it, tries to put pressure on that Cypher machine and successfully does exactly that. They know they need to pop it off. There goes the hit and the Cypher pop is happening. You have the tension on Vampy. Now it is time for Vampy to bring down the survivors and to get more survivors out of the game before they can actually escape through the dungeon, through the exit gate. And here we can see Wildling goes down. Will this be a tie, or will Vampy be able to actually get another survivor? We can see the global port coming in right there, connecting both sides of the map. Now Vampy needs to decide on which side he will go, which exit gate he will go through. He will probably try to destroy the global portal and teleport over to the other side of the map, hitting the Priestess right here, which will go down, which can be, extremely good. But the question is, will the Wildling be rescued? We can see Priestess over there. Oh, they did not go to the gate yet. They did not get over to that gate yet. But Priestess is... Wait, he was hitting the forwards image. I did not realize.
That is pretty interesting. Okay, double chair.
First of all, very, very good job late game from Vampy right here, bring down the fort and utilizing that teleport to get over there. I totally forgot that the Priestess is not having this little shadow when she goes through the portal, so therefore he hit the forward right there. Forward, why do I say wide? Forward went down and utilizing teleport to actually get the fort as well before he was able to self-heal and making that a 3 survivor elimination. What they needed right here is a little bit of a gap, a little bit of an advantage when it comes to round 2 right against GG, and fantastic job, great coordination. And we saw, as you already mentioned, a little bit of a switch up when it came to the strategy, not concentrating on that Priestess so much, and not concentrating on one survivor, rather concentrating on the Cypher machines that are being worked on, and therefore also late game bring down 2 survivors very, very fast. Was very, very good, bringing this into a 3-point game for Japan's team AL, and 1 point still for the survivors, which means they can still turn the tables around if they are getting a really, really good game on GG's side going. Let's see, let's be patient. That being said, if GG provides us with an outstanding gameplay right now on the Hunter side with a 4 survivor elimination, that will mean that GG will proceed into the semifinals already.
Yeah, and big question is, can they do it? Because Van P's 3-1 is respectable in itself. That just means that there's only there's a lot of ways that this can go wrong for GG if they get anything less than. But yeah, like I said, it's a good step up. They were able to close out the differential in points from 5 to 3. So it's starting to close in. But at the end of the day, it'll also come down to how well GG's Hunter performs going into this second. And if you're a GG fan, you definitely want to see the Hunter pull off another 5 points, but it's easier said than done. Easier said than done.
Easier said than done indeed. And AL definitely knows that they want to get at least one survivor through the exit gate to at least tie round number 2 to make it into a round number 4. But at the same time, you don't really want to settle for one survivor escape. You don't really want to settle for a tie in round number 2 because they are already a little bit behind since round number 1 went to GG. So therefore, they definitely want to get the tie with a 2 survivor escape in this match in the second round, so they can decide the second round for themselves, so they can go into round number 3 with not necessarily less pressure, but definitely with better chances of actually getting into the semifinals as well. So let's see who will be our first team that makes it into the semifinals. Will it be GG right after this match, or will AL put up the fight and turn the tables after round number 3?
Yeah, 2 different storylines are developing here, ladies and gents, and it's just getting all the more intense as we go on. As you can see, all 4 players of AL just getting ready for quite the task ahead of them. Again, they want to try to continue what Van P has already started, which is this opening for a glimmer of hope for them to stay in the running, not only stay in the running for this particular match, but even continue on in this tournament. And live from the event area in Hangzhou, it's like it will be GG's Hunter that is ready to go as well. Big question, is 5 points gonna be possibility second time around? Because take note, it was Bon that guard 26 that their Hunter was able to pull off earlier. So there's also that big question as what direction that that AL might want to go for, because going into this particular map, there's a lot of Hunters that come into question that are worth banning, especially with this particular side. So a lot to think about, and I think what's tricky here is that even if they do have that 1 ban on Hunter, there's still a lot up to this particular Hunter's arsenal he can bring to the table going into this.
For sure, and I would even assume on this big map we can see the Dreamwitch ban yet again forcing out the Sculptor, or again we saw GG utilizing a Disciple in round number 2 previously, so maybe we might see another Disciple, maybe we see a Hunter that isn't being utilized that often in that tournament yet, so that would definitely be something interesting. But they also know they really have to bring out their A game, because if they can secure the 4 survivor elimination, that will mean they will proceed in this tournament. So that is definitely the goal for GG right here, the goal that they want to reach after this round. And AL will most likely have to deal with a very, very meta ban when it comes to the survivors. We might see Mechanic and Mercenary as ban. I'm trying to think if we might see a Priestess. I don't think we see a Priestess. I think we will see the same bans as we have seen in round number 2, match number 1. We might see the Dreamwitch ban on the Guard 26. All right, banning Swarms. I'm having problems pronouncing.
It's all good.
We see completely different bans this time. All right, I'm very excited for that. We see a Priestess and Seer ban. We see a Guard 26 ban. So now the question is, what will Swan come up with? And what will AL come up with on the Lakeside Village map? Will we see a new variation when it comes to survivors, or will we see the normal meta picks and what we can see so far? Very meta picks, and in addition to that, we also have the Gravekeeper. Very excited to see what AL will bring to the table right here.
Yes, so with that said, good spread so far. In which case, looks like they will opt for a... Okay, our boy from the grave, Andrew, is going to be the preference here as opposed to a Wild Wing, and no hesitation whatsoever. Didn't even think about it anymore. It's like they are very much decided on this composition, decides to lock it in even with a minute to go to kind of think about it. Now, going to be all on this Hunter right now. Big decision to make because really want to try to go for those 5 points. GG is going to look to try to close out early. If it's going to be tricky, at least get that 3-1 so that it's tied out and so that they still have the advantage. And wow!
Was waiting for that Disciple right here. Already mentioned that we have seen GG coming in with a Disciple, so I was really hoping for it. And here we have seen that she can utilize the cats to just close the gap between survivors and really move fast on also bigger maps like the Lakeside Village. Losing my voice right here. Very excited to see the Disciple. Definitely a character we have seen previously in this tournament. Not the necessarily biggest surprise because we already mentioned it that GG is known for their Disciple gameplay, but how will they do against this lineup of meta characters like the Mechanic? Will the decoding progress be extremely fast and allow AL to get out of this match with a at least tie, which would actually give them the victory in round number 2? Or will GG be able to eliminate all 4 survivors? It's gonna be an extremely difficult task. Definitely an extremely difficult task on both sides right here. Considering AL facing such a strong Hunter, and also considering that GG is facing such a strong team composition.
We are back onto the Lakeside Village, but this time around the second half where it is GG Som taking on the Hunter side with AL gonna play their hearts out. For Survivor gonna aim to try to get at least one of their ranks outside. If they could even go for halves, then even better towards their cause. We'll find out as we go along into this Grizzly. But it seems like good start here for GG's Hunter, as already has a lot of options as far as who he can choose to pursue in this game. And it looks like he has his eye set on At.
Very good start for GG right here, because you have to consider he was moving immediately to the shake where 2 survivors were, and with finding the first 2 survivors that fast, that also means the decoding speed is slowed down a little bit. We have to take in consideration, yes, the Mechanic is on the field that can bring up the decoding, but at the same time, we can see not dealing with that Gravekeeper right here. We had the pallet down, we had the Gravekeeper underground, so therefore you definitely want to consider what you're doing right here, and that's the right choice, really teleporting towards the Mechanic, and the Mechanic main decoder, that's the character you want to bring down first. There comes the hit. Mechanic was able to put down the doll, and that doll is now decoding for the Mechanic. Now we have to see what happens next. We can see that the decoding progress on 5 Cypher machines already started, but with that cat right here and that jump that is happening, exactly I was waiting for it, might see the first survivor, which is the Mechanic, down and on the rocket chair before a single Cypher machine has popped. But at the same time, look at the Cypher progress. Very good for AL. Everything is still on the table.
Definitely, and oh my gosh, that's like the most optimal thing. However, we still have to take into account that these dolls are running rampant, and it does seem like Dom has already caught sight of one of them, so that's going to be a huge sigh of relief. Doesn't have to worry too hard about Cypher progress as much. It's not going to come in as fluidly for AL, but it's undeniable though, Grizzly. Look at these Cypher progresses. One already finished up, and another 3 nearing completion. So AL is on the right track here.
Oh, that might be... Oh! Slowing down the rescue, but was not able to prevent the rescue from happening before halfway mark. That means the mechanic is getting another chance to just sit on the chair without dying immediately. Great rescue from AL's Gravekeeper right here, but that might be the end of the mechanic, and the doll was placed, but not concentrating on the doll. Probably picking up the mechanic right here, turning around and bringing down the doll on the way to the rocket chair, because you don't really want to have this doll on the field pressuring you with the decoding speed. So that is it for the mechanic's doll, and the mechanic is still in the game. Did not get sent off right away, so that is still giving an opening for the mercenary, who is now transitioning in, slowly making his way, trying to hide a little bit, but slowly making his way to the rescue. And if we look at the decoding, this time it is a really good start for GG's Disciple right here.
I'd have to agree with you, Grizzly. And okay, looks like just trying to scout out. It will be the end of Dolisu, in which case. But like I said, there's some pretty great progress going on these ciphers for AL. So it was a loss that was, I would say, well worth it for AL. But what AL needs to do right now is just make sure that they try to keep these core 3 numbers intact. Because, like I said, they want to try to have as many out of the gate to continue the momentum that Vanti was able to build up for them. And they don't want to allow Zom to suddenly reverse in onto everybody and just take everyone out. That would be the last thing, if anything.
Oh, nice football usage. That could have been a little bit of a stun right here for Cat, but Forward is just dashing away. Fantastic job buying more time, and that's exactly what he needs to do, considering that the main decoder with the doll is out of the game right here, and we still need 2 Cypher machines. One already primed, already popped off right here. They still need 1 more Cypher machine, so therefore this could be a little bit of a difficult situation. I assume the Forward will buy as much time as he can, and in case he goes down, we still have 2 rescuers. We still have the mercenary. Nice hit on the jump down right here. We still have the... Oh, teleport is coming in, putting pressure on that last Cypher machine. Fantastic call from GG. There comes the Cat. Consider that the Gravekeeper has no skill left. That makes him quite the good target compared to the mercenary, who has still 3 elbow pads and can take a little bit more damage, but is trying to decode the Cypher machine here. So it's a good call from GG to just concentrate on the Cypher machine, not necessarily concentrate and focus on one specific survivor, rather concentrating on the decoding progress.
Indeed, looks like GG's Hunter is trying to make the most of this situation, going all the way ring around the rosy with Rowley and guarding this cipher that AL was able to commit significant progress on. So it will force the other members of AL, particularly Ado, to try to turn to a different cipher to prepare, but still Rowley doing his best here to keep this Hunter preoccupied.
Very good job bringing down the mercenary right here. Not sure if Swarm will actually go for the mercenary or just proceed to slow down the Cypher machine progress. But as you already mentioned, now it's time for AL to separate and to go to different Cypher machines, and that's exactly what they're doing. We have Raoli on the balloons and getting on the chair super far away from all the Cypher machines, which forces at least 1 survivor to make his way all the way over there. And we have teleportation, slowing down that decoding right here. Forward is having the Cat, will throw down the pallet, but is it enough to avoid the hit? It is not. Fantastic job. We will see a rescue. Atto will most likely go in for a rescue, we can see that, but now these 2 survivors that are supposed to bring down the last Cypher machine are extremely far away from said Cypher machines, need to rescue Cat, So there is a lot of pressure on AL right here. Again, they need to get at least one survivor through the gate or through the dungeon if they want to proceed in this match right here into round number 3. But the pressure that GG is putting on their team, not allowing them to finish that one last Cypher machine. Extremely well played. We can see Mercenary is going down right here yet again as soon as... Oh, will the Cypher machine pop? Bring down the Mercenary? Will the Cypher machine pop? That is the question.
And there you go.
But we have the cats going on right here, dodging, choking that hit. Again, Mercenary went down, but doing a fantastic job splitting up right here. Mercenary can still get up. Mercenary can still save heal. Forward can't. That means as soon as the forward is down, we have Swarm just concentrating on a different survivor because this forward cannot get up again. If Swarm can get 3 survivors out, this will mean we have a tie on this round number 2. We will proceed into a round number 3, but at the same time, GG is still in the lead with 1 more point from round number 1. Let's see what will happen. Teleport is coming in. That might be it. That might be a very, very difficult challenge for AL with the teleportation. Again, forward cannot get up. The hit is coming in. I did not look at teleportation. This is a 4 survivor elimination, and that means AL was not able to keep up the challenge against GG. Congratulations to GG. This is such an amazing tournament. I did not see that teleportation coming. I was already seeing us casting round number 3 of GG versus AL, but again, forward could not get up right there. Fantastic all going through the Mercenary, sharing the Mercenary. Gravekeeper was not able to open that exit gate in time. Teleportation was coming in. Detention was still active. The hit was striking with the cats. Again, AL in a very, very difficult spot right there. And GG was making perfect usage of the skills of the Disciple. Again, we saw the Disciple coming in round 2 before on the first day where they were trying to get into the quarterfinals, and the Disciple was coming in strong in the first day as well with a 5-point game. And we see it again, extremely strong 5-point game from Swarm right here. Congratulations to GG. I just want to mark it right here. GG for proceeding into the semifinals. Congratulations to AL to make it this far, especially to go against GR in their first round, which was actually a very, very big pressure point, which was a huge victory for them this time. It was a little bit more difficult to go against GG, but very, very, very impressive gameplay from both sides.
Yeah, the stars really aligned for GG's Hunter towards the end of that. I mean, every single circumstance, right down to the fact that there was one survivor that, as long as you down, couldn't get up anymore. Next one, you just needed the chair, and then the other one, you had the perfect timing on that teleport to transition over to wipe everyone out. I agree with you. I was fully prepared for going into a round 3. I was really okay, at least at most one survivor is definitely getting out, but no, that teleport towards the last few seconds really proved to be beneficial for GG's cause. And there you have it, folks. We have our first semi-finalist. Looking at the game data here, AL had the makings of really bringing it to a round 3. Like we said, there was such a build-up going on. Survivors were performing significantly better going up against GG's Hunter, but it was those last few moments towards the latter part of the second half that proved to be the detriment to them, with just how much this Hunter went into it, like a plus ultra from this Disciple Grizzly. Holy cow.
Again, what we saw right here was GG Swarm really concentrating not on one survivor, really hitting all survivors throughout the entire match over and over again, and not concentrating on the survivor, rather concentrating on the Cypher Machine progress. And by defending that Cypher Machine in the middle of the map, really putting pressure on AL's team. They had to spread out. They were starting another Cypher machine as well, which was the right way to go, because at one point you just have to think about what are you going to do next. Are you going to try and force that Cypher machine in the middle and risk that the that GG Swarm just hits down more survivors, or are you spreading out the Cypher machine to surprise with a Cypher pop from a different Cypher machine? So AL was having the strategies right, definitely having the strategies right, but at the same time, GG coming in with a lot of pressure. I definitely saw the chances for AL to get into the semifinals as well, but GG doing such a phenomenal job. Just wow. Just wow. There's not much to say, and I'm just reading the chat right here. The chat is going wild. Chat is going wild about this gameplay as well, because beautiful performance from both teams. Again, congratulations to GG for making it into the semifinals. Next up, we will see Tianba versus X-Rock. I, for myself, will take a little bit of a break on that. So you will see Posh Spice coming in and Arctic Chrono casting that match. Will be a pleasure for me to watch it. And we are just getting into a short break. This is me, the Gaming Grizzly, and with me in this direction, Arctic Chrono. Thank you so much for casting this amazing first match of the day with me. And we will see you guys in a few minutes.
Right.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Stuck here under this cursed forever, searching the mystery.
Welcome back, guys. This is Call of Duty 4 Global Finals, the apex of professional esports for Identity 5. We have just come off from our
crazy matches.
Exactly.
I mean, I was backstage. I was like, I really thought you guys would be casting match 3, but oh my gosh, give it up to GG. AL though, you know what? A lot of love going out. I saw actually the chat was dabbing, like a lot. Dabs for AL, dabs for GG. So incredible stuff so far to kick off day 3.
Yeah, glad to see in which case that community just showing lots of love and support for our teams, because that's really what it's all about. You know, these guys have worked so hard to get to the top 16, now top 8, so let's continue to show that support for our players, guys. But as this tournament goes, like we said, we still have to look for our winner, and teams will get eliminated as we go along. And once again, congratulations to GG, just very well played out, especially that last game. I cannot get over that, but you know what, I will have to get over it, because we are going to be heading into this next one, our second match for the day, to determine our second semifinalist proceeding further into the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. Something to look forward to in which case, because it's going to be a battle of mainland China versus mainland China.
Yeah, shifting gears, we saw our Japanese representatives. Do stay tuned, because we have one more, so shoutouts to GD. That is a match we will be looking forward to. But Tianba versus X-Rock, two professional IVL teams gonna duke it out for glory right now. And I think this might be the first time we're gonna see both mainland China teams on stage. So this is definitely an event to see, because I want to see all the stage filled out. I want to hear the roar of that crowd, Articuno, because I know you were able to experience that in Call of the Abyss too. And you know, I was able to experience that in the comfort of my home here. And just looking at the interviews from each players, I'm so excited, because if I remember correctly, Afu was interviewed after his match with B4U. And what a humble hunter, and a classy one at that. A lot of love going out of him in social media. When that technical issue came about, he was still very classy in how he handled that. And I'm really excited to see how X-Rock would fare against Tianba.
Serve all the praise in the world, and you know, that's just really good sportsmanship coming in from both sides, especially from that minor mishap the other day, but all good. Yeah, just looking at these two teams here, it's interesting, because if you're gonna look at how both teams have performed during their regular season run, X-Rock in general has just a little bit of better stats to work with. It's not too much of a disparity, but it's just that if you look at it from all fronts, they've definitely seen a lot more success in comparison. However, it has been a while for the teams leading up to the global finals, so hopefully this time around they are coming in prepared, as you know, just a few matches away, Push, before we reach that final. So
we did see them in the qualifiers. X-Rock was the last one to qualify. They actually were they were kind of like the underdog, or the ones that were really hailed, because they went up against Wolves, and Tianba being always a force to be reckoned with. As you mentioned, a little higher in the rankings is X-Rock. So they definitely have a lot to prove, and coming from the qualifiers, definitely both teams are sizing each other up, and we're about to see again. We're going to witness mainland China team versus mainland China team in this matchup, and I'm super excited to see who will make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, it's interesting that especially from what we saw earlier, we saw the entry of Lakeside Village. Now, there's a number of teams that, at least from outside of the mainland China region, which tend not to lean towards this particular map given the size. But on the flip side, there's a number of mainland China teams that are comfortable with the map. And it just so happens that two of them happen to be participating in our match today, X-Rock and Tianba. So there's a little bit of anticipation, at least on my end, as to whether or not we will be seeing that in the map selection going along in this 3, or but among other things.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there when it comes to map selection, because usually with big maps, they do favor the ever-sleeping town, as big as it goes, then Moon River Park, Then after that, it would be Lakeside and then Leo's Memory. Leo's Memory is a map that we barely see, but I think GG did their homework when they saw how well AL was able to keep up with GR in the first day. I guess, as you mentioned, the regions are catching up, so they don't have to. They have to have a well-rounded game plan and not assume that, oh, we don't normally play big maps, so no one's gonna bring that out. So again, you can't have any holes in your armor, and I think that this next match might play into what we've seen in IVL, but a little amped up because, as Grizzly mentioned in the previous days, there are definitely tricks up their sleeve, and they definitely want to pull it out. Maybe not like an off-meta character, but probably a different rotation, a different pacing when it comes to Cypher Pops, probably Prime 2 other Cyphers. We've seen so much high-level play, and we're about to see the teams here first with Tianba.
Yes, for Tianba, we have Jin KK, Tao Xing, Xiao Qi, Bobo, TP, QY, and Yoshi. So, on the flip side, we also, for X-Rock, we have Billy, SXY, T, Afu, CHZ, YJJ, and Yimao. And both teams representing mainland China, so let's go ahead and welcome them with a bang through these pretty darn good introduction videos that we have to set the tone for both teams. Let's go.
What a way to start off this second match. X-Rock versus Tianba. I'm sure the crowd is going wild for both these teams because they gain a lot of fans in IVL, and now they're able to just flex all their skills and all their hard work here on stage. It seems like X-Rock will be doing the surviving, and as we mentioned before, they are known for turning those tables, known as the Purple Miracle.
That's an interesting way to put it, actually. And it's very well apt because statistics don't lie either. I mean, if we're going to compare the two, X-Rock has, as far as how they pull in points, we've seen a lot more success for X-Rock on the Hunter side and the opposite for Tianba, where a lot of the success for Tianba was found on the Survivor side. But then again, that's just looking at them individually. But going to head-to-head, X-Rock definitely has the better stats going into this, regardless of whether we're looking at Survivor or Hunter side. Wouldn't heavily rely on that, but it is a good basis to kind of figure out how the power levels are looking between both teams, as we see both teams already taking the stage, starting off with our survivors here. X-Rock's YJJ. Look at that containment time. Going above 60 seconds is always a good treat for a survivor, and complemented by a seer, by the way, so just extra value going into that. So very well rounded, decent decoding, decent containment time, so perfect.
What's interesting to note here is that he mains a seer, but there's also a stun statistic that you notice there. So quite interesting to see which hunter, which survivor he'll be using. Going over to Billy now, known as that forward, but his containment time is what to look at, because even though he has that stun, he can definitely use that football to kite. So Billy has been highlighted by a lot of the community in do not chase him first. That's the one thing you should know about X-Rock. Moving on over to T though.
Yeah, T, look at that decoding, 210%. So very well apt though, because he does main mechanic. So having that high of a percentage, you just know that this player is just gonna wreak havoc on these ciphers if a hunter leaves him untouched. Definitely something that their opposition Tianba is gonna have to take into account of today as we wrap up with SXY on the Mercenary. And look, one thing you want to look at, of course, particularly with the Mercenary, certain decoding as well as containment time is definitely going to be one of those factors, as well as the rescues per round.
2 is very impressive, to be honest, because usually you'd want to pass it on, but SXY must be a hunter's worst nightmare, especially if he's capable of rescuing twice. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was X-Rock. Another thing to note that, yeah, their survivors are very solid. So now, again, they only went till round 2 up against B4U. So this would really be a big test, especially in this big stage, how they would fare, especially with Tianba. And Tianba, with the previous round, able to take it to round 3.
Yeah, speaking of Tianba, let's look at QY, their hunter. Favorite character being a Dream Witch. Some pretty good stats all around. Like I said, Tianba had some mildly good success through their hunters. On the flip side, though, a lot of the points that I did say was raked in for Tianba was on the survivor side. So I'm really looking forward to seeing a step up from the hunter going into this one. Was good showing that he had during the first day. So let's see if that continues going into this quarter.
Well, in the first showing, DW did QY actually's Dream Witch kind of struggled with the survivors. It was Tao Xing that really put in the points for the hunter side of Tianba. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Again, QY, a known hunter, a known Dream Witch. We've been talking about this since the first day, how the Dream Witch kind of struggled. It was the second day where the Dream Witch was so dominant in performance. So again, as you mentioned, QY wanting to step that up and be able to just give his team a secure foundation to get into that next round.
Yes, and looking at the head-to-head that we have right here currently, we are going to be highlighting our 2 survivors coming in from both X-Rock and Tianba. That's an interesting difference that we're looking at here, but you have to take into consideration that reason for such is just very different roles between these 2, mechanic as well as this year. So a little bit hard to compare, but definitely 2 players that you want to look out for going into.
Yeah, and coming into the qualifiers, Tianba actually saw they were very solid with their survivors, always getting 3. Tai was the least, so definitely something to highlight coming into the survivor side of Tianba. Starting things off in Ever Sleeping Town, we have seen the Dream Witch wreak havoc here, and QY known to bolster that Dream Witch, banning the mercenary right away. Great pick because again, the Dream Witch can't stack on that much damage, so he wants to get those early downs right away, and rightly so. X-Rock trying to go for that counter, especially with Ever Sleeping Town, having the mobility of that forward, adding in that Priestess for some extra spice, and also adding in that pressure of the mechanic. And also, let's add that Seer in there just for that Owl to keep a QY on his toes.
Indeed. And I mean, looking at how this composition is playing out, yeah, there we go. No hesitation whatsoever. Just go straight in for the lock-in. Not really much thought you have to put into this first place. It's almost a bit easier to have a game plan going into this. You just need to look at the map, check out what that one ban is, and there's just a wealth as far as selection of survivors that you can go for. But in this case, something to look forward to is this Dream Witch making another appearance for QY. So another thing that we're going to look out for here is whether or not we'll see QY have a little bit more success going into this particular half on this particular hunter, or will it somewhat be reminiscent of the performance that we saw last?
One thing to add to that equation that you just said there with how QY would perform is he performed, he struggled a little bit in Arms Factory. Now, adding the huge map like Ever Sleeping Town would definitely be a pro and a con for both the survivors and the Dream Witch, depending on the rotation, depending on the ciphers they push, and depending on how QY can make his presence felt here in Ever Sleeping Town. So, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here's the lineup. We got YJJ on the Priestess, Seer as well as the Mechanic, and forward, no Mercenary here, and QY with that Dream Witch.
And the race is on as we head straight into it, guys. Let us know in the chat who you all are rooting for. It is the battle between mainland China versus mainland China, but only one can continue to do their region proud as we head into the next lap, which leads us into the Ever Sleeping Town. Come one, come all. This is going to be the second match. First game, or day 3 of the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. And QY looks like he's on the hunt and ready to go.
QI making a sweep around the center of this map, trying to look for someone, and found SXY over near the graveyard, and now shifting his attention, carrying detention as well as trump card, starting things off, I believe, with Patroller. A great pick. You need to be very calculated with your aggression here because it's all about placement when you drop that Patroller. Leeches YJJ already. This is actually a great target just so that the Priestess can exhaust all her portals so that the survivors won't be able to have an exit strategy coming into late game.
Yes, and okay. So, pretty good start off here. I think this would be a huge asset for QI if he could close out on this Priestess a little bit early on, just so that you don't have to deal with those pesky portals in the long run. And it does look like YJJ is already starting to position in, but
the owl, it ran out. He waited for it, but look at that holy key being used. The Patroller is still on her, gets that swipe, an early hit. We do see some Cypher progress, so the Priestess is doing a pretty good job in containing, but how long can she do this? We're gonna see QY go for another Patroller, but with the forward, excellent forethought here, because the forward can definitely stifle the progress and the aggression of this Dream Witch.
Yes. One thing we also have to take into account of is there's just a lot of factors going on. QY, great build up here. It's just another one of those things where we're making sure that Hunter does not have a dull moment as far as the chases. On the flip side though, a pro for X-Rock right now is that this mechanic is still running free on the map. So there you go. Another chomp onto the Priestess. Can this follower close out again? This Priestess would be such a huge asset to X-Rock if kept up, but a detriment, losing out on a little bit of the slipperiness he could have had on Ever Sleeping Town if this Priestess does go down and onto a rocket ship.
Priestess doesn't have that much pallets to work with anymore, and we see that QY was closing in. Switches just to see the mechanics doll. Excellent swipe there just to see where the mechanic is at, but then this Priestess able to slip away from the grasp of QY. So attention is being dispersed, divide and conquer. That is the way to counter this Dream Witch. And look at that excellent heal on the side of that forward, just so that the forward can go for those stuns and go for those rescues. Resources are looking pretty good on the side of the survivors, considering that we still have 4 ciphers remaining.
Yes, and okay, QI trying to get into proper position before eventually designating two followers currently on the tail of YJJ, but the timing wow, indeed.
Yeah, look at that. Able to get away, distance themselves. Again, Corner House and Priestess is such a good combination, especially with the Holy Keys. The Patroller is still on her, so QI has to time this right, and he did that with just the leeched followers. So excellent down, but are they going to 2 ciphers remaining? And we're going to see 1 cipher pop already, so they are pushing for that endgame.
Yes, indeed. And just 1 more to go for them. Still a bit of a way to go, but phenomenal progress. Best thing about this for X-Rock right now is, okay, YJJ will be committed towards a rocket chair, but it's all 4 survivors still alive and kicking, 3 of which are still at full health. So there's a lot to work with, a lot of resources that X-Rock still has to actually get a good game out of this.
You see that the Seer is over there at the graveyard. He already got his anti-curse, and now we see that the wanted order is put on the forward. Now, question is, how will they time this rescue? The forward is making his way. We do see that QY is piloting the main body, goes for the rescue while QY was piloting the main body. Excellent utilization of the football, and now SXY buying some time, as well as QY getting his attention diverted to the last cipher that's remaining, but another cipher is also being worked on.
Yes, just to have that plan B, since Graveyard is currently not the best bet with 2 followers in the trail. It doesn't seem like that Seer had to abort. There you go, taking down any further slipperiness from X-Rock right there. But still, like I said, X-Rock has a lot to work with nonetheless. And look at these 2 ciphers already nearing completion, so that gives them a lot of options with what they want to pop, depending on what happens within these next few seconds. They can afford to down at this.
Yeah, they're forcing the the battle to happen at Graveyard. Now moving their attention over here to the exit, the fake exit, if you would, or the exit part of the map. Now over at the rows and the columns, nice juke there on the mechanic. Will she go for the pallet drop? No, oh wow, she ate that hit. Good trade just to buy a little more time. QY now gonna get that leech on that mechanic. QY is still fighting, but 2 ciphers are still remaining. We're seeing a back and forth battle between the graveyard and this exit here. What will pop first? QY's attention is being diverted.
Yes, there's just so much that QY needs to account for, and there you go. That's going to be the down, but will the pop follow? Yes, indeed. Back up they go, and T is going to run for the hills. Drops that pallet just for an extra contingency, but of course, QY not going to want to have any of it. Tries to drop the patroller, and we'll just chomp straight on to this particular survivor. Question is, can the down come on? X-Rock, though, has all the luxury elsewhere on this map to make sure that they get all other survivors out and safe.
That's true, and SXY, great drop on that pallet just to use it, but we are going to see him try to get away from his leech. He does have a decent amount of football, used it right up away. T is gone. SXY is rotating away from his leeched follower. It's going to be a tough struggle here for QY to try to down some of these survivors. The tension will be a factor, so can he deny some of this? Can he play defense and salvage some of these survivors? Going to get a swipe on the Seer.
Yes, can potentially go for more, though. Transverses over to this other follower. Not going to be able to sniff out anybody, though, as everyone else is already making their way towards the other side. Going to try to go for safe passage here. Sky just SXY rather just kind of still sticking around. Going to drop that survivor towards a rocket tier. Will they potentially try to go for a save, or just go straight for the X's this time around, because these survivors are still lingering around the area?
Well, the thing is, Articona, this is the first chair of the Seer, so they can still compose themselves. They can still try to weigh out the tension like what happened in the previous match. So I guess they're weighing their options, trying to get their anti-curses out of there. No rush, because again, we know that QY is trying to guard the exits, because he knows that they will be trying to go there. So maybe they're just trying to collect their options, communicate with each other, think of a rescue plan on how to get the Seer out of there, because halfway is already done. We see them disperse. We see the forward trying to get out his leech. That would definitely help them out. Billy is the only one that is in the rocket chair. The clock is ticking. Will they commit? The priestess already open an exit gate, waiting for an exit strategy. I believe that the forward will try to make it there. YJJ is being chased away, and we're going to see another exited just right over there at the exit. So definitely something to take note of. SXY, oh, we see Billy expiring already. SXY trying to make it out there. He is so close to the exit, trying to make his way, but look at that. Oh, gets the hit. No more detention.
Yes, no more detention, but still has to be very careful. Going to try to make a way for the dungeon, already nearing very close. Will the follower come in time? That will not be the case. Jump straight in, and that, ladies and gents, is going to be a 3 survivor escape total, meriting a 3-1 in favor of X-Rock for this first half. GG, well played. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say more. Again, when it comes to the Dream Witch, the survivors are just known to be able... There's already a blueprint, right? It's divide and conquer. They made sure that their rotations were really good. They made sure their chases lasted long, and they were so good with the ebbs and flows in terms of they knew when to heal up if someone was being chased. They knew when to divert their attention to popping ciphers, and they knew how to position themselves really far. It was a great job by QY really defending the late game and downing that Seer, because these are very slippery targets, and for him to be able to down that Seer that late in the game just shows the prowess of the survivors and how they were able to survive. This was Dreamwitch Patroller, so he was really trying to pincer them off and try to find these ways, but they were able to utilize the resources well. They were able to utilize the environment really well. They knew when to give the priestess that owl, and they knew how to use the holy keys and have that forward be a threat constantly as the match went on.
Yes, and in all fairness, like, that was... yeah, just those last moments, very impressive coming in from the survivors. I was really worried, because in all fairness, to the hunter's benefit, very proactive, not a dull, again, just the usual not a dull moment, but survivors were just so good at rolling with the punches. Looking at the stats here, a lot of decoding were coming in from both Billy as well as T. As I mentioned earlier, that was one of the best things for X-Rock, by the way. This mechanic, the dolls were virtually almost near left untouched for most of this game. There was a very consistent pop towards the middle, but it did take a while towards the end to get that last pop up. But hey, you know what? It worked out in the end. A lot of that last Cypher Pop complication was because of the fact of how that Dream Witch was able to put pressure on both of the ciphers. Rather, the initial cipher that they were working on, transitioning over to the other one. But eventually, good thing is X-Rock eventually got their bearings towards to pop that last one. That last pop afterwards did take a bit of a while since they did want to try to still salvage that 4 survivor out. But you know what? 3-1 still a great way to start off this year.
Yeah, that's that sequence. We've seen that so many times yesterday and I believe the day before when it comes to Dream Witches, because Dream Witches, their late game defense on ciphers can definitely be very scary. That's why the survivors on the side of X-Rock really knew they had to take their time to try and pop that last cipher. Now, switching over sides is going to be Tianba. And you see the, wow, a lot of passion coming in from the crowd there. Tianba survivors really known to be very consistent. But speaking of consistency, the X-Rock hunter Afu is also known to do a lot of damage.
Yes, so with these players taking the stage, X-Rock, I'm really looking forward to this, by the way, because as I said, as far as the success for X-Rock side, the Hunter has been raking up a lot of the points throughout their regular season run. So I have high expectations, very, very high expectations for this particular player going into this. But you know what? Before we talk about their Hunter a bit more, let's go ahead and check out the survivors first for Tianba, because they are definitely not players you want to underestimate either. Starting with Chin KK.
KK using the Gravekeeper here. Gravekeeper seeing a lot of the meta now, especially if the Mercenary is banned. We see that the rescuing round per round is actually pretty good with the solid 1, as well as the containment time, probably due to the shovels, and you also know that he probably also rocks that Mercenary. Moving over to Yozi, a lot of clutch moments in his match. I think when they performed in the first day, using that Seer. Also has a stun record of 1, so this is one of those players that can rock the kiter and can rock the rescue / stunner.
Yes, meanwhile, transitioning over to our next survivor is Xiaoqi. 245% decoding progress on a priestess, by the way. So that's pretty interesting. Probably off of a spread based on other survivors he would have otherwise used as well. But at least that just goes to show really a lot of trust that he has in his team to make sure that they keep the Hunter contained.
Yeah, and moving on to the forward of the group. Again, these are just preferences or a character they're known for, but if these get banned, as well as you saw previously, like that priestess, and then had like the containment time is really small, maybe he's also a mechanic because that decoding progress was a lot. But this forward though, a lot of decoding progress and almost about a minute of this forward, a lot of decoding time as well as containment time. So definitely a well-rounded survivor team. But here we go, the classy and the very legendary Afu.
Yes, there you go. Afu. Look at that. 4.0. This is why X-Rox's Hunter is not one to underestimate. Those are some pretty high stats across the board. And with a favored Sculptor, I am really hoping we get a taste of that Sculptor once again going into this first round. And
yeah. A lot of people also, aside from that Sculptor, Tikuno, Afu is really known for his Axe Boy performance in IVL. So as much as you want to see that Sculptor, I want to see that Axe Boy. And will they be granting him that Axe Boy pick coming into this? As we all mentioned that, you know what, once first rounds, no bans on Hunter, definitely going to see that Sculptor or that Dream Witch come out. But I want to see them take X-Rock to round number 3 so we get to see a little more of the resume of Hunters coming from Afu.
That's a very good point. And taking note of the map that we're entering, by the way, Ever Sleeping Town. So definitely leaves a lot up in the air for X-Rox's Hunter to bring to the table going. In which case, there you have it. Both players just kind of in this right now. Take note, we have a 2-point deficit right now that is going in favor of X-Rock, and just based off pure expectation, there's a lot more riding on the survivors for Tianba, since the expectation for X-Rox's Hunter is to end up on the better side of things, but that's just pure assumption right now based on how performances went over the regular season. Could be different going into this actual quarterfinal. We'll just have to see how it becomes a culmination of how much X-Rock and Tianba has prepared as we head into the pick and ban. Something that I'm really looking forward to seeing pan out, even if it is just the second half for me.
Yep, a lot of options for Afu in terms of the hunter going for the mechanic ban, so allowing the mercenary to come through, meaning I guess he wants to take his time when it comes to hunting. Usually in this map, yeah, you'll definitely see a priestess. I wonder if Explorer is going to come in. It's definitely a big map, but not so much grassy patches when it comes to hiding. But they'll definitely, we definitely have seen a lot of survivors once the mechanic is banned, they go for the Explorer, but sometimes they don't even try to go for a decoder and just go for like a heavy lineup of the International. And we're seeing that right now play out. We see the Priestess come in, the Mercenary, the Forward, as well as the Seer. All these can be a nightmare for the Hunter to have a first chase.
Yes, and it's okay. Yeah, definitely gonna go for a lot more patience if they do decide to lock in this composition. Not really gonna opt for a alternative to the mechanic, but if Tianba is confident enough that they can play towards the long game, wherein they don't really need that extra jolt to get those ciphers early on, then you know what? I'm all for it. And it looks like they're still thinking of it though, because they are hovering over the characters, not committing towards a lock-in just yet. But this is a pretty sound composition nonetheless, especially given the size of this map. I would not mind not having a decoder going in.
Yeah, double downing on your statement. Definitely more than a sound composition. This is the composition that we've always been seeing in when it comes to Identity 5 esports, especially in this meta. So having this locked in, and it seems like they're going to do that, is a very smart choice on Tianba's side, especially as you mentioned, 2-point deficit. So X-Rock does have X-Rock's Afu has some confidence coming into this match. Definitely has a buffet of hunters to pick from, and it is the Sculptor that is coming out first. We've seen the Sculptor in numerous maps, as well as Ever Sleeping Town, and she has wreaked havoc. I wonder though if we'll see the same happen, or a highlight of that Priestess portal exit yesterday. So many highlightable moments on that Priestess, especially with that global portal.
Yeah, especially on a map like this. If ever that Priestess is left unchecked, where the Priestess can not only keep herself in check, but also supplement the other members of Tianba, then that could potentially spell trouble even for such a talented hunter such as Afu. But you know what? Picks have been locked in. Here's your spread of survivors and the hunter going into this game. Chat, let us know who y'all are rooting for, especially based on the composition that we have locked in here. Do you think Tianba will have what it takes to try to equal it out against X-Rock with the 2-point deficit that they're currently facing right now? Or do you think X-Rock's Afu will take it? Let's go ahead and lead on to the race as we head in just a bit.
Are we going to see some dabs for Tianba or dabs for X-Rock? Please put them in the chat. I know Grizz puts like different heart colors. Actually, yeah, purple hearts probably for X-Rock, and Tianba with, let's say, yellow hearts. Let's see that going works on the chat. Yeah, I know Grizz is hanging out in the chat, so he will be monitoring you guys. He will be looking. So be nice. Here we go. Afu spawning over, I believe, at the corner house, trying to sweep his way towards finding the most optimal target, which has been the Seer for most parts. But you know, you did see that Priestess try to get downed in the first round, but again, can be very slippery. Is carrying detention, so he is accounting for endgame. So we are going to see, I think also is carrying teleport, so quenching effect might be a factor if he's not able to get presence within the first 50 seconds of this match.
Absolutely, and look at this. Afu will be spawning Yochu, so gonna try to get the landing already at half, by the way. Yoshi forced to use out that owl just to grant himself a little bit more extra time, some extra blasting power going up against Afu. And the scary part here is that Afu is already within close proximity of the survivor. Bobo will be in the area to try to supplement, but nice coming in from Bobo to try to grant some distance for Yochu.
Yosu, again, just making sure he gets as much distance as possible, using that opportunity of that stun to move over to to a better part of this map to try and kite as long as possible. But again, it's so hard with all these statues coming at you. He is running in a straight line. We've seen this before with Paul Blems, where he was able to lure the hunter into a false sense of security to get run over by that tram. But in this sense, Afu is able to down his first survivor, but another survivor is waiting at the wings there, as well as a global portal, so a normal portal. So again, Afu, great, excellent, the down, as well as a cleanup of that holy key.
Yeah, still nonetheless a great start here for Afu, because Cyphers are only just about to reach completion, and as a result, should they decide to go for a rescue earlier on, then that's gonna slightly, just ever so slightly, put a halt onto a bit of the progress. Not to mention, we did see the forward kind of committed earlier to supporting this here, so the progress on Cyphers has been nothing short of just simply steady. Not quite the rush, but then again, given the composition, that's kind of what they're dealing with.
I would still say that Afu is playing this very wisely, because again, they have 2-point leads, so they want to be able to camp. Afu again exploiting the ever so powerful camping tools of this sculptor, and making sure that he secures one survivor, because it makes it all the more harder for these guys to catch up in points. He wants to be able to secure this round just so they'll have a little more confidence coming into the next one. And King K gets an excellent drop there, half-life already, but you're going to see a Seer go back to the manor.
Yes, that's already one out for Tianba. Can Afu go for more? There's a lot of room to work with. 3 Cyphers with some pretty decent progress on them, one of which is already finished. So there's still a lot of groundwork that Tianba has to work with here. A decent start, but then again, with only 3 survivors remaining, they really need to start picking up the pace.
Yeah, Afu committing to this mercenary. Oh my gosh, the tram once again, the most devastating hunter in all of Call of the Abyss history, gets Afu, but he is still determined, uses that teleport, doesn't care if he gets run over. This girl's in a wheelchair. How dare you, driver of that tram?
That is just huge violation right there. But I think this was a smart move right here, transitioning over to pressuring a Cypher. Not to mention, you don't want to waste too much time chasing up all the way towards the second door. Is it gonna be another one?
Oh, the carnage! My gosh. She is in a wheelchair. Can you guys honk? Okay, I'm pretty sure they do, but this is definitely a break that Tianba needs to be able to capitalize on, because this is definitely a change of pace, a halt in the momentum of Afu, because he already used up his teleport. The slippery target known as the Priestess, able to gain so much distance, so much mileage away from Afu. Now Bobo is in the area, but with a decent amount of football.
Very decent, in which case, but yeah, Apu looks like we'll continue to commit towards Bobo. We're going to start smashing in some sculptures to not need to close out any distance. Bobo will use that football to try to distance himself, but Apu is slowly closing in. We'll proceed to the second story of this building. Apu not going to be buying on it though. Notice the transition towards the ground floor, and it's going to be a nice close in. Will it work out though? Pallet drops coming and back and forth, going to deter Afu a little bit there, but this forward might want to move on to a better area, and that will happen.
We see that this forward is buying so much time and so much attention away. Vaults it, but has the vault right back. He's so good at juking this this sculptor. And you see the priestess going for that heal. Excellent resiliency here. Excellent timing on that heal as this forward is able to get the attention away from the rest of the survivors. 3 Cyphers are so close to being popped. Actually, 3 are left, and you know what? They are investing a lot of time. But teleport is going to be a big factor for Afu, and depending on where he sets his sights to, he wants to go for that tie. Goes for the teleport. Where are we going? Corner house. Tries to find a target there, but just hits the priestess's portal. Again, excellent disbursement of the survivors in this mid-game match.
Yes, now Afu is gonna try to find another target. Looks like wouldn't have to wait long actually, as he finds this priestess, the one that has actually been causing a bit of problems as to why some of these survivors have managed to become slippery on this map. So looks like at this point in time, Afu just trying to keep note of these Cyphers as well.
Articuno, that priestess, the one that got away, the one that's causing so much trouble in this match, just using those holy keys just to gain so much distance and get exit strategies whenever Afu gets that teleport. And Afu just has to play cleanup and try to be able to not allow this priestess's presence to be felt. Now going back to the mercenary trying to make his way to some real estate advantage here, but again, the palace were already being dropped there. This Cypher is so close to being primed, but then the delayed effect, going to the corner just to buy some time. The delayed effect is going to be a huge factor coming into this. Can he down this mercenary before the Cypher is primed and ready? Again, it's just so hard to down this mercenary, especially with that delayed effect, and the Cypher is already primed. We're going to see a hit of the mercenary. Pop of the Cypher, not quite yet.
Oh my goodness, that was unfortunate timing for the mercenary right there. At the wrong place, at the wrong time, and as a result, they did have to hold off on that pop right there. Might want to try to go for that rescue first before going to full commit onto it. Luckily, this is the mercenary's first time on the rocket chair, so they have quite a number of seconds of luxury to work with, but they had to act fast.
Yeah, they do. Well, Bobo, again, going for that rescue, knowing that the priestess is ready to pop that Cypher once the rescue's made. I believe he still has Tide Turner. Yes, he does. So that'll buy a little more time for him to gain a bit of distance here, but they're going to have to time this Cypher pop just right, because again, once he falls down, that's when they have to pop that Cypher. Priestess is waiting at the wings. You see that the forward is over at Graveyard. Did make that save before the halfway mark, and both of them will be falling down. So Afu, again, needs to pick and choose wisely, and he is going to commit towards this mercenary.
Very interesting, in which case mercenary already going to make his way down over Afu though. Yep, he's going to make that jump, continue to commit towards this particular target. Tram, is it going to cause a problem? Again, looks like both characters were able to dodge around this time, but oh man, does fall eventually in the end though. Those sculptures are much to deal with.
It's so hard. This Tram is just going to be the most nerfed coming into the next season, I swear. So Afu getting the mercenary in the second round on this rocket chair, does have teleport. Will he be able to use it or use the chisel to check first? He knows that he feels like there might be a survivor coming around this area. Afu can go for just the ties because again, X-Rock does have that luxury. Uses the chisel, sees some scratch marks on the floor, and that is going to be GG's. X-Rock gets a tie over Tianba.
Yes, and as it all adds up, by the points, still very much manageable, I would say, for Tianba, but by the rounds, that is going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for X-Rock, as they have at least one win in their bank with a bit more leeway going into this round 2. And just like that, GG well played for both sides here. Not a bad way to start the second series, Poch.
Yeah, especially with how that Afu was able to recuperate when it came to the trams. But you did see that that was a moment for the survivors of Tianba to capitalize on, and they did just that. Excellent utilization of the priestess's portals. I believe like that's one of the most trickiest things to deal with. So the priestess knew where to be at all times to put those portals, as well as the forward just to harass and kite as long as he did. But still, going for the tie, that was probably the win condition coming to the mind of Afu, because he really went for probably a no camp strategy. Wanted to go for a late game, even detention being a factor. So as you mentioned, 2 points isn't a big deficit, but rounds go to X-Rock for this one.
Yes, and yeah, this is so far, if you're gonna look at stats, up to expectation with how X-Rock has performed, but at least to Tianba's credit, they're still putting up quite the fight. It's not like we've seen any wipes during the first half, so there is that glimmer of hope. They just need to step it up a little bit more going into the second round. As I said, X-Rock has a little bit more luxury. Tianba does not. They have to at least go for ties or the win in the second round, or else they could ultimately lose out on that series. But before that, let's go ahead and talk about what transpired here. So stats all across the board, Xiaoju was able to get a lot, actually across the board with the exception of this year, was able to get a lot of progress on these ciphers. One thing I'd like to give particular highlight to is look at the graph. First one was already it was an easy pop, But what kind of made it a struggle to reach those next 3 pops was the fact that there was a need to supplement the seer earlier on, which did hamper down the progress a bit more. But once they were able to get their bearings back, that was when the next 3 ciphers were a bit more easier. But then it was a little bit of a lull just because of the pressure coming in from the sculpture towards that last one. And you know what? Still worked out well for X-Rock.
I do see that trend when the ciphers pop towards the end, and I think that actually has to do with strategy. That has to do with that false sense of security that you and Grizzly actually highlighted when it comes to popping that last cipher. They prime at least 2 ciphers just to give that, just to make the hunter be able to split his attention. Where is the cipher wiggling? And I think that's a great job on the survivor side. The meta is ever evolving because usually they just pop whatever they can, but now they're timing it well. Even though that the seer did leave the game, I think they accounted for that. They definitely wanted to just prime those ciphers because we saw those ciphers just get primed and they move towards another one. So there's a lot of those, and you just get those chain pops would actually gives the hunter this like a desperate fight for them to be able to down more survivors because they're running out of time before they're able to exit the game. So a great trend that we're seeing because we always highlight the meta when it comes to hunters, but this is what as the survivors are also considering. Aside from people tag teaming, aside from the meta of not one survivor being alone and surviving on their own and going for the cipher rush, you see a lot of teamwork come in. You see a lot of owl supplements. You see a lot of stuns coming in. So it's a great performance throughout, and it's a great time to be a fan of competitive Identity 5.
Yes, so we're going to be looking at some of the highlights a bit here while we go on. So, yeah, just talking about this game, good juggle, good passes coming in from X-Rock, by the way. And yeah, SXY towards this last moment, able to go for that dungeon escape, resulting to a good start. This is the 3-1 that they needed to get that round win. Transitioning over to the performance from Afu here, like we said, was able to take the seer down a little earlier on, and this is what I was talking about earlier, which is why it took a little bit longer for that second, third, and fourth pop, because we did see some level of assistance coming in from the forward here. And then moving forward, it's like you highlighted, Poch, being able to keep more than one cipher prep. Initially, they did have that one, but the tricky part was that Afu was able to account for that one cipher. And what I do find commendable from the survivor side, at least, is that take note of the distance between that initial one that they had ready towards the one that they needed to prepare as well. So that really shows a lot of work coming from Tianba in this series. So not just by points, but even just right down to the nitty-gritty things of strategy. You do not want to discount them just.
And we're going back into the match, especially for match number 2 on the first half. Now pressure is it's getting quite it's elevating, right, on the side of Tianba. As you mentioned, that there's a 2-point deficit. We're gonna have to see them try to step it up in this next round, especially knowing that they have to secure this round to make that round number 3 happen. And based on what we've seen from X-Rock, they have not seen match 3 just yet.
They haven't. Still a bit of a way to go. I mean, it's sure it's a round win for X-Rock, but like I said, the light here for Tianba is they're not really contending with that much of a difference because of being able to go to halfsies in the second half. It's a 2-point deficit because of the 3-1. Looking forward to seeing in which case what the next map will be, because they started off this series with a very, very big. And we also had this discussion earlier where both teams were even favoring another big map, which was Lakeside Village. So I'm wondering if they'll continue up the tempo in preference of going with maps with larger estate to work with, or are they going to opt for something a little bit more smaller this time? Because even though by preference we're talking about two teams which prefer big maps, a lot of the success that a team like X-Rock has found as far as a map that they found success on is even the smaller map. So it just shows that they have that flexibility of being able to perform whatever is thrown at them as far as the playing field is concerned.
Okay. Here's a question for you, though, because there is a substitute hunter on the side of Tianba who has a sculptor. Mm-hmm. Now, what map do you think is the best for the two sculptors? Would you want to give that map also to X-Rock, knowing that Afu has a sculptor, or would you pick a map that where Taoxi's hunter, which is the sculptor, won't come out because it's not going to be favoring him?
Oh gosh, that is a good question. Well, one thing that we have to account for, I guess, is first off, are they gonna want to just straight up use the ban on the one ban that they now have on Hunter and take away the sculptor? That's one. Or are they gonna leave it to chance to leave that sculptor open and just try to choose a map instead that would try to dampen the possibility of seeing a sculptor come to play? But you know, that's the thing. We're on our third day of COAIV 4 Global Finals already, and there has been instances wherein, even if it was small, even if it was a big, the fact that that sculptor was open, some teams still opting for it regardless. So it can go both ways.
It could definitely go both ways. I would say though, when it comes to Leo's memory, we did see a little bit of success when it comes to Survivor side, especially with Dream Witch on Leo's memory. So I wonder, because we are going to see a switch. It's Tianba's hunter now that is going to do the hunting. I don't know if this is Tiaoxi or not, but do believe that he does have a very dangerous sculptor, and with the respect ban happen, because Ever Sleeping Town once again, they want to keep it big, gonna ban that Dream Witch. So I have a feeling Tianba's Taoxi will consider bringing out that sculptor.
Yeah, and okay, picks already coming in. Interesting. Ever Sleeping Town a second time around.
We've seen this before when it comes to Red Church. Yeah, they chose it again. So it's they seem to prefer big maps. And we're going to lock in with Ever Sleeping Town. Gotta worry about that tram.
Yeah, I mean, just way too many accidents. Third day into Call of the Abyss. So, you know what? In which case, yeah, with the mechanic as well as the mercenary locked in, X-Rock showing that they're not really a team that feels like they need to substitute in the mechanic. Just gonna play towards a composition that would be apt towards the map. And once again, Tianba's hunter, no hesitation whatsoever. Dream Witch taken away from me. I'm just gonna get this.
So we did see that the Dream Witch of, the sculptor of Afu did tie in this map. Now, Tiaoxing cannot afford a tie here. He wants to be able to set the pace of this match number 2. He needs to be able to try to get as much survivors down and out of the game as possible. So we're going to see, I want to see the differences between the gameplay and the style of sculptor gameplay we're about to see between Tianba's hunter and X-Rock's hunter.
Yes, and here you have it, folks. The spread of picks once again from X-Rock and Tianba. Let us know in chat who you're rooting for. Again, the playing field has been set as a battle of mainland China versus mainland China representatives. Only one can continue on in the top 4, though. They already have one of their fellow region mates in the top 4 as of the match that we had earlier. Can they join? Which one of these teams is going to be joining GG? Let us know in the chat who you are hoping to see as we start the race once again into Ever Sleeping Town. Come on, come on. It's the first half of the second round between X-Rock and Tianba for day number 3 here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. X-Rock able to establish a round win, not to mention 2 points in favor of their desire to make it into the semifinals. Can they continue this? Or will Tianba, starting off with Tao Jing, manage to turn things around and bring Tianba into a round 3? We'll find out as we head on in. Sculptor, though, looks like has potentially found the first target to Michu in form of SXY.
Yeah, if you note that he didn't bring, he brought confined space, so that would definitely help out his chase, but no detention, so he really needs to be able to push and push away the late game from happening. Gets a great sculptor hit as well as a regular hit to SXY. And now just going over the corner house here, SXY again has that flare gun to use. Taoxing is out in the open. SXY is thinking about it. No, saves the flare gun for later and gets an early down of this coordinator. Decent progress, but look, Articuno, the basement is here for Taoxing to use. Gonna get this early camp, so it's gonna be a tough rescue, but also on Tianba's side, it's gonna be quite hard going up there just to be camping around this basement area. Forward, I believe, is trying to duck his way into the area. Let's see who will be making the rescue.
Sneaky coming in from the forward, in which case definitely an unfortunate start here from X-Rock, losing out on a comrade earlier on. But you know what, given the composition that they have, this is somewhat not really expected, but considering they don't have a decoder, this is definitely going to hamper their progress a little bit earlier on. But they do want to play towards the tempo set game, so all they need to do is get the rescue, and there you go. Nice timing.
Body block coming out of the forward with the owl. Can he save and escort the coordinator? Gets the hit. Oh wow, excellent hit as well as a coordinator flare gun. Great combination here coming out of X-Rock as well as chemistry. SXY vaulting that window now, going to confined space will be a factor here, and look at that swipe from Taoxing, able to just harass the forward away, and now he is going to lock his eyes and set it on SXY.
Yes, and look at SXY dodging, ducking, and weaving all around those sculptures. Great job in which case, and just beautiful coordination, beautiful synergy coming in from X-Rock right now to try to keep this coordinator alive and well, but Taoxing already starting to close some distance, so have to be very careful. Again, the body blocks are coming in from T, but how long can they come in? Beautiful dodges, but the tricky part is, can go over the pallet. Yes, actually does manage to find success. Taoxing forced to just drop it as SXY continues to buy time for the team. A little bit of a steady build up here on the Cypher, so it's really going to come down to how much time SXY can buy the balls in the end.
Wow, that was an excellent juke there by SXY, but then again, there wasn't much to work with, so bought a lot of time actually, with two ciphers already popping. The Priestess is still out and about, like being able to put these global portals as well as the holy keys just to help with the survivors of the exit strategies, and going with the stairs just so that the sculptor's chisel won't be able to be a factor. Now T will be the one to go on rescue duty. No tide turner, so SXY's rebound kite is very important in this scenario here.
Yes, and SXY just trying to establish as much distance as possible. Already going to take an initial hit. Just one more sculpture smashed in onto SXY, and that could be a good done deal as the first survivor out of the game. And there you go, X-Rock's SXY is going to go down, but it is all good. X-Rock was able to maximize the time that the coordinator was able to buy, and look at this teleport will be coming in. Is it going to be the right one though? Yes, it actually is, as they pop the fourth one. So X-Rock is going to try to have to think, will they be able to lure the sculpture away from that cipher? But that might not be the case, but Billy actually falls.
Billy going down would definitely be a momentum shift for Tianba, especially after getting that downed and out coordinator. But again, we still have one cipher remaining. The sculptor can definitely cap that out and definitely defend accordingly, because the tide turner was already used. I believe it is the seer that will try to gain the attention or try to pop it. But it is T that is going for the gain the attention of Taoxing. But the forward is being rescued now. Still T over at corner house trying to gain so much attention away from the cipher. They are working on another one, Articuno, because I think this one is definitely way too hot for them to be able to touch.
Yes, and I love this precaution coming in from X-Rock, in which case making sure to try to heal up when they can, just so that they're, in case another chase happens, they're at full health. Now, big question is, how much time can T build up here? They are starting to work on that alternative cipher here.
Yeah, if you notice, T was actually building on an owl. Just a few more like looks and ganders at that sculptor, he'd be able to get it. Now shifting his attention, because he realizes that I think I'm taking too much time with this seer. I definitely have to try to see what other ciphers are popping, but now attention is being bought by this forward. Not so much football left for him to be able to use, so has to utilize the structures, and we see that the dungeon is there. Billy dropping that pallet just to gain a little more distance away. Now shifting over to to the graveyard. Nice rotation so far. Can he make it to Vault? But not quite. Tauxing again with a excellent swipe, and this is a down forward, going for that share once again. But the ciphers have been being pushed.
Yes, and gosh, YJJ already in the vicinity though. Let's check out the progress on these ciphers. So it does seem like they should be near ready to pop that once they're able to get the optimal rescue on this board. Now, there you go. The save comes in right away, and the pop.
Oh my gosh, just like that. Again, we're just lost for words here when it comes to the end game, because they even want to catch not just the hunter off guard, but everyone watching off guard. Dowxing now has to pick up the pieces of this scenario here. Billy, again, being a very slippery target, being such a hard survivor to down. Billy able to jump vault that window, while we see the Seer already working on an exit gate. Watch out. Gotta look both ways before across the street. Now Dowxing still being able to try to go for it, but the holy keys are going to be a huge factor. Billy making his way towards that side of the map, but the dungeon is right there. Dowxing is ready to guard it with his life though, but the exit is already open. The dungeon gates are open. Dowxing waiting for his chisel to be used just so he can be able to down Billy. Can he make it in time though? Billy dropping a lot of these pallets just so he'll have something to work with. And look at that. It's a foot race, Articuno. Billy on his way to that exit. Can he make it?
Yes, Dowxing, though, teleport will come in just so that he's the first one, and Billy is forced to just back away, skedaddle to maybe just go for that dungeon instead. Question is, can he make it? Sculptors are coming in left and right, takes quite a bit of damage, has to start ducking and weaving. Luckily manages to salvage himself, but Dowxing, he's starting to gain some distance, gain some momentum. Can Billy make it in time? Those sculptors are coming in, and down he falls.
Oh my gosh, that was so close. He was inches away from the dungeon, but Dowxing able to just reserve his teleport to cut off the corner of Billy's exit strategy. And we're at a 2-2 X-Rock. Oh my gosh, the survivors here, so resilient and always thinking of a backup plan to go with. And just shows they really took Dowxing to the limit.
Yeah, I mean, could have gone way worse in all fairness, especially given the moment where SXY went down. But you know what? X-Rock, just being X-Rock, was able to roll with the punches once again and almost escaping with 3 survivors. But you know what? Great job on Tianba's Hunter as well, popping that teleport at the last moment to deny that escape. And you know, instead of having to deal with a 3-1 that could have gone in X-Rock, at least playing it a little bit more safer as far as the points. 2-2, that is workable. Now, the trickier part here is that a little bit looking forward here, but with X-Rock's Hunter now coming into play, they have quite the circumstances to work with. But for now, let's take that breather of the first half for the second round as a GG wall.
Yeah, it definitely. It's even though it's a tie, there's still a bit of pressure because Afu, looking at his record, goes for those 3-1s, even when he was against B4U. So I would say there's some pressure. There's some pressure coming on Tianba's side because if X-Rock gets that 3-1, they win round number 2 again, and we won't see a round number 3. So they definitely they cannot rest on their laurels. Yes, the 2-2 was a great defense, but man, they need to be able to find a way and just really dig in deep because they're going up against X-Rock, and X-Rock is taking them to that limit. Tianba, though, definitely, their survivors, I would say, like, really impressed me during the qualifiers. They're so consistent, and usually they always get 3-1s and ties, but right now they have to aim for that consistent 3-man out.
Yeah, and this is going to be tricky, but you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the stats so far. So pretty much speaks for itself. YJJ and T had all the luxury in the world to decode with the amount of time that XXY was putting in, not to mention supplemented by Billy early on, which is why we got that 2 on early push, as you can see in the graph. Things got a little bit more trickier as far as getting those ciphers at a much more consistent pace, though, as you can see as it went along. Once X-Rock did reach that deficiency in numbers, but they rolled with the punches, as we said, quite well. And also, good job on Tianba's Hunter by keeping those ciphers intact, which did prove to... That's why it kind of went the length it did, just because of that pressure coming in from the Sculptor constantly. Nice rotations from across the map. A lot of ground covered, by the way, as well. So that was... pretty tiring ordeal, I'd say, for both sides.
Oh yeah, thank God there are no tram accidents. That's one thing.
Oh,
One trend I did notice to that graph is, and this actually I think is kudos to all the hunters because their defense is so good. With that last cipher pop, they're so good at defending it. They're so good at being able to find some holes in the armor of the survivors because again, we're just seeing this meta of that last cipher, that magic pixel of that last cipher being so hard to take away or so hard to pop because the hunters are just so ready to defend and push for that late game and not go for the gate war or the dungeon war because it was quite tough for Tianba's side to down a lot of those survivors. I think they would try to push for it if it came to, like, let's say 2 survivors left. But here with 3 survivors, again, the attention was spread out. They want to divide and conquer. And that's another reason why Ever Sleeping Town can go on the survivor side as well as the hunter side because of how spread out all the exit gates are, the dungeon, as well as the ciphers are.
Yes, and with all said, we're going to be heading into a second half on Ever Sleeping Town, of course, still being the map. Big question right here, just to set the tone here, because you did mention it earlier, and just confirming it with the stats as well. The stats do not lie. Both Tianba has some pretty excellent survivors on their side. Like you said, a lot of the success that Tianba has had in the regular season was because a lot more of the points that the survivor side for them was able to rake in. But so does the opposite. Xrox Hunter is also the reason for Xrox as far as why they were able to rake points on the flip side. So it's just kind of the best of the best for each side going at it with each other. And if we're gonna go by what happened in the first half, a lot of the percentage of success is leaning towards Xrox a little bit more, since it was Xrox Hunter that got the 3-1, which allowed them that round win. Can Xrox Hunter pull it off a second time around now that we have an additional ban coming into play for both Survivor as well as Hunter? That is something that is yet to.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Xrock, as you brought out the stats, the Hunter has been gaining a lot of the points. Now it's Afu's turn to do what he does best, and that is hunt and gain the points for the survivors and try to secure a safe passage for his team to head into the semifinals. And we're going to see just that. I wonder if the Sculptor would come out. I think it would, since the Sculptor was the one that got the 3-1 in this said map, but again, you have to know that Tianba is a learning survivor group. They are adapting. They're the newer model, and they want to be able to rectify that performance they had in the first one, just so that they can take this match number 3. So I wonder if he's considering going for that Axe Boy, because I'm pretty sure the Dreamwit, or they might respect the Sculptor, and that's going to allow the Axe Boy to come out from Afu.
I would love to see it, in which case, I mean, Axe Boy, it's such an apt pick. Once again, it's very appropriate for the map that we're playing on right now. Looking at the head-to-head, in which case, looks like we're looking at the Hunters for
2 Sculptors.
Actually, yeah, now that you mention it. But the stats, the difference, look at that.
Yeah, what's glaring here is the eliminations. Afu with that 4 and 2.5 for Tianba's side. So you have to note coming into this match, ladies and gentlemen, that Tianba really needs to change the stats here. They need to be able to not only get they need to get 3 people out, because if they get actually they can go for 2 2s. That's still fine and push for the late game, but they want to be able to secure this win. They want to be able to get 3 people out just to alleviate a little bit of the pressure and just come into the round number 3 with a little more momentum, because Xrock can just keep tying and they already secured that first round.
That's a good point. So, you know what? In order to determine that, first things first, let's go ahead and check out how the pick and ban is going to roll out. As expected, no hesitation whatsoever. Tianba just going to take away that Sculptor from Afu, not wanting to deal with that anymore. Good bans here coming in from Afu on the flip side. Priestess just does not want to deal with any more slippery targets on such a large map. Forward as well to stop anyone from deterring him. So, but on the flip side, this does allow a mercenary mechanic as well as a seer to go through. So that's another level of trickiness that he's going to have to deal with. But of course, it'll depend on how the first few seconds will play out.
Based on this ban, Bobo going for a cowboy here. We've been baited before. We don't want to say it just yet, but based on the bans, Not sure if he's gonna try to. Usually, you'd want to see a mercenary ban if you want to go for that Dream Witch, right? So, Afu thinking. I don't know if he has another hunter coming out of his pool, but I'm definitely curious to see what he has to offer. But based on this lineup, they do want to be able to protect that mechanic. Now, Bobo with the Cowboy would definitely be a wild card in terms of composition, but no, going over to the Gravekeeper. Thinking of a solid lineup when it comes to the international team. Gravekeeper, once again, known to be the substitute of the Mercenaries. So Afu is definitely going to have to time his aggression right, because the Gravekeeper can deter the Hunter in downing him, especially when he gets those shovels, as well as, getting in that dig state. Mercenary, we all know he's a very pesky survivor to down, and that Seer has always been an old but gold composition, like one of the members of the known composition here in Call of the Abyss.
Yes, and okay, yeah, Tianba just kind of thought of it at the last moment, but decided that, you know what, this composition is pretty darn good, let's go ahead and lock that in. Afu, how is he going to respond to this? Like you said, Axeboy is kind of up in the air right now, along with some other picks which could ideally come into play, but okay, it will be the Dream Witch that is going to come out to play, and no hesitation, just locks that in as well.
Okay, quite interesting here to see Afu's Dream Witch come out and play, as you mentioned, because with the Dream Witches on the table, as Grizzly said, it's so tasty to just take it. And we've seen that happen yesterday. I forgot what match it was, but they left the Dream Witch at the third match, and we saw the reign of terror of that Dream Witch just wreak havoc. But this is Afu's Dream Witch with a band forward as well as a Priestess. Priestess, I get forward, very interesting. So no stunners in this lineup to hamper the chase of Afu. But we do have a Mercenary, we do have a Mechanic, we do have a Seer and a Gravekeeper. So pretty, it's half and half in terms of kiters. We have one decoder, but when it comes to the tough guys, you have the Mercenary and the Gravekeeper to really buy so much time and go for those safe rescues against this very dangerous Dream Witch.
Indeed, and there you have it, folks. The nice spread out once again of survivors along with the Hunter will be seen as the race continues on into Ever Sleeping Town once again.
Match 2 of the second half here in Ever Sleeping Town. You are seeing Afu's Dream Witch at the center here, trying to scout out and sweep out some survivors as he moves around. Does spot one of them coming from that structure in the house. Yozi, though, we are going to see a plant of the Mechanic's doll, and we are seeing detention as well as trump card, a classic persona trait of this very dangerous Dream Witch.
Good start here, in which case, gonna down that doll right away. So that's gonna be a little bit of a breather here for Afu as he just continues on to commit towards the actual chase. So stars aligning for this Hunter towards the start, but question is, will it go the full galaxy for our Hunter? And okay.
Oh, wow, look at that time doll drop. Excellent timing on Yozi, using the Mechanic's doll to just buy more time. Beautiful stuff, but we have one less body to worry about, so the main decoder now is technically a blank slate, Articuno.
Yes, that's a really good way to put it, in which case, and Afu not going to be slowing down whatsoever, going to try to continue out the pressure wherever he can, continues the pressure onto this Mechanic. Seer Owl will come in, 2 followers are committed, just going to go straight for the whack, in which case we'll just continue. Afu wanting to make sure that he stays within radius, just so that these chases will continue nice and fluid.
Yeah, looking at the Cypher progress, though, 5 still remain, but all of them, 3 of them are being pushed. So Afu, taking his time, he really wants to down this Mechanic because he would definitely put a lot of pressure, gets the first hit on the Mechanic. We are going to see a switch on the bodies here. Yozu still gaining so much traction away because Afu did hit him with that leech. Afu going for another leech probably to try and find it. Oh no, goes for the Patroller just to stop the Mechanic in her tracks.
Yes, doesn't want to waste any time whatsoever, and this Mechanic is as good as down. Mission accomplished here for Afu as he brings his first victim to the rocket chair. Not really much of a long way to go. And look at this, playing the full defense. Not to
I would say that was a great drop on the patroller because I believe that the mechanic was trying to go for that tram ride just so to gain way more distance away. So dropping that patroller is really good. It would kind of sacrifice 2 ciphers, but still having a mechanic down is definitely good, as well as no more doll. And you see that he was forcing the Gravekeeper to use that shovel. So this is what the Dream Witch loves doing, just deteriorating all the resources possible. King K going for the save, gets the rescue, but gets hit in the process. We are going to see a great rebound kite from Yozu, going to go over to these pallets. Can she be able to drop it? Yes, she does.
Wow, but actually, a little bit of a miss out right there, as this mechanic will get a nice transition over to the graveyard. The chase will continue. Definitely a bit of a frustration here for Afu, but you know what? It is all good. Cypher progress is looking very, very good for Tianba though, so have to be a bit careful. That will be the fall of the mechanic, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, with this strap onto the rocket chair, that
basement
was,
though.
Wow.
Basement. Okay, this is gonna definitely be a game changer in terms of them going for these rescues, because the Gravekeeper can definitely go for it, has 1 shovel remaining. Tide Turner will definitely be a way to escort. Mercenary does use already the Tide Turner, has 3 elbow pads ready. Bobo getting that hit in, so it's gonna be harder to rescue, but it seems like King K is on the case, gonna try to wait and drop down, but we do have a leeched follower waiting for that Mercenary. Elbow pad's gonna be used, delayed effect would happen, but Yozi gets free. Mercenary is trying to body block with his life, sandwiching himself right in the middle. Yozi going back and forth, gets the Mercenary hit. Yozi is off free. He is committing to the Mercenary though.
Yes, gonna, might as well, since this Mercenary was already down and you're already near a basement. But this is good progress coming from Tianba. Look at that Cypher progress. 1 is already ready for the pop-in. And
oh wow, again just shifting his attention away from the Mercenary, gets leeched, switches to blink, so that's something to take note of. But and again, he's shifting his priority all the way to the center Cypher, just so that he'll add a little more pressure and give himself a little more time, because no survivors have been sent back to the manor just yet.
Yes, and there we go. That's going to be the down onto 1 survivor. Can he go for more though? This is a bit tricky. All 4 survivors up and kicking, but a lot of damage across the board as well. Here comes actually 2 of them already suffering damage, so it looks like mechanic will be the prime choice here. Will Mercenary make it in time for the block? And yes, he is.
Yes, he does. King K able to block that. Gravekeeper's first time on that rocket chair. That Mercenary has been the saving grace of this mechanic. And now we're going to see him go down already. But again, this mechanic has gotten so much time and attention away from the rest of the survivors. We are seeing the Seer push that. We haven't seen the Seer this entire time, so he has been decoding a lot of these ciphers. We're gonna see a double chaired, a tandem chair. Yozi still making sure that he's away from this Dream Witch, because she's already seen 2 rounds on the rocket chair.
Yes, and oh man, this is looking pretty good. Another hit coming in! But you know what? It's all good. This Seer has the luxury of going for a save before the pop, but Afu is already on the case though. So much pressure on the Seer right now to try to go above and beyond and get the save in. Yeah. Still very healthy though, so can't afford a hit. There you go, takes the hit and instantly gets the rescue onto Bo.
Wow, did you see that body block? Put himself in the middle of the chair and the Seer to delay that. Now, shifting his priority to Yozi just because that's the earliest reward. Gonna go to that Gravekeeper. Now you see the Seer thinking of where he's gonna be going, because 3 of his survivors or comrades are being chaired. 1 already back, 2 already back in the manor. Articuno, it's looking pretty good for Afu.
What is going on? Just when you thought that Tianba was going to get the full benefit of all 4 survivors, Afu just goes into plus ultra. The micromanagement going into this, making sure that all the followers are doing business on each of the survivors. It's just a complete 180 from what we thought this direction was going for Tianba.
That's the thing. You can never sleep on the Dream Witch, and we are going to see a 4K, 5 points on Afu. Put some respect on his Dream Witch, because it is dangerous with a capital D, and you can never discount the threat of that Dream Witch. Even though you saw those ciphers pop, he was just like you mentioned, the micromanagement. He was getting hits here and there, and you'll be able to see it in the graphics how everyone just started getting hit, and it snowballed towards the end. Grizzly said it, so dangerous towards the mid to late game is this Dream Witch, and Afu just soaking in this moment. They make it to the semifinals.
Yes, great job. I was fully prepared for the possibility of, I swear, first match earlier, I was already expecting the round 3 again going into this one just because of how Tianba was performing. I was expecting, okay, this is definitely going to go into the round 3, but no, that was not the case. And gosh, well played. Really want to look at the game data later on, in which case, just to paint a better picture of what happened. But there you have it, folks. We have our second semi-finalist going into getting one step closer to getting the champion title, and it is going to be X-Rock. But massive kudos for Tianba for putting on a great show even at the last moment.
Yeah, you can't discount Tianba because they played that really well. You're taking time. They were doing, as you mentioned, the baton passing, or they're able to gain the attention away from the Dream Witch. But man, Afu didn't even push for that late game. Just able to micromanage, able to find, and able to chair as much as possible. Again, that's one of the best things about the Dream Witch. Able to deteriorate the resources, able to dwindle it for them to not even know. I would say it's like quicksand. You're struggling, and before you know it, you're already like neck deep. And that's what happened towards there were just little minute seconds that changed the game there, and Afu was able to reap the rewards. But still, kudos to Tianba. They're one of the best teams out there, solid survivors, and as very scary hunters in QI and Taoxing. They deserve your love and respect, ladies and gentlemen. Please show that in chat. But the victory goes to X-Rock, the Purple Miracle.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, let's go ahead and check out the data as I was hoping to see. Look at the Seer, so much progress on decoding along with Bobo. So it was quite the build-up, and look at the inconsistency between the progress of the ciphers, and it just pretty much goes to show how much Tianba had to respond to whatever proactivity Afu had going on with the pressure from these followers. But this is the tricky part right there. Look at the small margin of wipeouts within the last few, past the 6-minute mark. That was where things got truly impressive, and that was probably one of the biggest highlights we'll get out of this tournament, courtesy of Afu right here, just going into putting the pedal to the metal at those final moments. Like I said, I was really expecting Tianba to force this into a round 3, but you just never know what you're going to get when you're up against a Dream Witch, and Afu proved just that.
Yeah, I think you have to give it up for Tianba's mechanic. Really good start in the early chase, really putting the pressure on Afu. Afu also brought detention. Detention, because he was accounting for that late game. But again, just the pieces that aligned and the domino effect towards the middle and the end, when you're able to spread your presence out to be able to just smother the survivors and really catch them off guard. He was able to just force the Gravekeeper to use his shovels, force the Mercenary to go for saves, made the Seer use the Owl right away, and made the Seer the main decoder because the mechanic was the kiter. So it's really forcing the survivors into different roles that really highlights what Afu was able to do. So excellent stuff on Afu. But again, guys, give some love and respect to Tianba because they really played their hearts out.
They did. Not just to Tianba, but like, again, all the teams, guys. There is nothing but love that we should be showing for all our players, all our teams, for making it this far into the top 16, playing in a tournament, let alone a tournament that is broadcast across the world. So much pressure, and these players deserve nothing but the best. And hopefully we continue to do that, spread the positivity in our community for all our players. And just like that, oh my goodness, that has been match number 2 between our two teams right here. We are only halfway through the broadcast, by the way, guys. Day 3, we're yet to determine who our last 2 players are, and here we go. Poch, why don't you do the honors? Our MVP for this match.
Ladies and gentlemen, dripping with class and finesse, Afu, your MVP, lived up to his stats that we showed, like a consistent 4-man kill. MVP count twice. We have not much terror shocks, but the thing to look for is eliminations. 3 on average, but we always see 4. We always see the big 4, the big 5 he always gets for his team. And Afu is definitely a hunter to look out for coming into the semifinals. And you said it, we already have a bracket on the left side of the image that we've seen. It's going to be GG versus X Rock to start things off tomorrow between the left side of that bracket. X Rock, again, so dominant in this performance, as well as GG. Both those teams, actually, they didn't see around in their run in Call of the Abyss. They have not seen match 3. So I can't wait, because one of them is going to have to move on to grand finals, and I can't wait for day 4.
Absolutely. And with that, guys, that has been match number 2. We will be heading into a short break, but before we do, don't forget to send your happy birthday greetings to my MC right here. Make sure, guys, keep them flying. We have a long break to go, so spend that break to send all the greetings flying on his social media accounts and chat. Happy birthday to Pochvice, guys. This has been match number 2. We'll be right back in a while for match number 3 for the quarterfinals. Articun and Pochvice at your service. We'll see you here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, the apex of competitive esports for Identity 5. See y'all in the
peace. You caught me off guard there, sir.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is their self now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
On this Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview.
总决赛第3日的中场环节。那么接下来呢，我们为大家请到的这个表演嘉宾可以说是特别有来头了。我们会为大家请到我们的天才魔术师 Eric Chen 简伦廷先生。接下来，让我们用热情的掌声有请 Eric 跟他的小助理，我们第5人格的赛事负责人张先生上台，掌声欢迎。
哎，啊，你先，谢谢。
哇，有一种魔法的感觉。
小仙台见。
来，请2位来到我们的魔法区域。
好，大家好，我是 Eric。这几天大家看这么激烈的比赛，一定都很开心。我想跟大家一起放松一下心情，因为我想跟大家一起做一幅画，利用这面墙。大家可以看到每一个方块，其实都是一个魔方拼出来的。意思就是说，如果把这个魔方打乱的话， 整面墙的图也会跟着一起乱掉。这样好了，主持人，你帮我随便点任何一个魔方。
我先来，对吗？
对，你先。
那我就比较随机了。
上面这个吗？
对，
可以。
1号。
可以，来帮我打乱它。来，你也帮我随机点
那
任何一个。
我选这个吧。
这个吗？
好的。
好。你帮我打乱它。
好，谢谢。
大家知道一个魔方有多少打乱它的话有多少可能性吗？ 一个小小的魔方有超过4万兆种不同的排列组合，大家可能无法想象这个数字到底有多大。我来解释一下，就算你每一天、你每1秒钟，你都在打乱这个魔方，你也要花超过800亿年才能把每一个排列组合拼出来一次。这就是为什么魔方这么难还原。但对魔术师来说，我们可以作弊一点，仔细看好。 完全的还原。
哇，哎，我没有看清哎，杨哥。
我也没有。
都打乱完了吗？
打乱了。
我这个也稍微的打乱一下，放这边。好，3个魔方，现在有3个洞。来，第一个魔方你想要放在哪一个位置？这是1、2、3。
那我放在1号位置。
1号吗？好
的，
把它推进去。 来，这个你想要放在2号还是3号？
那我就放在3号。
3号吗？好，这个呢就也只能放在2号。在我刚才说的那么多不可能的情况下，我们3个人一起拼出了这幅独一无二的图。但其实最不可思议的，其实是它的背面。
哇！
让我们一起进入到第5人格的魔法世界。
掌声，掌声！哇，这个
太厉害了
logo 真的是很棒很棒。但是 Eric， 我觉得你今天来一定不只准备了一个惊喜吧？
啊，那当然有准备更多一点。
那接下来就让我们把舞台交给 Eric。
好。
谢 Eric 给我们带来的精彩的魔术表演，这个就是真正的魔术师。堂哥，你好好看好。
Hey, bears talking animals. That's what we're talking about. Did I do it right? Did I do the thing right?
You did it right. You did it
yes.
perfectly right.
Awesome.
See, I'm very confused. Now I am on, wait, which direction do I have to look? Now I have to look into this direction to face you. All right, okay.
There we go.
Got it. So we are back. We just witnessed amazing matches. We have two teams already proceeding into the semifinals tomorrow, which is GG, who were able to defeat AL in the previous match. And in the match that was just happening, we saw Tianba going against X-Rock, and X-Rock decided that they want to show everything and they want to continue, so they are going to see the semifinals as well. Fantastic matches. I just want to highlight something.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about it.
The tram.
Come on, right? The tram. Oh my gosh,
that was crazy good. Even with the tram, we saw the tram was hitting twice. Even with these tram hits, it was still ending up very, very well for X-Rock defeating Tianba on these two rounds. And I have to say, that's what I remembered. Wasn't it X-Rock who took a tram hit when they were going against before you yesterday?
Paul Blems, yes. It was Paul Blems, the seer, kiting the hunter along the tracks, then didn't see. Then, gosh, I really think that the sculptor took all the tram hits this weekend.
Yeah, really accumulating all the hits for themselves. It's like, that tram? Well, you know, we have buddies, we have friends. It's fine.
Yes.
It's okay. That was really interesting. And in general, the gameplay that we saw was absolutely amazing. Just utilizing that sculptor again. We saw the sculptor going against, what was it, late game? Ford was trying to get to the gate and then was going back to the dungeon.
Yeah.
And we saw that one portal. For a moment, I was like, okay, there's one portal, and the sculptor was destroying that portal that was actually behind them. And I was a little bit confused. I was like, why is he destroying that portal? But then when he teleported to the gate and the Ford went back, I realized, hey, I am not a top player. I don't think about these things. So destroyed the exit route, and fantastic job from X-Rock.
I would say that's why that we're here. You know, we're here to not only appreciate the high level play, but also give the hype and that experience and that the amazing moments to highlight. Because as much as me and Arturo were trying to call the action, and thank you so much for highlighting that, because that was definitely a big brain play from that sculptor, realizing I gotta cut all routes, even though that it might buy me some time, buy them a little more time. So we're gonna move on to our next match, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure this is gonna be a barn burner. Weibo versus, I believe the next match is going to be
FPX.
Oh my god, okay, that match is coming. Okay, it's this one. I'm so excited. Again, both these players, both these teams professionally made in IVL, tried, true, and tested, and this is going to be a great match, Grizzly.
It is going to be a great match, and both teams actually made it yesterday, and yesterday we saw these teams. They both made it into round 3, and the first 2 rounds, Weibo versus MRC, as well as FPXCQ versus SMT. In both rounds, they tied up completely. No, not completely, but the first round was a tie, and then after that they decided to step up the pace right here. We had FPXCQ playing into round number 3, and I think that it was Weibo who was actually able to decide it after 2 rounds, and Weibo coming out with the Sculptor and Guard 26, so we might see more action of the Guard 26, a character that has been utilized in this tournament every now and then. Very curious to see what we can expect from both teams, from both sides in this match between Weibo and FPXCQ.
I like how you highlighted the hunters of that Weibo side. Again, you saw that the Dream Witch was past the 3rd match, and the Dream Witch in the first match is already very dangerous. What more in the 3rd match when you have 3 banned survivors, right? So coming into this match, FPX needs to respect that Dream Witch, just as, you know, we always say, even though like she hasn't made her presence that felt on the first day, we definitely felt the effects of that Dream Witch and why she's an S tier character on this day, on the second day, and also on the third day, because we saw how Afu was able to carry that, pilot that Dream Witch, if you would, to great success. And it seems like FPX ZQ will be doing the hunting, surviving first.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I have so many notes right here. You were right. Weibo was actually also going into round 3 because they tied round 1. So obviously they went into round 3 as well. Yeah, you're right. In round 3, we saw the Dream Witch, which was really, really showing that she is still a very, very legitimate hunter in this game. We have seen her in different ways. We have seen her in different ways. We have survivors really seen we have survivors seen that were really, really able to just kite around the leeches and to outplay the Dream Witch and get out through the gate with 3 survivors, or at least with 2 to get a tie. But we also saw how the Dream Witch was dominating on a few matches, on different matches. I also want to mention that we now have seen Lakeside Village today, and we have seen Munitaro Park yesterday. So we are getting to see these bigger maps as well. We saw the Ever Sleeping Town twice today. I want to mention this to everyone just because it could cause confusion. We saw the map twice because, first of all, Tianba or X-Rock, I don't know which team was able to pick the map first, was selecting the Ever Sleeping Town. And let's just assume that Tianba was the team selecting the first map. As soon as X-Rock is able to select the map, they can select the same map that the opponents were selecting. But after that, they cannot select the same map that they were taking. So you can't just say, hey, we're gonna go Ever Sleeping Town when we can decide, and we go Ever Sleeping Town again when we can decide. But both teams can actually pick the same map. That's why we saw the Ever Sleeping Town 4 matches in a row, which was actually, for me at least, a pleasure to see, because it's definitely one of my favorite maps, and especially with the tram and the tram highlights that we had there. I was spectating the chat. Chat was going absolutely insane, absolutely crazy that the tram is definitely OP. Tram will take the championship right here.
I knew it. Like, the tram is just gonna bust out once the champion's granted. Like, nope, it's all mine. But we already saw the excellent stylings of Iron, AK, MK, and we've talked of time and time again highlighting these survivors on FPX's side. You do see like some stuns coming in here, but you also see some rescues as well as some saves. So I'm really interested to see how they're gonna be playing, because you highlighted yesterday that AK, being a forward main, was the MVP of IVL. So an excellent survivor. But we have D coming into that mix, and D broke the trend yesterday, showing the dominance of Dream Witch along with Afu. So definitely have to respect that Dream Witch, even though it says in the stats that he has that sculptor.
Oh, I would say that all of the players that are playing on the Hunter side do have the Dream Witch and Sculptor down, just because it's the meta, and you want to have these Hunters down for sure to put more pressure on the survivors. We saw also the Guard 26 play on Weibo's side, which was extreme pressure on the survivors, and this is just what you want to do. You want to put the pressure on the survivor, and today we're gonna see the match between Weibo and FPXCQ. Right here we can see the Hunters both are comparing the stats of their Sculptor gameplay, and just looking at these stats, it really shows how amazing these players are, how outstanding they perform on the Hunter side. Question is, which of these two Hunters will give the opponent's team a harder time.
Going with the tail of the tape, it seems like D would that's what jumps out. 4 eliminated survivors. Well, Ken 2.5, but yesterday again you can compare their performances. They were able to go to match number 3. So again, it is just a glimpse of how they've been performing so far. But in a grand stage like Call of the Abyss 4, it's really hard to tell, especially when the bright lights happen. But Ken, known to be a very dangerous hunter, and monitoring the chat yesterday when you and Articuno were emceeing his match, it was a lot of them know the prowess of this hunter main that is known as Ken, and a lot of support. So I think FPX ZQ definitely has a lot to work with in this first round, because will we see the break in the trend? Will we see a match number 3, or will one of these teams continue the dominance of us just seeing match number 2?
Very, very excited to see the outcome right here, and I want to see some support, some love. You mentioned it earlier, I'm always asking for the hearts in the chat. Let's go for green hearts in the chat for Weibo if you want to see Weibo move on into the semifinals, and let's go with red hearts for FPX-CQ if you want to see FPX-CQ moving on into
theme. That's awesome.
Semifinal. Christmas theme. I mean, we are watching the Halloween trailer over and over again. We are watching exactly. We are watching the Call of the Abyss 3 music video over and over again. Let's just check into this little speech of Weibo D.
因为当时就是毕竟是野猪这个角色又比较太能拖了，我怕出现某些意外，所以就因为毕竟我们也占优势嘛，所以我就提前就拿了一个3杀，就并没有去争4杀，好像压力也不是很大，就有一点破罐子破摔的感觉，就破釜沉舟嘛，就其实好像反而没有压力了，就争取明天不要进医院，不要进 ICU。
There you have it. Ken, Weibo's D. Sorry, Ken being ZQ's hunter, but he said it best. He was very worried about the wildling's positioning, and we've highlighted it time and time again that the wildling having a breakout performance here in Call of the Abyss 4, as you mentioned in the match with Articuno, has been slightly overlooked. So definitely one to worry about in the lineup of FPX ZQ.
And I remember that match vividly. I remember when we had the forward and the wildling on the map, one Cypher machine remaining, and D was just pressured because he didn't know if the Cypher was ready to being popped. So he was pressured to put the one survivor, which was the forward, on the rocket chair. And after that survivor got sent back to the manor, it was an opening for the wildling to just get through the dungeon. And that was exactly what he was referring to, that he was going for the 3 survivor elimination, letting or giving the opponent's team the chance to actually go with the wildling to the dungeon, because you have to think about it. If the wildling is on the board, you can't really bring him down immediately, no matter what, and that will give a great opening for the dungeon. Now we are coming to the bans and picks, and what we can see right here is mechanic
something to know also is Moonlit River Park.
Yes.
D going with the mechanics, so allowing this priestess to come out. And we've seen pros and cons with this. We've seen the priestess run free in Moonlit. We've also, to the survivors, positive for it to work out. And we also seen it work to their detriment. But you can't deny that D banning and benching the mechanic would definitely work in his favor and definitely give him more time in terms of downing survivors. D, again, known to have a plethora of hunters when it comes to big maps. He does have an Anne. He does have a Dream Witch if he wants to bring it out, as well as a Sculptor, as you saw there in his player profile. So I wonder who he'll be bringing out as the international lineup comes in, along with the priestess, just to give a little more room for the survivors to move around, especially in the bridge part. Something also to note, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we were able to do our map bingo, and we were able to have all the maps represented here in Call of the Abyss. It took till day 3 because, as Grizzly mentioned before, Lakeside Village was finally chosen for the survivors to run around and try to run away from the hunter. And now, Weibo's D, thinking really hard, going with the sculptor. A very strong start for him because, again, he is known for his sculptor. He's very calculated when it comes to the statues that he puts down. And it's going to be quite the early game for him and who he will be knocking down first because, again, as we mentioned, Grizzly, Moonlit River Park is a huge map.
It really is, and we saw previously that just want to highlight the priestess again, that the priestess can just buy so much time. We saw it on Leo's memory where priestess was running in circles, just buying a lot of time for the survivors and really putting the hunter in a difficult spot. Will we see this again, or will Weibo D just try to get a different survivor? For example, the seer would be a great find early in the game because the statues, we already have seen that over and over. Statues canceling the owl and allowing the hit from the hunter. So we will see and find out. Also counters the mercenaries' prolonged surviving time if you can hit him with a 0.25 damage from the statues. Very curious to see how all of this plans out. We are jumping right into the action on Moonlit River Park.
And this video gets me so hyped up. The prospector just pushing the pedal to the metal and just going for it. Again, all of these teams want to be able to punch their way and march and hustle their way to the grand finals, but they have to get through the semifinals as well as today. And now we see D spawning over at the bridge. Looking at two-story, didn't want to go for it and going for, I believe, the tent area. Iron is over there. Iron being the forward. Not the best chase, but we are seeing that he is carrying teleport. So again, probably going to use that teleport when quenching effect hits just to go for that really good survivor. And also de-accounting for detention at the late game.
Ford immediately using a lot of his football just to get that distance and telling the mercenary that the hunter is on its way. And we can see Weibo D really trying to get that forward right here, because as soon as the forward football is gone, forward football will not be any danger to the sculptor. And as I just said, forward football is almost gone, and that might be an opening for D to just hunt down the forward even more and get the first survivor on the chair. He might relocate on a different survivor. Sees the seer now. We already mentioned the seer. Definitely a great find and was dodging that statue. One. Oh, running. Oh was
my
getting
gosh.
Into the hunter with the statue. Was taking that damage. And in addition, bringing down AK extremely fast. Great play from D. Fantastic job. Let's see if we look at the Cypher machines. Really fast gameplay right here from D. Concentrating on the forward first and then immediately switching over to the seer and having the first survivor already on the chair while all Cypher machines are still up and running.
And now switching attention back to that forward in two-story, just that chisel, that effect where she's allowed to camp as well as harass for map pressure. And being a big map, the survivors really need to fully commit to make that transition to head over there. They do have that priestess to give them some access to be able to cross that bridge, going back to ZQ's Iron, but still keeping the pace here against AK. But the mercenary is in the area of last stop. He sees him in the vicinity, will try to, again, use these statues and use them to harass the hunter, the survivor before he's able to make that rescue. And he's been so on point, especially in downing the seer. Gets the hit. Oh, Tide Turner's in effect.
Wow, what a play from the mercenary. Really dodging every single statue right here, coming in with the best that was possible, was able to do right here with a rescue and taking one hit. Fantastic job. You can see the seer utilizing the owl to just get a little bit of more distance, because we know as soon as the seer hits the chair, he's out of the game. What he's trying to do right now is to give the survivor team more time to finish these last 3 ciphers, but might not be that easy as it is said. Weibo D bringing down AK right here as soon as he lands on the chair. He doesn't have to worry about forward rescuing AK because he already got all of his football. And there we have it, the first survivor eliminated. Great gameplay from Weibo D. Survivors now have to concentrate on the ciphers, really have to bring these ciphers down. We can see they're almost down to 1 cipher.
And also, something to know, he has teleport, and just as I say it, teleports on over, but then the priestess using the holy key, but then goes right back, gonna eat that hit. Excellent utilization of the skills and traits there. Weibo D able to stop the Cypher Rush right at the bridge area. MK now moving over to first stop, but then again, the Chisel is doing a lot of damage here. One more would do it, but then again, she uses the portal to just get away from the distance of that Chisel. D is still looking for the most optimal target because, as you mentioned, Grizzly, that there is one Cypher that's close to being popped and another one is almost halfway.
Fantastic job. We can see Long the Mercenary right here getting away from that Cypher machine that he was decoding on, which could have been very, very important. We can now see the Priestess getting healed too, and we will be going for the hunt of that Mercenary since one of the statues was hitting. Only one more hit with the attack will do it, and it was actually a statue.
Oh my gosh, just going the big brain plays. Didn't see, just predicted where the Mercenary would be going, hit him through that wall, and Long will be the second survivor to see that rocket chair. D's placement, he's like a Jedi right now, just able to predict which move is going to happen next, and just so on point. So far, so good for D, but he cannot rest just yet because a Cypher is about to pop.
There we go, we have the forward right here preparing that Cypher at 99. We can see the Priestess going back to the Cypher that the Mercenary was decoding. Great gameplay from D, just bringing that Mercenary closer to the Cypher machine so he can now harass that Cypher machine, he can now harass that Priestess and stop her from actually decoding that Cypher machine. Fantastic job. Also have to say that it was
to note that the forward is trying to go for the save now, but then he's making his way to the tent. We see that the Chisel is being placed, so Iron will have to time this rescue wisely. Long is about to go, but not quite. He eats the hit, an excellent rescue.
And gets another hit on the on Iron, which is the forward. Fantastic. So far we can see that D is really putting pressure on the Survivor team. They had the Mercenary on the chair, who is usually taking a longer time to get out of the game, but they did not rescue before halfway mark, which means that Iron will get out of the game if he's seeing the chair yet again, and they are healing up. But D
the aggression. My gosh, D not allowing a moment or a lull moment for these survivors to heal up, making sure that the resources dwindle away. Iron is able to heal, Iron was able to get healed, probably to try to body block for his fellow comrade. Excellent utilization of the elbow pads for that Iron dash, but you see that Priestess still trying to pop that Cypher, but the teleport will be used just to keep chasing this Priestess away from the last Cypher. MK is forced to run away once again, and we've seen these portals come out before. She has no more to go, so she will be having to run by foot to 2-story while we see the forward healing up the Mercenary.
So much pressure on these survivors. We can see Long is getting healed right here. Nice pallet stun of the Priestess. They now have to concentrate on that one last Cypher machine. We can see the forward in the bottom left really making his way to that Cypher machine, and they want to prime it. Can also see D again moving the survivor MK into the direction of that Cypher machine. So even when she is protecting, when the sculptor is protecting that Cypher machine, that rocket chair, you can also protect the Cypher machine at the same time. But rescue is happening now, concentrating on the Cypher machine. That is almost. Will the forward be able to pop it? No, he won't. Fantastic protection from D. But Cypher machine is almost done, which could be in the survivor's favor, because if Iron is able to get him away, we can already see Mercenary making his way to the Cypher machine.
Holy smokes, the defense of D just prolonging this last Cypher pop. It is just one touch away. They were able to recuperate with their resources just a little bit, able to heal up that Priestess, getting one holy key back, but uses it right away, probably for an exit strategy. Iron and Long in the area. We're going to see that Chisel being used once again. Once we see a survivor, D will be on the case and try to go for it, but we're going to see the pop. Is it going to happen? Not quite. It is so close. One, just a taps, just a few more taps away, and they'll be able to push for that end game, Grizzly.
You can see, look at that, forward and priestess coming out of the direction from the dungeon, and everyone is now trying to get to that Cypher machine. They're going in together. If one survivor takes a hit, they can still make it and touch the Cypher machine. Forward is trying to take the attention. Long is taking it with the statues. That's gonna be extremely interesting. They're right here taking the hit, popping off that Cypher machine and splitting up, trying to get the Hunter's attention one by one. Really, what we can see right here is Long also opening up that exit gate over there. Is that the chance for them to make it through the exit gate on this side of the map? I don't think so. I don't think so, as long as he is right there on the gate.
Oh yeah, definitely. The defense of D is just like insurmountable. Teleports just to swat away and harass Long, but Long still having one more elbow pad. But the other gate, oh my gosh, the dungeon is also there. Priestess is still on her way. This is a huge map, so Long has to survive. Oh, but the portal, they have two. He's gonna try to knock them down, and he tries to get the after image, gets the mercenary, but the delayed effect. Is he gonna go for the forward? He is, and the forward's still not able to. He's gonna have to crawl out 70 seconds before he can go for that teleport. He's gonna have to roll his way all the way to the other side of this map.
I'm just speechless. Fantastic gameplay from the survivor side, as you mentioned. Forward needs to crawl out, but there is literally no chance for D to actually get to that other gate after he utilized the teleportation to get to the mercenary who was dashing away towards, when I said look at the gate, I meant towards the global teleportation.
Global portal, oh, okay.
What a placement. I saw it previously when they were coming in with the forward and the priestess just trying to pop that Cypher and utilizing that gate yet again, not only to come in to pop the Cypher, but also to use that portal to leave through the exit gate after teleportation was being utilized. Fantastic gameplay, and therefore giving FPX-CQ survivor side 3 points in that first match in round number 1. And next up we will see FPX-CQ on the Hunter side. Will we see the same result, or will FPX-CQ take the upper hand by even just tying, by even just bringing two survivors out of the game? That would decide round number 1 in favor of FPX-CQ. Fantastic gameplay, and you can't say that Weibo did anything wrong. He was putting so much pressure, especially late game on that last Cypher machine. They all had to come in. They all had to take the attention and try to take that hit to make that last Cypher machine work. And after all, they did make it work. After all, Mercenary was able to just use that elbow pad to get away from the Hunter, get through the portal, and as you said, was able to get down the forward, but that one was crawling out of there.
Yeah, just as you mentioned, looking at the statistics here, really push for that 9 minutes 55. But looking at the containment time as well as the decoding progress, the Priestess, I would say, was definitely the game changer. And always in these huge maps, it's just those moments where we're left with a Hunter when they see that global portal where it's like, oh man, this is the game changer. This is the one where the tides are definitely turning in the survivor's favor, and that's the threat you bring into Moonlit River Park, especially with that Priestess coming into that. And the timing, they were able to have that. They knew he used the teleport to try to shoo away the mercenary at that exit gate, but that wasn't the end game. They were just distracting the Hunter just to go there, just so that they can open the one on the opposite side. So 5-star rating, chef's kisses on the survivor side to do it to one of the best. D, as in we've mentioned he has definitely put a lot of points in the bag for his team. So for them to get that is definitely a vote of confidence coming into the second match.
I could not agree anymore. This was an absolutely fantastic gameplay. FPX-CQ just utilizing that Priestess. We mentioned it before. Priestess on Moonlit Park. You definitely want to ban that character, but then it's so early in the round number 1 where you can only ban one character. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna ban one of the meta characters, which happened, which was the mechanic ban? So the decoding speed is getting slowed down, because on such a big map, you don't want to just get Cypher rushed. You don't want to have the survivors rush through all the Cypher machines. That's going to be an extremely big problem. So it was a good call to actually ban the mechanic. You couldn't really do much more than one ban in round number 1. So therefore allowing the Priestess on the stage And here we saw it yet again. Whenever we say a priestess on the field, the priestess is always coming in with her portal, always surprising with her either global portal or exit strategies through her normal portals. Fantastic gameplay from FPXCQ, utilizing that priestess endgame in the way they did. Now we are getting ready to see Weibo on the Hunter side to tie this first round. He needs to get we see FPXCQ on the Hunter side.
Yeah, Ken. So Ken wants to be able to maintain this dominance that his teammates have been putting on them. So Weibo needs to be the one to get 3 survivors out, or at least manage the point differential. Again, we've seen a trend of us not seeing match number 3. So can this happen? As you mentioned, the Priestess being so dangerous, but now we're going to meet the cast of Weibo. We have Blue here, known as the Gravekeeper, but has a very impressive rescue, is 1.33, so definitely one stat to look at, as well as decoding. So Weibo Blue, also known for his, aside from his Gravekeeper, he has been bolstering the Wildling. And the Wildling, as you mentioned, has been making his way towards the meta. And I can't wait to see if he'll actually be coming into this mix. Or does the Wildling really prefer smaller maps? Because I can't recall if we've seen a Wildling in a big map like Moonlit. But as we move along, we see Ad here waving at the camera. He does have a mechanic on deck. Ad also been known to bring out the Embalmer. But Weibo, again, really wants to go for as much survivors as possible. Embalmer coming into the mix if ever these survivors want to just get a tie or just one person out, because the Embalmer having a great self-resurrect skill. But here we see the containment time is very impressive, as well as the decoding time. I wonder if the mechanic will be banned in this lineup.
That was just the question that I was asking myself as well. Here we can see Tang forward main, and the same thing right here. Great decoding as well as containment time at the same time. And as you said, what will FPXCQ's
Yeah, Seer. I was going to say it's super exciting to see the picks and bans, because I can't wait to see what Ken would want to settle with, in a sense, or decide on which survivor will come through. Weibo's Seer is getting a lot of support here from the crowd. I apologize, Tigers. I'm not too familiar with the pronunciation, but moving on to FPX's ZQ. We are going to see, oh no, not quite. We're going to go with here, FPX's ZQ here. I believe this is Ken. YMM, my bad. The Dream Witch. Wow, okay, so are we expecting to see this Dream Witch? The Sculptor has done a lot of damage when it comes to this map, but we have seen the Dream Witch of, I believe, DX yesterday that got a 4-man down. So again, if we look at the numbers, Dream Witch can also survive and thrive in Moonlit River Park. Yeah, DX, Do5. Yes.
You can't really say that the Dream Witch is necessarily
viable, would you say? Yeah, because we've seen both sides of the coin, right?
Yeah, exactly. We saw both sides of the coin. At the same time, FPX is currently in the lead right here, and definitely wants to keep that lead. So maybe going in with the Sculptor that we have seen so many times being utilized before. I am actually more curious to see the ban, because again,
yes.
We can almost say that it's going to be a mechanic ban, because you really want to get that decoding speed off the ground right here. You really don't want to deal with a mechanic and Turdol, especially on the big map like this, and you have to maybe go with the first or second survivor you find. Maybe you don't have the time to cross the entire map to search out for the mechanic, and if you don't have the time to search out for the mechanic, you will lose out on that very basically the best target that you can get, which will bring a lot of decoding for the survivors, which can put you in trouble, especially if the late game is happening so fast. So therefore, we just have to see which ban is coming in, but at the same time, letting this priestess in again.
Right, yeah, just also, it's crazy and exciting how we look forward to the bans, because knowing by the bans, we can predict how this is going to play out, because we have seen how a priestess can play to its full potential. But what happens if the priestess is not going to come through and the mechanic is going to come through? That forces a lot on YMM.
Not going to come through. Just said it. And I think that is exactly what FPXCQ was training for. They know mechanic, extremely dangerous decoder, and there we go. We can see it immediately. Mechanic got locked in as soon as priestess was banned.
Whoa.
And we might even see a prospector in this lineup. No, we won't. Playing with our feelings again.
We saw it yesterday, right? We saw that the prospector can definitely harass, but Tang going with the known harasser of Call of the Abyss, going with that forward. Looking like a pretty solid lineup. Again, we just had to swap from the mechanic to priestess, so I would love to see the duality of this lineup, especially just changing one variable can definitely change the pace of the game. I wonder if we're going to still play with the same hunter, which is Sculptor.
And see, I think that, yeah, exactly. I'm curious to see the hunter as well. And I think that FPXCQ was definitely preparing to play on Moonlit Park. And on both sides, right? They were preparing on both sides, the survivor side, where they have been utilizing the priestess, and now they have been practicing long enough. They have definitely been practicing to play against a mechanic team, and they have definitely been practicing to play against a priestess team on Moonlit River Park, and have decided for themselves that a priestess in the end game, as we just saw it, is way more dangerous than the mechanic can be when it comes to bring down Cypher machines. Question is, will this play out in favorites of FPXCQ by banning the priestess and allowing the mechanic into the game? Or will Rebo be able to push down these ciphers, bring in the decoding speed with the doll, and push to the late game extremely fast, outplaying FPXCQ's Hunter? We will see in this next match. We are coming now to the Hunter pick, and
yeah, I love how you were able to break down the duality of it, right? With the priestess, it's late game. It's a late game threat. With the mechanic, it's early game threat, and we're seeing a Dream Witch. And we've talked about this. We've seen both sides of the coin when it comes to Dream Witch in this map. It's still very viable, but we've seen how it can turn south for the Hunter, and we've also seen how it can turn south for the survivors. Now we're going to see that play out. Priestess not in the mix. It's going to be the mechanic. They're going to go for that Cypher Rush. They're going to go with the international lineup of that Seer, that forward, as well as the Mercenary. But Grizzly, this Dream Witch again can be a problem, especially late game. So him not worrying about the global portals would definitely give the Hunter a little more leeway to push for that end game. He just has to control the pace of the start and hopefully find that mechanic. But this mechanic really has to be a very slippery target and hide right away. And the doll placements are very important early game.
Extremely important early game. And we mentioned it earlier again. It's a huge map with the Dream Witch. You have to really put down leeches as fast as you can to put pressure on not only the Cypher machines, also on the survivors, and you want to find that mechanic early game. This is a make or break. If you find the mechanic early game, you definitely have a better chance of defeating that survivor team. If you cannot make out the mechanic in the, let's say, first half of the game, she can just destroy the Cypher machines with the doll and herself, and bring down so many Cypher machines within such a short amount of time that it might be a problem late game. Now we can see YMM going in for the survivor on the bridge, now searching for the survivor. Oh!
Yeah.
It is the mechanic.
Yeah, he saw that it was the forward, and beautiful snipe out of the mechanic here, carrying attention as well as oh my gosh, just when I was explaining the personas, he got a Terror Shock. This is going really well for YMM.
Immediately starts by bringing down, as you said, the mechanic. The doll was placed down, which is definitely a good thing, but is getting sniped out. We can see the doll might be in trouble. We can also see Ford is going in for the rescue, but we have the leech standing right there because the mechanic has been leeched before. No, after she was chaired. And here we can see Ford is coming in with the rescued, sorry, with the protection of the Seer, and another hit on the mechanic is happening.
So this would definitely hamper the Cypher Rush, because currently we're seeing 2 Cyphers being popped, but the Mechanic's doll is out and about. So he will have to be going down in a bit. But we are seeing Tang get a Patroller on his leg. And will we be seeing a hit on the forward, but Tang getting the stun? But the Patroller, again, being so good at just interrupting the actions of the survivors. Now the Mechanic going for another round in the rocket chair. Great start for YMM, but you have to admit Weibo is getting a lot, is getting some objectives being done.
Doll is down. We now have no decoding power from the mechanic on the field, which is extremely good for FPX CQ. We can see 2 Cypher machines, or 1 Cypher machine has been popped, another one is almost done, and the third one is also almost done. But this is putting a lot of pressure on Weibo. What are they doing now? Are they going to rescue? Yes, they are, and they are trying to come in with the mercenary. Coming with a very fast rescue. Tide Turner kicks in, mechanic goes down. Now, now we don't have the Priestess that we have mentioned because she was banned. Priestess could be able to, you know, utilize the Sword, rescue the mechanic, but that is out of the way. Therefore, mechanic will go down, will be the first survivor that gets sent back to the manor, and they are still having a little bit of a deficit when it comes to Cypher progress, because we can still see 4 Cypher machines up, and even if all Cypher machines are getting popped that are worked on right now, they still need a 5th Cypher machine. Very good pressure from YMM when it comes.
But you have to notice that Tang was able to de-leech blue, so that even though that the mechanic was sent back to the manor, they were able to get a little bit of the pressure off because there is just one main body follower that is around this map. Tang trying to hide around in first stop, but YMM gonna be able to leech him, and he's still trying to hide, but finds out that the leech is right there, switches to the main body to find more survivors. Tang only having the pallets to work with because he had to use his football just to gain a little bit of distance and try to go for those stuns away. Uses a little bit more, and we see that Tang gets hit once again. Oh my lord.
Fantastic blink to close the gap before the pellet has been dropped. And we saw that YMM was actually changing to the main body, going to the second stop because he was expecting the Ford to get into the roller coaster, but we also saw the switch to the leech right away, and saw the Ford getting away, utilizing that leech on the Ford to blink, hit down, and we now have the Ford on the chair. You can see the survivor team is working on their 5th Cypher machine right now, but that is forcing Blue right here to stop decoding and go in for the rescue of his teammate. He will probably throw that down to just get the distance, and takes the hit right here. Now allows the Ford to get away. Another blink hit on the Ford while he tried to dash away.
Yes, that negated the football, and my apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but the football still has a lot of utilization, but just YMM just negating the distance to be made by that football. Seeing the second round on this rocket chair. Now Blue being chased away. We are seeing the Seer try to pop that Cypher. 3 Cyphers actually are so close to being popped, but they're trying. They have to decide either to save Tang or salvage the situation because Blue does not have that much resources left.
And I assume they will leave Tang on the rocket chair because it's way too far that actually one of these 2 survivors could go in for the rescue. So now just focusing on decoding right here, which might be still extremely difficult to pull off considering that we have 1 survivor getting chased right now, who is Blue, and we have the other survivor trying to prime these Cypher machines. 1 Cypher machine is already prepared. They are popping off this Cypher machine on the bridge, now transitioning back to the Cypher machine that is closer to the exit gate. trying to pop off that exit gate cipher machine and go to
Blink! Oh my gosh, Blink on the side of blue, and the delayed effect would happen. And notice, Grizzly, that all these ciphers were popped by the Seer. So the Seer again making his way to this map. He's the main decoder. Does not have an owl. The mercenary is going down, and the leech follower, and goes for the pop right away just to bring up his fellow comrade. But detention will be a factor in this this kite for the Seer.
Wow, see that? Just getting caught in between these two leeches right here, taking one of the hits now. YMM is trying to find the last survivor, and this might be a back and forth again where we can see that FPX CQ is trying to get all survivors out of the game. We can see Blue is making his way to the exit gate, but the spawn leech might actually come in and prevent this from, the spawn leech might prevent this from happening. We can see Blue is trying to get away from the leeches, trying to buy the time for him to potentially get through the dungeon, which is on the other side of where he's going right now. But he also knows that the Dream Witch is most likely trying to protect the dungeon. So
yes, trying to cut him off, like chase him away from the dungeon area, right? But he did share the Seer, so that is a bold statement. He wants to knock down Blue already. Goes for the blink hit, but not quite there. So excellent juke there by Blue. Still buying enough time. Already past the halfway mark. Blue really has to find his way to try to crawl towards that dungeon, but YMM gonna leech him right away. So the difficulty just times 2 here, because 2 leeches will be following him. One main body leech, as well as the leech of this mercenary. Blue again trying to find the best area to kite in. We see that YMM trying to pincer him, trying to get that sandwich going, but it's only a matter of time. Blue again going to this corner, and he is gonna get sniped out. 5 points.
Blue, fantastic job, was trying to wait out detention right here, because he could take an additional hit if there was no detention, but we had FPX-CQ coming in with this extremely dangerous detention Dream Witch with 2 leeches from the front, and 1 leech from the front, 1 leech from the back, and just being caught in between these leeches. There was almost no escape for Vivo's mercenary to get away from that situation, and goes down, is making that a 5-point game for FPX-CQ. FPX-CQ securing that victory in round number 1 for themselves. Now we are getting into round 2, and that means that Vivo definitely needs to step up their game, definitely needs to, put the pedal to the metal, as we say it, and gets into the race, gets the race going, and really needs to get points to either tie or even win that round for themselves, so they can see a round number 3. On the other side, if FPX-CQ is just keeping the acceleration that they are showing throughout this entire tournament just straight up to the finish line, and they will win round number 2 as well. They will proceed into the semifinals already after only 2 rounds.
Something I want to highlight, Grizzly, and as you mentioned it, we were so interested in the picks and bans. The mechanic was seen through, and early game, YMM getting that terror shock really set the pace of this dangerous Dream Witch, of how he just put on the pressure and didn't let go. The aggression, the proactivity, whatever you call it, the multitasking of how he was able to just dominate this match. And if you see here, the time the mechanic was allowed, but usually you see her in the 100% mark. But then again, getting that early hit really set the pace of this match. I believe Ad was trying to go for that that drop of the doll, but it was the timing of YMM was just so good. But still, you got to give up to Blue, Tang, as well as the Seer here, really trying their best to salvage the situation. And Blue having the right mind, as you said, trying to wait out the detention for him to get that dungeon. But it goes to YMM in this match.
And as you said, we just saw it on the stats. Seer just popping off all these ciphers. On the left side, we saw Seer was popping 4 cipher machines, and we just saw the stats, 329%. He did over 3 cipher machines all by himself, while the team was getting him more time, while they were trying to kite around that Dream Witch, to outplay the Dream Witch. But in the end, it was a very crucial moment. You already highlighted it was the terror shock of the mechanics so early in the game. With these leeches, it's extremely difficult to sometimes realize where they are coming from, since if you have the main body, you don't have the heartbeat and you don't see the red light that comes from the leech. So therefore, it was extremely difficult for the mechanic to make out from which side that leech will follow. And that was definitely playing out in favor of YMM, of FPX CQ, bringing down the mechanic that early. We mentioned it. You want to ban the priestess, but if you ban the priestess, you definitely have to find the mechanic early in the game, because she can just put a lot of pressure on you. No matter what hunter you are playing, can put a lot of pressure on you if you're not getting her down immediately. And as we said, lucky enough, was finding the forward on the bridge early in the game, and then later on immediately spotted the mechanic and was able to bring her down. Very crucial early game for the Dream Witch, and that was the second match of
the second half of this first match. Yeah. The second half. Yeah, it was quite the turn of events. We've said that it was very important for this Dream Witch to spot the mechanic right away, and we saw that he did not go for that forward. He didn't bite on it. He really wanted to get that mechanic. We're gonna see the highlights here of both the matches. D again doing a great job with this sculptor play. But it was the priestess coming into Moonlit was just so dangerous, especially end game, for him to really down the survivors. Even though D brought detention, it was really hard for him to really knock down these survivors, especially the mercenary with that delayed effect. Was always a constant threat. And yeah, MK was for sure one of the tide turners here. And as you saw here, the gate being the exit gate for everyone going for that exit gate with that global portal.
And here we can see the very crucial early game. That's what happened. Yeah, now I see it. He was leeched. The mechanic was leeched and therefore forced through that window. And at the same time, that leech that was waiting on the other side of the window. I didn't get that during the match, but here we can definitely see the crucial moments. The blink hits on the forward, 2 blink hits in a row. While he was trying to get distance with a pellet drop, the blink was coming through and bringing down the forward. And here we saw he tried to get away from that rocket chair with his football. Blink hit was coming through. Such a perfectly timed blink 2 times in a row to bring down that forward. Also a very game deciding moment. And we saw blink was not working out all of the times. We saw Mercenary was getting away from that blink and really trying to buy more time to get the detention away and to get through the dungeon. But at the end of the game, we saw fantastic coordination from the Dream Witch, just catching the Mercenary between 2 leeches on the last stop of the roller coaster. Here we saw the venue again, absolutely fantastic venue. Sadly, we can't be there. Can't wait to be there again and cast on stage.
Yeah. I want to hear the roar of that crowd. I heard from you and Articuno that it was like palpitating, like you could feel the energy just roaring through the arena. And now Identity 5 is in this great position where it's getting global success. And I wonder how the roar of the crowd would be when, you know, the world is a better place and we're allowed to have international travel. We can only pray and hope, but I can't wait to share that desk with you face to face, obviously, Gaming Grizzly.
That would be an absolute pleasure. It already is a pleasure to have you here on my side. But yes, that would be absolutely beautiful. And we are already halfway through the day. This is already the 3rd game of the day. We saw GG versus AL, GG redeciding that entire game for themselves within 2 rounds. We saw the same effect when it came to D and Bar versus X-Rock. Within 2 rounds, X-Rock was able to decide that game for themselves. And 2 seems to be the magic number, because we also had 2 tram hits in this match happening. And we could see another 2-round game right here when it comes to Vivo versus FPXCQ, in case FPXCQ is coming out dominant in round number 2 as well. So it's really... It really is the number 2 that is the lucky number. We saw 2 perfect hits with the blink on the forward right here. Will we see FPXCQ proceeding into the semifinals after this round, or will Weibo put up the fight, get the tie or even the point for themselves in round number 2 and turn the tide, turn the tables against FPXCQ?
Okay, check this out, Grizzly. Okay, so 2 is the magic number. We're in round number 2. We have 2 bands coming in and 2 MCs. Let's go! 2 is the magic number. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's spam some 2s in the chat.
Spam some 2s in the chat. And talking about magic number, okay, let's not talk about the magic number. Let's talk about the game right here. Talk about the teams again. I'm very curious to see if Weibo can actually step up their game. They have seen what FPXCQ was capable of doing, and will they now ban? Because we saw the Sculptor. No, we saw actually Weibo coming in with the Sculptor. So will we now see FPXCQ banning the Sculptor?
Yeah, that's actually a good choice, because we saw that D was really good with that Sculptor. It could have gone any which way. It could have gone for the tire, that 3-1, but the Priestess again coming through. Depending on the map, you really have to respect also D's Dream Witch, because we were talking about him yesterday, right? He was able to get 5 points with that Dream Witch. So I think this match is like the most I've been ever excited for picks and bans, because we can see now how high level these guys are playing. If you take one out, there's definitely going to be a domino effect of how it's going to affect the entire match, especially if they go with a Hunter ban of a Sculptor and D goes to that Dream Witch, or the other way around. But let's check out the words from Iron.
细节做的也是非常的到位，和国内女巫的话其实差距没有多大，对方的抓人和博弈都是很顶尖的，我觉得国内选手需要继续加油。因为对方也是非常强劲的监管者嘛，然后对我们的压力肯定也是有的，但是我们只要稳扎稳打，然后好好努力的话，应该是没有什么问题。压力肯定是有的，但是有压力就有动力嘛。然后目标的话肯定也就是冠军，因为大家都是奔着这一个目标来的。对粉丝说的话就是谢谢大家来线下支持我们，为我们Fun Plus 加油，也是大家辛苦了，谢谢。
And here we have it. We saw a lot of these statements were about stress and pressure, and also how this pressure can turn into motivation. And as we already said yesterday, pressure can create diamonds, and maybe one of these diamonds taking that champion title later in tomorrow's final. Very, very excited to see who will make it. And at the same time, we also saw a huge thank you to the fans. And therefore, I just want to reach out to the community right now again to encourage you guys to support your teams that you want to see in the finals. So make sure to spam some hearts. This time, I'm not even saying any colors. Just spam some hearts in general, because I feel like all of the teams definitely deserve the support. All of the teams definitely deserve the heart and the love from the community, the support from all of us. And here we are coming in. Our predicted ban is actually happening. We have the Sculptor ban on Weibo's side.
Also to note, the map we're playing at is Leo's Memory. A lot of big maps today, Grizzly. Like, it seems like quarterfinals is where the big maps are starting to I
just want to hear.
Putting it out there for grand finals. It's gonna happen. We're manifesting destiny. Feaster will be coming out. All these these 3 hunters are gonna be banned. Feaster is coming up. It's time to invest in Feaster, ladies and gentlemen. Stocks going up for Feaster.
Stocks. There we can see the Priestess eye. There was no way that we wouldn't see a Priestess. On FPXCQ's side previously in the first round. We saw how much damage she was doing by just allowing the Fort and the Mercenary through that sad global portal and letting them escape with her. So a 3 survivor escape was possible thanks to that Priestess. And with the Fort as well as Mechanic ban, it was only the prediction that we had to go for the Priestess would definitely come into the game. This time we see the Seer as well as the Coordinator. We have seen the Coordinator in this tournament previously as well. Now I'm curious to see if we will see the Mercenary or maybe the Wildling, or if we will have another Decoder that will come into this composition.
Yeah, having the Explorer coming into Leo's Memory would definitely be a rush, but going with Mercenary, a great lineup. And you mentioned Coordinator. We have seen a lot of success with that flare gun. and taking away the sculptor. We saw, I think that was day one where, let's go for it.
Just want to mention, we have seen a lot of success with that flare gun, and while you were saying it, I was just looking at she's just dropping it over and over and over.
Coordinator, you're making me look bad. I'm trying to talk you up here, but we have seen some success with this. Please stop dropping it, coordinator. You might shoot the crowd. Taking away this sculptor is definitely a great choice to put in the coordinator, because we saw some success, I believe, with Afu. He was able, or is it Sprinter? Shout out to Sprinter. He was able to use the sculptors to really block away the shot of that flare gun. So yeah, great pick here. Now over the side on D, a lot of love in the crowd going out to Weibo's D here. A lot of support, a lot of pressure, I would say. We've been saying the word pressure all this time, because again, this is the Apex tournament. We want to find out the best going with the Bonbon. Okay, Weibo's D's Bonbon did pretty well yesterday, I believe. He did bring it out, and definitely one to be feared. Leo's Memory, on the other hand, being a very big map, could work in favor of the survivors, especially in chairing. If they don't want to go to the full commit to rescue, they could definitely just leave the survivor there and just push for the Cypher rush and trade 2 Cypher pops for 1 survivor. Again, they are in the lead here, so they have the luxury to go for that tie if they have to.
I'm very curious to see the strategy right here from FPXCQ, because from Weibo D, because now you have 2 options. You could, for example, if you find the Priestess early game, you could go for the Priestess, which we have seen before can be extremely destroying if she's able to get into the Arms Factory and loop around with her portals and just but if you are not going for her early game, what happens late game? Priestess is on the field, and we saw what FPX is doing with that Priestess late game. So now I'm very, very curious to see how this match plays out. Will the Priestess be hunt down early game and buy time for the survivors, or will the Priestess be in their late game and just try to bring out more survivors through the gate?
Yeah, let's find out as D sweeps his way through the map, going to go to the shack area first, and I believe the Priestess is setting her portals already long in the shack area. D carrying confined space as well as trump cards. So again, late game is going to be pretty tough if the survivors can get it there, but D still finding the most optimal target, making these rotations, making his sweeps around Leo's Memory, also heading towards the factory area, but still having not found success in finding the best target. Seer is over at the factory area, going up the stairs, and the chase will be on. I think he's going to go for the commit with his Seer.
I would assume so too, because Seers are actually destroying the exit paths really quick that the Priestess have been setting up with the global portal and the normal portal, and now just trying to see what survivor is in the near range. Fantastic job on the rotation, I want to say, because you mentioned that Weibo D was not able to make out any survivor that early in the game, and that is just because of the communication of the team. Mercenary was seeing that Weibo D was a little bit in trouble, and here we have it. That's what I was talking about. Will we see an early game chase of the Priestess because she can be so destroying late game, or will we see a late game Priestess gameplay because she can also be very destroying early in the match when she has all her portals? But now Weibo D knows that the Priestess already used 2 of her portals, cancelled these portals. Nice owl, fantastic Seer Owl rescuing MK from taking the halfway damage that he had needed to go down, and now going back to said factory that is just the playground of the Priestess. She will take that hit right here, and is she going down with the remote bomb? No, she's not. Not with the
D, D doing the cleanup of the portals there as well as the pallets. So MK has to make his transition towards the stairs or going up the stairs, and OD trying to down this Priestess. One more bomb hit would do it again. So slippery is this Priestess. Again, as you mentioned it, this is the playground. AK on the case here, trying to just distract, probably farm another owl, and you see that D is still trying to find how to down this priestess and just the bombs, just deterring her from going inside the factory once again. And we're seeing 3 ciphers pop and a down priestess.
Fantastic job from both sides right here. MK really, yeah, as we said it, on the playground right here and buying a lot of time. You can now see Coordinator slowly moving in direction, shooting, getting excitement coming through. Excitement cancelling out that air gun shot. Fantastic call from D, preventing Iron to rescue his teammate MK from the chair immediately. Good thinking, good job, and also giving damage again to Iron right here.
Oh,
Can
my
see the mercenary in the bottom left now slowly transitioning in for the rescue before MK is getting out of this game. Fantastic Cypher rush from FPXCQ so far. We see that they have 3 Cypher machines popped, as you already said. We see that they're working on a 4th one, but they haven't been working on the 5th one, which is giving Weibo D more time to hunt down more survivors. You can see it is getting healed right here. What will happen next?
It's really it's actually they decided to go for the heals instead of the ciphers. Don't want to leave them in a very precarious situation. And now it is the priestess. He does not have to worry about that late game prowess that you were saying. The danger of having the priestess late game, especially to head towards the exit gates. Long is over on the other side of the map while the coordinator is healed up. All he has to worry about is downing that perfumer that has perfume now. Was able to dig for something. We still see Long having 2 elbow pads to use and a 1/4 chip damage. So it seems like D will be committing to this as we see the survivors try to prime the last 2 ciphers. They want to be able to have a contingency plan. I guess that's why they're going for 1 cipher, but other one is already touched a little bit.
we don't have a perfect game, but we have the coordinator who's now acting as perfumer, which could be an extremely huge surprise late game because you just might not expect the coordinator to wipe out that perfume. Fantastic bomb placement right here. Goes in the favor of D with another bomb, bring down Long. And again, if you think about it, first round, FPXCQ was utilizing that priestess in such a good way that Weibo D was finding all other survivors, was seeing...
They popped it! They're going for it. Yeah, they popped it. They're going for the tie. D having excitement. Will he switch the traits? They popped it. Again, they're pushing for the late game while the mercenary is buying so much time because D again is deciding if he'll go for the exit gate. The exit gate's already open. Coordinator is over there. They're gonna go for a tie, Grizzly.
They're gonna go for a tie. That was happening so fast, I did not even realize that Cypher pop. We go for a tie. That just shows how confident the team of FPX is in their Hunter, that the Hunter will secure the 3 survivor elimination in the next match of round number 2. Fantastic job from both sides, and that also shows how FPXCQ was dependent on that priestess, and as soon as the priestess was out of the game, they decided to just take their chances with the tie right here, not go into the rescue again. Even if they could have done it, they were definitely respecting guard 26 from both side right here. Weibo D, very, very good guard 26. We saw the placement of the bombs when he was hunting down that mercenary, really hitting almost every single bomb and dealing a little bit damage over time to bring him down finally. Fantastic gameplay, and again, we saw Weibo D finding, first of all, mercenary. Second of all, which was
it the
coordinator was also on the ground. We saw the feast, the
seer, the first one to get some.
Seer was decoding inside of the arms factory, but did not really pay attention to the seer at all. Was really trying to find out that priestess because, you know, you learn your lesson. You saw the priestess earlier doing a great global portal and doing a lot of damage to Weibo right here. And this time, we just want to prevent the priestess from doing anything by bringing her down right away. Fantastic job on Weibo's side right here. FPXCQ doing a great job as well, bringing down the Cypher machines extremely quickly, and went for the decision of getting the tie immediately after the Cypher machine popped. So now I'm really, really curious to see how the next match plays out. Because
before we do that, I do want to highlight also Weibo D's early game, like it took him a while to chase someone, right? He was cleaning up a lot of the priestess's portals, which, like you mentioned, he did feel the wrath of that priestess, and he wanted to make sure that does not happen. And you hit the nail on the head, Grizzly. He wanted to go for that pesky priestess just to get her out in the game, and he did just that. And I like what you said. It was the respect that once the priestess was gone, all right, we have to go for a tie. We know D is very dangerous with this. We have the lead. We don't want to risk any more. Let's push to the second half, and let's let YMM or Ken be able to wreak havoc here in Leo's memory. So back to your train of thought there. Second half, quite interesting to see how Weibo's survivors will fare in this match.
Yes, that's for sure. A lot of respect for guard 26 right here, but also putting a lot of faith into their own hunter that FPXCQ will hopefully get for the sake of FPXCQ, hopefully get 3 survivor eliminated, because that would bring them into the semifinals. But now this tie is also giving an opening to Weibo, because if Weibo is able to get a tie, they will at least get into round number 3 and can turn the tables in round number 3. And if Weibo is actually getting 3 survivors out of here, we might see a very, very interesting round 3, because then it is 1-1 for each side, and maybe, just maybe 2 is not the magical number anymore after this match.
Yeah, just leave it to Weibo to break that trend of 2 being the magic number and adding and pushing for a match number 3. I wonder if they're going to stick with YMM or go with Ken. Again, they have 2 hunters, YMM and Ken. YMM usually in the first part brings out his Dream Witch, and you saw how he was able to utilize that. Now Ken, on the other hand, yeah, definitely the wild card, definitely did a lot of work yesterday. Does have a sculptor and does have an Anne, and he was pretty consistent in his performance yesterday. So here we have it going to the main stage. Weibo, will it be their last stand here pushing, or will they be able to push it towards a match number 3? Or, as Rizzy mentioned, 2 the magic number? I'm not sure.
And we also have to acknowledge the respect for the coordinator right here, coming into this match with excitement just to cancel out that flare gun, and because he really wanted the priestess down. He wanted that priestess down. He did not want to deal with that priestess. He saw the coordinator in the mix-up. He was saying to himself, all right, I already know what is going to happen. I'm going to bring down the priestess because I really don't like that priestess. And then we will have the coordinator coming in for the rescue. So there was a lot of respect for that coordinator as well. Here we can see stats between the 2 forwards of Team FPXCQ and Weibo. And if we look at the stats, if we look at the rescues, almost same amount. Containment time of Hunter on both sides, extremely good. Weibo a little bit better, but then we have average pellet hitting, which is better on AK's side. Very, very good forward players on both sides right here. Not even sure if we're gonna see that much of a forward gameplay, because we could expect a forward ban at the same time. So we just have to find out. Curious to see if FPXCQ will ban the priestess again. They banned the priestess on Moonlit River Park, and that was definitely playing out in their favor, allowing the mechanic on the ground. But now they have 2 bans, which means they can ban the mechanic and they can ban the priestess at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually a very valid banning process. We have seen the effects of Priestess all throughout the day, how she can be a very slippery target and how she can be such a threat towards late game. So banning those are pretty good. I wonder the hunter that's coming into this mix, because you cannot deny that Leo's memory is a huge map. I just think maybe Priestess is going to be in the mix. I guess they're going to have to decide either mechanic, maybe forward. It's just that D brought that respect trait of the excitement, and that was, I think coordinator was the only stunner in that group, because the forward was banned. So it was really a respect towards that flare gun. Yeah, so now
right now I was just trying to think back if the forward was banned, and exactly now we are in round 2. You have 2 we have Yes, we have 2 bans. Really, really curious to see which survivors will be banned. And for now, I will just throw out my assumption that we will see the Priestess ban, because Priestess, as you already mentioned, did so much damage throughout the entire day right here, especially on FPX side. And we saw FPX CQ already acknowledging that Priestess, that they have practiced against the Priestess on, for example, Moonlit Park, how we saw it in round number 1, where they were going immediately for that Priestess ban because they did not want to deal with it. And now we're going to actually see what is going to happen if our predictions are right, that we will have another Priestess ban, especially on this map. No, not this time. This time allowing the Priestess on the map, Leo's memory. So now we can expect Weibo to actually utilize that Priestess, but they are not able to utilize either Mechanic nor the Mercenary. And here we have the Priestess, a little bit of a mix-up right here compared to FPXCQ's Survivor side. This time we have again the Priestess, but the rest of the survivors are forward, Explorer to bring some decoding to the ground, and Wildling just to harass the Hunter again. Guard 26. Guard 26 also being banned. We saw Guard 26 being utilized from Weibo's side, so we won't see the Guard on FPXCQ's side. Very, very curious to see if they will come in with the Sculptor, or if they will come in again with the Dream Witch, since the Dream Witch is allowed.
That's true. And as you mentioned, the pick, very interesting. Yeah, subbing out the Mechanic for, subbing the Explorer out for the Mechanic, and also having that stun heavy lineup with the Wildling, as well as that forward, and Priestess being allowed to play. So Ken does have a lot of threats coming into this match, early game and late game, with that Explorer as well as this Priestess. Leo's memory, again, can go any which way, especially with how big this map is, with how spread out the survivors are, or how spread out the ciphers are when the tides turn in favor of the Hunter. Ken now thinking about it, he knows that he can probably deny the match number 3 just to stick to match number 2. Really thinking about his Hunter pool here. The Bonbon pick seems to be good. Going with the Sculptor. Okay, we've seen how crazy the Sculptor would be. I think, yeah, throughout we have not seen a single match without Sculptor. So I know you and Articuno were talking about the trends of Koa. Yeah, it's definitely Sculptor and Dream Witch for this season.
Yes, that is for sure. We have seen Sculptor quite a lot, and I was actually thinking about it. We saw Dream Witch on FPXCQ side before. Sculptor definitely being a very, very good hunter on this map right here on Leo's memory. I was thinking about maybe seeing another Dream Witch, but at the same time, you want to see FPXCQ also surprising a little bit with a mix-up, not going in with the same hunter again, because, you know, Weibo just saw the Dream Witch, just saw how FPXCQ is utilizing that Dream Witch, and we always saw after each match, when there is like a reoccurring situation happening, we see the learning curve just going up. So if we see another Dream Witch, maybe it might be better for Weibo, because they understand how FPXCQ is utilizing the Dream Witch. So therefore just mixing it up, throwing in that Sculptor right here to get another potential 3 survivor elimination, because that is what FPXCQ is going for, the 3 survivor elimination. Of course, if possible, the 4 survivor elimination, but the 3 survivor elimination would already secure them the spot in the semifinals right here. Let's see where this is going. Ken is on the hunt, immediately transitioning into the direction of what I think is the forward. Might not be the best find right away, but we will see what he's going for.
Yeah, and Ken bringing in a 6-12 persona here, confined space as well as detention. Thinking of that late game as well as an early chase. And Ken, quite known for his Sculptor, so let's see how Weibo's survivors will be able to handle this. Tang now in the area, as you mentioned, forward not really the best in terms of being able to chase down first because of that pesky football. But Tang, again, just hiding. Ken's still looking and just rotating around. He knows someone's in this area, but can't quite pin him down just yet. And you saw at the lower left side that the Explorer is already already digging for those pages, so those ciphers will pop in the nick of time.
Wow, what an early game harassment of the forward, just being there. Ken knew that someone was there, but couldn't find anyone at all. We now can see again the priestess on her playground, immediately destruction of the global portal. You don't want to deal with that. Global portal, one of the most dangerous things in this team right here. Now we have the priestess going back to the cipher machine, putting more decoding to the ground. Ken decides to not go for the priestess right away. Sees, I think, saw the wildling,
yeah.
And
saw
now
that the wildling jumped on his board, now transitioning, as you mentioned, towards the priestess once again, but she's just gonna try to make her way up. She already set a global portal. Oh no, it's a portal. Can he get more hits in? Gets the regular hit, and now the priestess going straight back up. Will he be able to use it? He's gonna double back. He's gonna jump back down, and Ken just doing some cleanup of this portal. And this priestess is trying to survive as long as possible as some ciphers are being pushed.
Wow, there's not enough room. Oh, Blink is coming through. Almost another portal was ready. I was already about to say that we have Weibo right here with the priestess just getting away with that fourth portal that she will be able to utilize, but Blink was coming through, and we see the same strategy right here. You don't want to deal with that priestess late game, just immediately going for the priestess, sitting her on the chair. Fantastic job when we saw the priestess utilizing the portal inside of the arms factory, and we saw that Ken was just denying her to go into that portal with the statues. We now have the wildling. Oh, get off the board, immediately rescuing. There we go. That was actually a hit.
And Tang with the support there, getting that stun on Ken. The priestess is long gone now. Has to use the chisel to try and salvage a survivor here, as the explorer is still running amok and finding more pages. Excellent tag team in that rescue. The priestess is gone. We are focusing now on Tang and going for the pallet drop just to stifle Ken and gain more distance. Excellent stun.
Nice job from the forward, really getting the attention of Ken. And that was just such a good rescue from the wildling. Wildling was getting off the board right before the hit came in, taking that damage, triggering the attack recovery animation, and being able to rescue the priestess. That might be very, very important for late game of Weibo. Here we can see Ken now bringing down the forward, does not want to deal with the forward anymore, but at the same time, you have to see the cipher machines. We have another one done, and we have a lot of progress being done as well. And the explorer, you already mentioned it, found one page which can bring down half of the cipher machine. It's now getting found by Ken, rescues the forward. Again, cipher machine progressed extremely well. We have to keep an eye on that.
Wow, and then Tang going down once again. Explorer forced to get that rescue, but look at the lower left side. You see the global portal being utilized again, giving a lot of backdoor exit strategies and a lot of options for these survivors to exit the game. And you see that the priestess is the one pushing for those ciphers. The explorer as well. Actually, everyone is already injured. And I believe, are they going to be able to make the rescue, or are they just going to go for cipher objectives? Because it's going to be quite dangerous if everyone is injured.
The ciphers are almost done. We are down to one cipher machine at this point. Are they abandoning Tang, or are they trying to go in? They're going to harass. I don't think that they will be able to actually rescue in time. They're just here to keep Ken away from the cipher machine. Now we can see that Tang is out of the game. I want to repeat myself. FBXCQ needs 3 survivors out of the game to proceed into the semifinals. Weibo needs to tie. It's extremely dangerous to pop that cipher machine. They are working on it. Oh, Priestess was taking another hit, is still working on that cipher machine. Can get away through the global portal that is placed right on the cipher machine. Will Ken be able to... It's gonna pop.
He went for the pop. Oh my gosh. End game is happening. The gate wars have begun. The tension is definitely going to be a factor. And Ken just waiting for his chisel to just cool down. You see that the wildling is going for that exit. You see that the explorer is over at shack area. And now we are going to see an open gate most possibly. And the explorer just hiding in the midst. It's going to be so hard for this sculptor to find this explorer. We see blue around the area here. and we still see that the explorer still has not moved from the shack area, sees the scratch marks, and sees that the wildling is there.
Dungeon is there. Wildling is going for the dungeon, is getting the attention of Ken while the rest of the team is trying to get through the gate. And here we see yet again how crucial that global portal was. And we can see that the explorer is trying to
hide. He can't be seen. Yeah. Oh, but he found him already. Ad is in the immediate vicinity, and look at that. The detention hit is so dominant. Again, tie would be great, but then again, you see that the wildling is opening that gate. Ken is going to chair the explorer, still has blink. Again, didn't account for the teleport, so Ken will be securing first this this explorer, and Blue and the priestess, will they cut their losses? Because it's going to be so dangerous for them to go for that rescue with detention in the air.
So they are trying, I think they are trying to go for the rescue. Maybe, I am not really sure. I'm curious to see what they're going for. No, they're going for the tie right here because the tie will secure themselves a spot in the third round. And this means we have still FPXCQ in the lead right here. Was not able to secure that 3 survivor elimination with that priestess, was shifting the attention from the priestess to the forward later on, and that was allowing the priestess to utilize her global portal again. That was allowing her to split up the entire team on the map and to give a lot of pressure to the sculptor once the cipher machines were popped. Very, very good gameplay from both sides right here, making it a tie. And I mean, at the end of the day, 2 is the magic numbers. 2 is the magic number. We saw 2 points for each side in the last 2 rounds.
Still is.
It's technically still is, and we are now proceeding into the third round. Just to give a little bit of an overview on the points, right here we can see 2 points go to each side in the second half. In the first half, we had the same outcome, therefore we have round 2 tied. In round number 1, we had FPXCQ being dominant with the Dream Witch and getting 3 survivors through the gate. That means that Weibo is technically able to catch up, but when it comes to the points, FPXCQ already has a huge gap, so they have to definitely step up their game in round number 3. But if anyone can do it against FPXCQ, it is Weibo. We just have to find out in round number 3.
7-point differential. It's 12-5. So the thing here is, Weibo can't drop around in this match, so quite the feat for Weibo. But as you mentioned it, if anyone can do it, it's Weibo. Check out the stats here. Weibo survivors, again, really great job early game. It took them some time for them to be able to pop some ciphers just because they were rotating around the map. Excellent communication. They wanted to make sure that Ken would only see the forward, would see the wildling, not really go for those great targets of the priestess and the explorer. But around the 5-minute mark or so, the midway point, you did see the down of that priestess. It was swinging back and forth with this momentum, but then again, you know, Weibo realized they have to fight another day, and that day is match number 3 because they have to really bring it. Tied for match number 2, we're gonna see a match number 3, first time of the day.
Very, very excited. Very, very excited to see that round number 3. We definitely saw Weibo stepping up their game, and especially when it comes to the coordination on the survivor side. Late game against the sculptor right here of FPXCQ, it was just very, very crucial to coordinate themselves and to relocate themselves with the global portal that they were still having. And they did such a fantastic job. We said this before. There are basically 2 ways to go as soon as a priestess is on the field. Either you try to bring her down early in the game, but you risk to spend a lot of time and give a lot of time to the survivor side, because that means, you know, all the portals that she can use could take some time, could give the survivors an advantage when it comes to decoding. But at the same time, if you think about, you know, bring down the explorer or the decoder main in the team right away, you still have that priestess at the end of the game, and we have seen it over and over again, that priestess with the global portal that can connect 2 points on the map can be utilized in such a phenomenal way, either to get through the gate with more than 2 or with more than 1 survivor, depending on how many survivors are still in. And the same with healing survivors. We saw it before when the forward was down. for the third time and was actually about to get out of the game. The global portal was coming in. Priestess was getting right through it, healing that forward, giving him another chance to live, giving him another chance to escape through the exit gate. Exactly what happened, what we saw. And now we can see a few highlights. Here we can also see the Seer's Owl coming in to protect and case Priestess, because they also know how important it is to have the Priestess in the game. Priestess goes down. Flare gun shot came. Everyone, you can see it right here, everyone knows how important that Priestess is, trying to protect the Priestess and trying to keep the Priestess on the chair. Here we can see the perfect placement of the bombs, just bringing down that mercenary immediately. Same thing here, very, very important to bring down that Priestess. Priestess definitely going to be a survivor that has a glow up right here in this Call of the Abyss 4. Was not necessarily being utilized throughout the first 2 days, but right now we can just see how great she can be utilized to just give the survivors more chances of getting away. Fantastic job from both sides. All these highlights show us what they can do and what they bring to the table in this quarterfinal in the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. And who will it be? Who will go to the semifinals? Will it be Team Weibo that we can see right here?
Yeah, or will it be FPX? You mentioned that the Priestess getting a glow up here in this, especially this day. I think towards the end of yesterday, we did see the prowess of that Priestess. It just seems like the Dream Witch, right? We just saw hints of it, but now it just seems like the Priestess is such a big threat that it really depends on the hunter if they're confident enough to down that Priestess, because you talked about how the late game of the Priestess is so deadly, but I think the first match you and Articuno casted, it was just so detrimental to chase that Priestess early on because of how she was able to use those holy keys, especially in a great map like Leo's Memory. So we've been seeing a lot of big maps. We have yet to see the church. We have yet to see arms. I'm getting a little the opposite of claustrophobic. I want it to be like close quarters. Will we see the arms factory?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We haven't. We have seen a lot of bigger maps, especially today. We have seen Ever Sleeping Town quite often. We finally saw Lakeside Village. We also saw Moonedrill Park. All these maps haven't been really utilized during the first 2 days, so there is definitely a switch in strategy when it comes to this tournament. That also means that not all of the teams just want to give away their main strategy right off the bat.
That's true. That's true.
Because you always know the competition is watching and the competition is learning the strategies that you are using and might use that knowledge against you. So therefore we can definitely see how we have a little bit of switch when it comes to the survivor picks, with less Wildling gameplay today, more Priestess gameplay today, and as we already said, the maps are becoming bigger. The picks for the maps are becoming more dominant to maps like Ever Sleeping Town, Moonedrill Park, Leo's Memory, definitely a little bit bigger as well. And then we basically had all big maps so far.
Yeah, we still have yet to see the Arms Factory. We always see Arms Factory and Red Church. We actually saw Red Church twice because that's such a viable map that I'm pretty sure the mainland China meta use a lot. And Ever Sleeping Town is the most pick in IVL. So I wonder if we're going to actually see any of those now, because we've already exhausted 2 big maps. We still have yet to see, the small ones come into the fray. But now, as you mentioned, the pressure is on Weibo's side because they can't drop a single round. They have to be able to get the 7-point differential, but they have to be able to win this round, because if it comes down to rounds, if a ZQ just ties, then it's the day goes to them and they'll be able to move on. So question really remains, how much left do they have in their tank to play at their optimal? And we are seeing that FPX ZQ's will be hunting again, so he is all warmed up. Will you allow the Sculptor to happen, or will you bring out the Anne? Will you bring out other hunters in his hunter pool?
Yeah, that would be definitely something that we want to see hunters like Feaster. Just in general, different hunters. Again, I don't really necessarily expect to see a Feast in this tournament, but at the same time, you can see strategies are getting switched up a little bit. We are getting away from the main strategies we have seen on day 1 and on day 2. So maybe something like that, maybe a surprise hunter could be a strategy, and not necessarily feaster, but we could also see a violinist. Would absolutely love to see that. Would definitely love to see a Wu Cheng as well. There are just so many great hunters. We haven't seen a Soul Weaver. We haven't seen the photographer yet. I mean, you know,
right, yeah.
Gamekeeper, who is the face of this core, wasn't utilized yet. So there are definitely a lot of other great hunters that can be used. But of course, you want to go with the meta, and talking about hunter or survival picks in general, Weibo and FPX-CQ are going into round number 3 right now, which means we will see 2 bans, and we could expect to see a Sculptor and a Dream Witch ban. We could also expect the Guard 26 ban, which we have seen in round number 2 already. And the question is just, what will the map be? What are the preferred hunters on this map? And what are the preferred survivors on this map? So I definitely think we won't see that big of a shake-up when it comes to hunter and survivor picks, because for both teams there's a lot on the line right here. For both teams, this hasn't been decided yet. FPX-CQ is having the advantage by winning the first round so far, but there's still everything on the table, and you don't want to underestimate Weibo, because they can do so much. They can change the direction of this round number 3 right here.
Yeah, they could be the diesel engines, right? A little slow start. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ken having that Axe Boy and Anne in Ever Sleeping Town. So really interesting bans. As you mentioned, I was also expecting to see some meta bans. You're allowing Ken to go for that Sculptor again, but it seems like, as you mentioned, the team having another go at it, and they seem to be very comfortable with facing Ken's Sculptor once again, or a Dream Witch in Ever Sleeping Town. Now, the bans coming out of Ken, we're seeing a Seer, a Forward, as well as a Wildling, so allowing the Mercenary and Mechanic to play. Are they going to play into Ken's hand? It seems like they want to be able to do that. And Priestess, as you mentioned.
So now I'm very curious to see the lineup. Exactly, that is what I am looking forward to see. Very excited to see the lineup, because both sides are preparing for different hunters, different survivors to see. That could bring a lot of decoding to the ground, especially on a bigger map. This could be very, very crucial to have 2 decoders, bringing down Cypher machines extremely fast, having the Priestess for a late game, having the Mercenary for the rescues. And now the question is, what will Ken do? Will Ken go for the Sculptor? Will Ken go for the Dream Witch? If we look at the Dream Witch lives off her leeches, so that means the longer the game and the more chances Ken is getting to leech survivors, the better. So maybe Weibo knows that, therefore going for 2 decoders to just increase that decoding speed. Right now I feel like we are getting played again with our feelings.
Oh yes. Why do I always let this happen to me? Look at that. Again, Perfumer, we have not seen Perfumer, but leaving Mechanic out for the Explorer in this big map is an interesting choice. It seems viable, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. What's interesting is that they banned Anne, but the Axe Boy, so they're leaving the Sculptor. I think Weibo has something up their sleeve to take things to Ken, because very interesting bans. As we mentioned, the meta bans of Ken. Again, he is known for the Sculptor, so for you to allow that on the table, and we've seen Sculptor perform so well in this map. Again, the Axe Boy, I would totally understand that. The Anne as well, but wow, just quite the interesting turn of events here. And it seems like they're locking in. They're locking in. They are. They have something. Yeah. I have a feeling. The Perfumer is interesting. The Explorer, I kind of understand, but wow, okay.
That is extremely interesting to see, to leave out the Mechanic. I'm very, very curious to see the strategy that is behind that team right here, the team composition. Very, very excited to see the first Perfumer in this tournament. I already mentioned that we haven't seen the Perfumer yet, and very, very curious to see how this will play out. If this will play out in favor of Weibo, or if this will play out in favor of FPX-CQ, because now Ken can utilize the Sculptor again, could choose between Dream Witch, could choose between Sculptor, and therefore we are going to see the Sculptor on the Ever Sleeping Town against a team that consists of the following 4 survivors: the Explorer, the Mercenary, the Priestess, which was very well expected. We saw Priestess, especially on a big map like Ever Sleeping Town, especially with all these buildings where you can just utilize these portals in such a fantastic way to get from one point to another one. And then, for the first time in this tournament, we are also seeing a perfumer, Vera, on the ground of the Ever Sleeping Town.
Can you imagine, like, the leap from Call of Duty 3 to now? Perfumer was always a very valid pick, but now seeing her in Day 3 is just really just shocking to us, and I'm pretty sure the community as well, because we haven't seen Perfumer in the longest time, and we have seen, well, in qualifiers and in IVL, we've seen the Perfumer be utilized in Arms Factory because she trades her perfume with the mercenaries' elbow pads. So I'm not sure if they'll be utilizing that strategy because of how spread out each and every one of these survivors are. But as you mentioned, I'm also very curious how they're going to be able to bolster this lineup, because not only did they bench the mechanic, they swapped it out for Explorer. So let's see how this will play out as we head on over to Ever Sleeping Town.
Jumping into the action right now, we have Ken on the hunt and going straight up into the direction of 10, and let's see how this plays out. We can see the rotation is happening, and now we can see Ken is going into the direction of the Cypher machines, trying to find the first survivor. We have the Explorer right here, which could be a very, very good find to slow down the decoding progress of the team. But at the same time, we talked about this, and I want to mention it just really quick. Priestess can be extremely dangerous early game, can be extremely dangerous late game for the entire team. Finds now the scratch marks and the portal, is trying to destroy this portal before anything else can happen right here, and we will just have to see if Ken is going for the Priestess, and it really seems like Ken is going to try to catch the Priestess first.
Wow, okay, the Priestess did a great job tiptoeing to see if Ken would try to jump the window or go out the other side, using another holy key. Does not have anyone but anymore, but will be restoring one as we speak, using it once again to just go around and just cut corners here in the structure of Ever Sleeping Town. Ken forced to go through it to accept that stun. Ad now has to just utilize the structures here with no holy keys available to him, but the Explorer is doing a lot of the work here, eats that hit. The chase still continues, and Ad is buying so much time for the team to decode.
We saw this over and over again. If you want to go for the Priestess early game, you have to accept that decoding is getting done, and there we saw Ken looking for the tram, not wanting to take the hit of the tram. Fantastic job. We can see the Priestess trying to buy more and more time right here on pallets. Again with pallets, be careful because there's only one way you can go, and that could be an opening for the sculpture statues. There we go, bought a lot of time. We can see 2 Cypher machines have been decoded. A third one is almost getting popped. We can also see how the Explorer is still on the search for more pages for the Cypher machines, and now we have the first survivor on the chair, which is the Priestess.
Okay, Blue in the vicinity trying to use his elbow pads to try to close out the distance for this early rescue. Eats that hit, makes her way to the Priestess. The Priestess already loaded up another holy key. Excellent exit strategy here, but in corner house, there's only a few more pallets left waiting for it. The pallet is being dropped. Ken is forced to break it, and now Ad making his way towards more pallets in the exit gate, but again has to bop and weave. Oh wow, gets hit by that pallet, and the Tide Turner will be exhausted, and he will be falling down. Watch out for the train, by the way. Okay, excellent stuff. Again, I think the Sculptor's biggest counter is that tram.
Yes, I couldn't agree anymore. But here we can see that ADD is going to the chair for the second time. Doesn't mean that the Priestess is out of the game yet. There comes the tram again.
Oh my god.
Right here. We have seen this playing out in a different way many times. We have Blue trying to come in for the rescue, or just at least trying to keep the Sculptor in place, trying to keep her here and giving the rest of the team the time that they need to bring down the last Cypher machines. We can see that the Explorer is utilizing the entire book to bring down an entire Cypher machine immediately. Now they only have to bring down one more Cypher machine, which is almost fantastic. We have Blue down, which means the Priestess is getting the chance to live. We have the Cypher machine almost primed. It's coming down to this. Will the Cypher machine be ready?
Oh, wow. He's really trying to time this hit right. But look at this. The Explorer, gets it down, but no! Able to get the pop. And look at that. It is the Explorer that goes down. The Priestess, once again, so slippery. Now it is the Explorer's first time on that chair. And look at that. The Perfumer again, just decoding as well as opening that exit gate. We are seeing that chisel to give a little more surveillance around the area. They can go with the 3-1 just to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. And the teleport, Grizzly, is a factor. Will they go for it? They did open the gate, and it seems like they will go for the 3-1.
What an amazing first match in round number 3 right here for Weibo. We said it. Weibo really needs to turn the tables around. Really needs to step up their game. And going against the Sky right here.
Yeah. No, I just realized something. You want me to tell you?
Okay, tell me.
If Weibo goes for 5-0, we're going to overtime.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
If Weibo on the Hunter side is now getting a perfect play with 4 survivor eliminations, they will have a 5-point game, and then it will be in a perfect tie after 3 rounds. And with a perfect tie, we will go in overtime, and overtime means a 4th round for the first time in this tournament.
Oh my gosh.
Very exciting. But that also means that only this is the chance for Weibo to proceed in this tournament. So that means Weibo needs to get the 4 survivor elimination. As soon as 1 survivor is escaping from FPX, that means that point-wise, FPX will win. We will have a tie in round number 2. We will have 1 point for FPX in round number 1, 1 point in round number 3 for Weibo. But when we look at the points, if Weibo is letting 1 survivor slip,
just 1
point-wise, FPX will win. So therefore, there's only 2 ways to go right now. Either FPX is winning by getting out of there with 1 survivor or more, or we're gonna get into a 4th round because Weibo is basically tying out the entire 3 rounds right here. Very excited to see what is happening next. Weibo already showed us that they can step up their game, especially with a little bit of a switch up when it comes to the survivor. We saw the Perfumer in the game for the first time. Sadly, we didn't really see the Perfumer in action, but we saw how fast the decoding progress was going on, especially late game when the Explorer was just using the 100% of pages of that 1 Cypher machine.
And I love the rescue on the Priestess when it was her last share that the Explorer, all right, I'm done decoding. I'm going to be a rescuer now. I'm going to body block. We're going to do this mercenary. Let's go. Weibo, again, as you mentioned, can pick up the pieces when the pressure is hot for them. And again, the Priestess is just such a juicy target, but he's so slippery. And looking at the match data here, we see that the Priestess, the Priestess barely touched the Cypher because she was buying so much time for the rest of the team. We did see the Perfumer as well as the Explorer touch 200% in that average. And also Blue, once he popped the Cypher, he went ahead and rescue mode, going after that Priestess, and you see the action happening. Cypher pops have been gradually increasing till the end of the game, and it was a 3-1. What a game by Weibo in the first half.
What a game indeed. And there's one thing that we definitely have to mention as well. The late game for the survivors, Weibo, when we saw, you mentioned it, that Explorer just deciding to go in for a rescue, when we saw the mercenary going in for the rescue as well, and the Perfumer concentrating on the Cypher pop. That was a perfect gameplay because that was a game-changing strategy that was happening right here. We saw Priestess was on the chair already 2 times. So when the Explorer went down, that was absolutely in favor of Weibo, because if the Priestess went down, that's why all the survivors were there. They wanted to body block. They wanted to take that hit for the Priestess, because if the Priestess went down, Priestess would end up on the chair, would be eliminated, and we saw teleportation was ready the entire time.
Exactly.
But FBXCQ didn't want that anyone goes and rescues the Explorer. So imagining that the Priestess could have been on this chair, out of the game, and immediately teleports over to the exit gate, this could have been a completely different story, completely different outcome, especially for FPX, because if they were able to get more points out of this match, if they were able to get the tie, they would already have won point-wise. So
isn't it crazy? As the moment you highlighted there, just a couple of seconds could have changed the entire outcome of an entire match. And that's why it's so important for you guys to just support your players, because that sequence that Grizzly just broke down was so intense. And imagine the pressure of possibly even going overtime, Grizzly. That's gonna be insane. Let's hope that these guys have enough in the tank. But again, we're looking too far ahead. We have to look at the match ahead of us. D has a lot on his plate here. He has to be able to try and get no survivors out of the exit gate.
And that's definitely something we need to highlight as well. FPX CQ doing such a fantastic job in round number 1. And now we're at the brink of actually getting into overtime, just because Weibo, we said it before, if anyone, Weibo can turn around the tables, and they're showing us yet again that they can do so. So now we just have to see and wait how this last match in round number 3 will turn out. If Weibo is getting a 5-point game, we will see overtime, and it's gonna be extremely exciting to see what is happening in this next match, because it is a match game where FPX CQ could decide what is happening right next. They could decide, they will decide if they will continue in the semifinals tomorrow, or if we will have another 4th round because of the tiebreaker.
Yeah, so again, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, so important. It's going to be the last day of Call of the Abyss 4. We already have our first match that already got locked in. It's going to be GG versus X-Rock. And now, who among these two will be securing their spot in day number 4? We have ZQ and Weibo. Grizzly already broke it down in terms of how much pressure is on Weibo. And in terms of how they've been performing, they had a bit of a rocky start, but you know, this is the time for them to shine. And it is D that has to be, repping that Weibo banner here in the round, in the match number 3, second half here. Again, Grizzly broke it down in terms of the win conditions here for them to go to overtime. D cannot allow anyone out. He wants to be able to push for 5 points to tie everything up, just so we can push for overtime if we reach that. But we know where we're at, Grizz. We know that we're going to have 2 banned hunters and 3 banned survivors. What do you think? Again, we had a bit of a shakeup with that perfumer and explorer, and it seemed to work out kind of well in terms of going for instead of chasing them, they went for the priestess. Do you think that the ZQ survivors will kind of deviate a little bit from the meta coming into this match?
That is a very tough question that I can't answer that easily. But when you ask me this question, the first thing that comes to my mind is we need to see the bans. We need to see the bans on both sides, because for the bans on this round, we really saw a lot of variation, and we didn't see the Priestess ban, which was a little bit surprising, at least for me, because Priestess is just such a good character on this map, and we saw it again, Priestess buying a lot of time. So now the question is, there we go, we have very meta bans on FPX CQ's side, and I could assume we see the Priestess ban and the very meta Mercenary and Mechanic bans. So this time it's not going to be a shake-up. That was definitely something that played out in Weibo's favor, exactly, because they were able to, let's just say, surprise FPX CQ a little bit right here with their survivor pick and with their strategy. Question is, will FPX CQ be able to counter this shakeup by using the meta bans and now forcing Weibo's D to also use meta bans again and basically get rid of the surprises, and maybe coming up with their own surprise by utilizing the Coordinator and Embalmer in combination in composition with the Seer and the Fort as well.
I agree with the bans. Let's start with the bans first, because we've seen D struggle with that Priestess, and getting the Priestess out of every sleeping town is a win on its own. Now, looking at the picks of FPX ZQ, Embalmer is a very strong survivor when you just want to go for a tie or go for one survivor out, because again, the win condition for FPX is just to get one person out. All these guys can survive. The Embalmer having that self-rescue would definitely weigh on the mental stack of D in picking the next this next choice of Hunter. The Dream Witch and Sculptor, very strong meta band, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. We've seen these hunters perform in Ever Sleeping Town, and they have been racking a lot of points. Now forcing D to probably go with a Bonbon or someone else, and still the coordinator stop dropping the firearm. It's so dangerous, girl.
I cannot get over this animation. Like, everyone is just having a normal anime, everything is fine, but coordinator just being so clumsy. I literally cannot get over it. And yeah, you mentioned it. We might see a guard 26. First of all, we have the survivors locked in, so we will see that formation. And I assume we might see a guard 26. We might see maybe even a disciple. We have seen these two hunters being a very, very good substitute when it came to... Yes!
Ooh,
yes.
Oh, a shake-up here. Let's go with violinist. The first one. Yes, the first one.
We were really waiting for this moment that, you know, a different hunter is coming to the playground, another hunter is coming into this tournament, and we were mentioning the violinist every now and then, and we were hoping and almost a little bit expecting to see a violinist at one point in this tournament. And here we go. FPXCQ is pulling out the violinist. Now the question is, will FPXCQ be able to overcome this this challenge, I would say, of a new hunter that we haven't seen before? We haven't seen Weibo utilizing the violinist before,
right?
At least not in this tournament. So maybe there is another trick up their sleeve. We saw it again in round number 3, and in match number 3, round 1, in the first half, how Weibo was able to just shake up the constellation and to surprise FPXCQ with their strategy. And now, question is, can they do it again? And will this be a potential 4 survivor elimination that Weibo needs to actually get into round 4 and to still have the chance to get into the semifinals? Or will we see the constant just cool of FPXCQ, and they will, you know, not get pressured and stay calm and get at least 1 survivor out of the gate? We will find out in this match.
Ever Sleeping Town. Could this be the last map we're going to see of this match, or will we see the overtime? D spawning over here at the center of the map, trying to look for the most prominent target. And I'm just so happy that we're going to see the violinist, Antonio, making his rounds again, wanting to make his presence be felt here. D making sure he's just guarding all the ciphers that's possible, carrying a variant, it's at a 3-9 trait, so very interesting that detention won't be a factor here. Gonna play out the trump card though, starting things out now, going for the coordinator, trying to just make her exhaust all her resources, which is that flare gun. She's been dropping it now, but I'm pretty sure she's holding on to that right now before the hunter can try to go for a big swipe at her. MK will be able to use that. And also to mention that these ciphers have been being popped, quenching effect being used, going for the teleport right away and getting his sight set on Iron.
There we go. Oh, very nice dodge of that music note. And I have to say, these strings, what we saw before when he was chasing down the coordinator, was really trying to predict where the coordinator is, where to throw down the music note. And these music notes are just slowing down survivors so much. You can see it right now. The Seer slowly making his way to the pallet, and D just catching up to the Seer. He already used his owl. He's trying to accumulate another one, but at the same time cannot do that in time, and therefore takes that hit right here. Still providing a lot of time for the survivor side, especially coordinator was able to loop around 2 times on the graveyard and buying time for the survivor team. So if we look on the left to our cipher machines, the progress is going on extremely fast. Again, Weibo D needs a 4 survivor elimination. There he takes the pallet to the face. Fantastic stun from Iron. Good job buying the survivors more time to potentially get out of here with even more than one survivor.
Wow, okay, now D being careful with the pallet drop, and you saw that the Cypher was popped there, but excellent down on that Seer, AK in the vicinity, and D chasing him away. Also, in this Persona trade, he did bring Insolence. He wants to be able to farm as much presence as possible to have this this Hunter at his full potential. We are seeing the coordinator push for that. Oh, AK getting a great stun, going for the rescue, and Iron is on his way. Is he going to make his way towards the tram? We are going to see an excellent snipe there off the violin note. Quick down there, was not able to rebound Kite. That was Iron, ladies and gentlemen. D again back on this chair, making sure that nobody is in the area. AK though, oh, and he's bringing Abnormal. Excellent pace control here by D, just to make sure that he doesn't have to worry about objectives being popped.
Very, very good call out. We had teleportation early game, so they changed to Abnormal can now. We have to see it with an owl. He needs to utilize this owl right now. He was able to get that owl before he was on the chair for the first time, but he really needs to bring it out right now, because else he's gonna get out of the game, and that might happen as soon as he is taking that next hit. And Weibo D just really needs to concentrate to get out survivors. And Seal just buying so much time, throwing down that pallet right here, buying more time for the survivors. And dodging the skill yet again. Look at the Cypher machine progress. That's gonna be...
He's got another owl. Look at that. And AK in the area. Iron just making his way out. One more Cypher remains. Abnormal is still a thing, but the forward will be falling down. And we see that the Embalmer has been the one also pushing some Cyphers here. Long just being chased away from that objective. And Long now dropping that pallet and just eating that Rhapsody hit. And it seems like D is still setting his sights on this Embalmer and not quite, just putting those notes for him to slow down his speed. 2 survivors are down. Long using the coffin though to get back up.
Oh, forward is also getting up by the help of the coordinator. We can see that they actually split up the decoding progress on different Cypher machines. We still have the flare gun ready too. What will happen with the tram right here? Nothing.
Nothing. Thank God, right? But the flare gun though, the other threat, the immediate threat was the tram. And now we see that MK moving away because he does not want to play around the railroad area. All survivors are injured right now. Abnormal is being used, but then again, they have a backup plan. FPX, ZQ having that forethought to try to go for another Cypher, and D realizing that the survivors are a little bit too spread out. He's got to go down one. He's got to chase one down, and it seems like AK is in his radar.
Oh, nice dodge of the notes yet again. Seer, who is actually the survivor who will get out of the game as soon as he goes down, is pushing the Cypher progress right now and almost primes the Cypher, just waiting for one of the teammates to go down, which will be... No, not even immediately popping that Cypher right here, giving a chance for the forward to kite around. Again, they only need one survivor through the gate, but at this rate right here, with 4 survivors up and running, they just dungeons right here. They just want to split up on the exit gates and getting out these survivors. We can see there's no detention in place. They're trying to keep D away from the exit gate, so at least one survivor can escape. Again, this is... Oh my god, is this going to be a 4th survivor escape?
Holy smokes, the stun.
Utilizing his skill and trying to get another out. Might there be a tram hit yet again?
Oh,
no,
not quite, but we are seeing a 4 survivor out, Grizzly. Wow.
Here doing a fantastic job. Was able to accumulate a total of, what was it, 3 additional hours to the one that he already brought to the game. Really showing how difficult it is when you are under a lot of pressure, because we know Weibo was definitely under a lot of pressure, trying to get all survivors out of there, trying to get the attention to all survivors and to the Cypher machines, putting pressure everywhere, while FPXTQ on the other side was putting pressure everywhere on the violinist right here. 5-point game, and therefore FPXTQ is deciding round number 3 for themselves. Weibo was doing a fantastic job coming back on the survivor side by getting 3 survivors through the exit gate in the first half of this round, but FPXTQ deciding this entire game between Weibo and FPXTQ for themselves. proceeding into the semifinals. Great job from both teams. You have to highlight all of the moments.
Yes.
Everything was just absolutely amazing. The teamwork on FPX CQ in this match, especially, you saw it. Late game, all of a sudden, all the survivors were there to rescue that seer and to take away the attention of the violinist from the gates. Just stunning the violinist so he couldn't get to the gate. Just having the seer accumulate another owl. Just having the flare gun ready to give more time to the remaining survivors for them to go to the exit gate. Whew.
Wow.
Fantastic job from FPX CQ. Congratulations.
Incredible performance there, and just give it up for Weibo though. Like, bring out the violinist. Again, it was a tough match because of FPX ZQ, one of the best survivors out there, very stable, very well coordinated, and they had the right strategy, bringing really the embalmer there because the embalmer also self-healed. We did see that D did bring insolence to try to make his trait go faster. He did also use the teleport to try to go for the most optimal survivor, but that seer was just very pesky. And as you mentioned, Grizzly, farming 3 owls is no joke. Farming 1 owl is a big deal already.
Yes, exactly. And we sometimes saw in the bottom left, again, I want to encourage everyone who is watching, because even I sometimes forget to look at the left of the screen, where you get so many information. You get the information on the cipher machines. You also get the information on what survivors are doing. For example, you can always call out the hunter's traits, the hunter's persona, because I just don't look into that corner. But at the same time, we saw that we saw how the seer was playing. We saw the seer was basically looking at the hunter the entire time, just showing us the knowledge on how the map looks like. You don't even have to look into the direction where you're going. And I, for example, I definitely have to do it. But let's just go let's just go over the stats right here, because even with the seer having a containment time of over 160 seconds, he was also able to push that last cipher that they had to go for, because they had to, split up a little bit right here. We can see in general, a lot of decoding was brought to the ground, and containment time of the hunter for, I think it was the forward, was also extremely high, because he was harassing together with the seer. Fantastic job from FPX. Also, phenomenal job from Weibo, making it this far, and again, bouncing back from the first round, and the second round was already getting better. Third round was looking very, very good. I was actually looking forward to see overtime right here. But FPX CQ just showing yet again that they are not here to play around. They want to get into the finals. So therefore, right now, they go into the semifinals after this match against Weibo.
Yeah, incredible journey so far for both these teams. As you mentioned, do give them your love and support, because what an amazing match. Just when we thought the matches were getting hotter and hotter, you did see them reach like this boiling point of how we were able to break the magic number to head on over to match number 3, and that did not disappoint. Action all throughout, a lot of activity, and man, the priestess being able to utilize her skills so well in that map. And this is what's very interesting. Yes, I would actually agree with this. We have Iron, able to farm 3 owls. He has to be the MVP here. You see MVP count 1. Average score is over the 9,000 mark. Decoding as well as containment time. My gosh, this guy is just a well-rounded survivor.
And that's just, again, it's one thing to just come in with basically it was a very, very long kite early game, and still being able to divide the attention of the hunter, to really get the attention away from the seer. So great teamwork right here as well, because if the hunter would have went for the seer would have been dead on chair, but therefore we saw the rest of the team trying to prevent this. And we came to the end of the third match of the day. We are still looking forward to the next match that is coming up, which will be GD versus Day3, and one of these teams will also jump into the semifinals after this match. But we will see all of this after a short break. This was my wonderful birthday. I want to say happy birthday on stream too. I totally forgot about it. My wonderful birthday caster here with me, Poch Spice. Happy birthday to you.
Thank
very,
you.
very.
And
pleasant.
everyone in the chat, I love you all. Thank you so much for the greetings. Gaming Grizzly, thank you so much. Shout outs also to Articuno and everyone watching. Best way to spend the birthday, watching some awesome Identity 5 matches. But as Grizzly said, we'll be taking a very short break. More Identity 5 action when we return.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is the self now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问 见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，求求你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？ 帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。但畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都混在寂寞里，静待形态。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
I can't believe that just happened, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Call of the Abyss Global Finals, COAIV 4, ladies and gentlemen. Potch Spice, Gaming Grizzly, just having some fun here. Because, man, what a jam-packed day we had, and we're slowly rounding out the top 4. Great action, and wow, I feel the tension in the air because day 4 is coming to, it's on the horizon already, and we have some of our characters that will be in that mix, but we still have to round out the day with one more match between mainland China and Japan.
Wow, we just had such a phenomenal match. The first match actually, or the first fight between two teams that was actually going into the third round, almost into overtime. And they really showed us that they definitely deserve to be here. Next up, though, we have GD going against Day3 again, and we have the masks right here. And absolutely love them, would love to have one of them. But let's concentrate on the teams right here. We see Day3 getting ready on the survivor side and GD coming in on the hunter side. Very curious to see how this will start out for both of the teams. Again, in round number 1, we will only have one ban. So what can we expect? Can we expect the wildling that we have seen so many times before in the past days? Or can we expect immediately an immediate action of the priestess right here in this fight between GD versus Day3? We would just have to wait and see, but so far we can now jump into the team. JX wildling main right here.
Definitely something to consider. Like you mentioned, the wildling always, it's such a big threat. Even Weibo's D even said that he's so nervous with the placement of this wildling. And JX will definitely be on the hunter's radar. Moving on to our next survivor, ZYJ is the forward of that group. Uses a lot of that football probably to contain the hunter because it's almost at that 60-second mark, and can also push that cipher. Also has a very good stun rate with 0.5. And also something to mention, Day3, their survivors have this really weird pace of just cipher rushing. It's so their match between BL yesterday, I think it was like around the 5-minute mark because they did not allow the hunter to even try and get their presence felt. And one of the courtesies of that is because of WW with that priestess. Very slippery character. She can also go with the mechanic, or she that's why her decoding time is so much, as well as if she's found, you got that 30-second time. But WW being one of those survivors the hunter has to watch out for. And rounding off the 4 is Upsy. Upsy is the seer. We always see the seer complement any of the mixes we've been witnessing here in Call of the Abyss 4, and I can't wait to see what Upsy brings to the table when Day3 takes the stage.
I can't wait to see these matches between Do5 and GD, and I just want to reflect on what happened yesterday, because we saw GD going against OSM and actually deciding that match within 2 rounds, and we had the same stuff happening when it came to Do5 versus BL. Do5 deciding it within 2 rounds. Now we have these 2 extremely powerful teams clutching against each other, and I believe that we will this time get into another round 3 because of these 2 matches, because of these two teams, very, very powerful teams. They will give each other nothing. My prediction for this round right here, for this match between GD versus Do5, we will go into a round 3.
Oh yeah, I have a feeling that the previous match kind of set that trend, and all of these hunters and survivors will definitely bring their A game and try as much as possible to push for that round 3. And the trend was seeing just round 2 because the complete dominance of those performances. But now I have a feeling something awakened in them for them to be able to really give this their last stand. Do5 versus GD. Again, spam in the chat who you guys are for, please. And also, if you guys are for both these teams, please give them all your support. Now, looking at the data, DX, don't let those dimples fool you, ladies and gentlemen. He is a very scary hunter, as well as No Nino. No Nino, known as that Dream Witch we saw in the stats. Eliminated survivors. If we round it up, they are very impressive when it comes to the eliminations. It was just that Do5 was not granted that match number 3. So well, let's see if GD will oblige and take them to unfamiliar territory here in Call of the Abyss 4, taking them to that match 3.
Look at these stats, both of them. DX with a 4.0 elimination rate. Then we have No Nino with a 3.5. We can also see the average pellets that have been broken. No Nino definitely coming in with 7 right here. 7 average broken pellets. That definitely shows that he's not getting... he's not giving these survivors a break.
Oh, yeah.
Really going to hunt down the survivors, whatever happens, bring down the pellets and going for the hits right here. We saw both of these hunters in yesterday's matches, and both of these hunters extremely scary, extremely dangerous when it comes to the hunt. We are starting with GD right here on the hunter side. Do5 is getting ready on the survivor side. Very, very excited to see this match coming in. And they are ready. They are just waiting for their go signal, and we are waiting for their go signal. And
they're waiting for it as well. No Nino, again, being very patient. Something to talk about with yesterday's performance of No Nino, since there is no hunter ban in match number 1. He was able to set a furious pace, getting 5 points with his Dream Witch. So I have a feeling Do5 watched that match, and also the Do5 fans. Man, this mask, I really want to get these masks. They seem to have their own merch.
Same. I was just asking myself the same, what exactly these masks represent, or if that is like the mascot of Do5 right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are jumping into the bans, the picks and bans. What do you think? What will we see? Mercenary, mechanic. All right, it is mechanic. It already happened.
Oh wow, Grizz, look at this. Moonlit River Park. Very well, based on the data we saw yesterday, Priestess is there. Do5 was able to thrive and survive in this map. So I would have to give a little bit of an edge to Do5 coming into this, because we saw how excellent they performed. But No Nino, again, being an excellent Dream Witch is definitely something to account for.
Very, very excited to see that first match, that first half of round number 1 between these 2 teams. And yeah, as you already said, first round there will be a mechanic ban, and with that mechanic ban it still allows Do5 to utilize the Mercenary, Seer and Fort, as well as, especially on this map, a very powerful survivor, which is the Priestess. And as you already said, it's very, very obvious how the strategies have been shifted from smaller maps and wildling usage to bigger maps and Priestess usage. Right now we can see No Nino going with the Sculptor. For the Hunter picks, there wasn't really a shift. It is rather the strategy that goes along with the Survivor picks. So very curious to see if this Priestess can really change the outcome of this match yet again. We saw it previously where FPX was able to get 3 survivors out of the gate against Weibo when they were utilizing the global portal of the Priestess on exactly this map. So what will we see this time? What is Do5 bringing to the table, and what is No Ninyo doing against it?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors, especially with how Do5 in that match with BL, they were so well coordinated. They knew where to rotate. They gave the Dream Witch a hard time, but this is a sculptor, right? So definitely going to be the chase is definitely going to help him out, especially with those chip damage from the sculptors and a lot more map presence with that chisel, especially how far-reaching that chisel could be. In a huge map like Ever Sleeping Town, definitely the presence will be felt by the sculptor. Let's see how Do5 does as we head into match number 1 of the first half here in Moonlit River Park.
And here we go, No Ninyo bringing the action, immediately going to Godkite. We have Afsi right there, and what we can see right there, transitioning away a little bit, we have the Seer as first target of No Ninyo. Will he be able to spot him right away? Oh, this might be the first hit while the pallet was dropped. Fantastic job from No Ninyo, immediately putting pressure on the survivor in this very good kiting area, pushing Apsi away from that kiting area, giving him no chance to breathe right here, but Seer being able to get away from these statues. Really, there we have the Priestess. Again, Priestess. Did he went back? He went back. Right here.
What a double take there. Excellent stuff on the Seer side, and he still hasn't utilized his owl. I was wondering, you mentioned he was at God Guiding, but then having the forethought and having the idea of actually getting rid of this sculptor, and now it is WW's turn to eat that hit and try to kite for as long as possible, and still has 2 holy keys to work with over here at last stop, and making it such a headache to deal with. Look at these portals, just gaining her quick access away from the last stop and moving over to the pallet side as well as the windows here at the center of tent.
Very, very interesting change of pace right here, where we saw Seer being the first kite, and Seer coming through with that owl protecting the Priestess yet again. We see how important the Priestess is right here, and everyone wants to either keep her alive or bring her down extremely fast. Fantastic job from No Ninyo, shifting priorities right here from the Seer to the Priestess. Now bring down the Priestess before any of the Cypher machines were able to pop, but at the same time, if we look at the progress, fantastic progress from Do5, bringing down almost 3 Cypher machines already. You can see Mercenary is popping off that Cypher, now going into the direction of the Priestess, into the direction for the rescue.
One thing to note as well is that the Seer is already healed up, so definitely they recuperated the resources there. The Mercenary eating that hit, excellent back there just to get that dash, and look at that teleport canceled the Mercenary's rescue right when he was about to reach the halfway mark. No Ninyo off to a great start, even though he lost the Seer, getting 2 down and forcing the forward to try and rescue and salvage the situation here is definitely on the side of GD, as you see ZYJ trying to make his way before the Priestess expires. Now over at Broken Carousel, we see that chisel, full presence already gained by No Ninyo. Now survivors are forced to defend.
What a change of pace right here. Really, really important protection that happened right here of the Priestess. Priestess is out of the game, so therefore there will be no late game surprises when it comes to the global portal. And what we can see right now is No Ninyo definitely concentrating on the survivor that was already on the chair once, shifting priorities over to the Seer now, which also means that the survivors, since they have rotated and transitioned out of this area, we can see him right up there, and No Ninyo knows the location, is probably following along, trying to hit him with the statues.
Wow. Now
One Cypher machine remaining. No, two Cypher machines are remaining.
Yeah, again, GD's No Ninyo was able to set a furious pace to this match, forcing the forward to try and go rescue that mercenary because of the timing of that hit. Will he be able to take it? Oh, he does it. Whoa, he took it at the last moment. Oh my gosh. Excellent usage there. He's at the second stop. We still see No Nino able to use that chisel and now staying at the stairs. Great stuff because that is a good way to counter the statues. No Nino once again has teleport. He will be using it. He will be changing targets and it seems like it's back to the mercenary, but he does have that elbow dash for him to be able to get out of the sight of No Nino. But for how long, Grizzly?
What a highlight moment right there. Fantastic job from the Seer. And we can see maybe the same strategy. No, it did not happen right here with the Mercenary. Mercenary was able to start the roller coaster, but I want to highlight what just happened with the Seer. Seer started the roller coaster. No Nino was able to get the terror shock. Seer saw it, got out of the roller coaster, and got back in immediately, avoiding that terror shock. That is a moment that needs to be highlighted. Perfect Seer gameplay and getting away. And I would assume that the Mercenary was trying to pull off the same, but this time in favor of No Nino was not able to get out of the roller coaster in time. We can see the forward. No, tried to dash in right here and is getting cut down with statues and the normal chisel. Just the normal chisel hit, but then using that chisel to see where the Seer is at. And yeah, just a moment to highlight was what you just mentioned there. We see a 4K, 5 points. Actually, I think they're gonna try to go for some heals. And No Nino is just waiting for the forward to get back up, but he can't rest on his laurels just yet because the Seer is also trying to do the same thing. And now he's gonna go for it, regular hit on the forward. And now we see teleportation as well. It's getting cooled down, as you mentioned. Upsy, just so close. Teleport will be utilized. He is right there in that area. Forward already used his self-heal, and it is all No Nino so far. Just bravo so far. Oh, couldn't get that hit. Upsy again, trying to survive as long as he can. Gets that hit, and that is going to be GG's. Wow. Amazing first match, especially for Nino right, No Nino right here. No Nino right here, which grants GD 5 points for that first half in round number 1. Fantastic job. And I also want to mention this again. Survivors were doing a fantastic job too. Like the way they were protecting the priestess, trying to rescue the priestess. No Nino just denying that rescue right here of the mercenary. That was a crucial moment in that first round. And we also saw the Seer, that trick, just getting in and out and in on the last seat. Oh my God, what a fantastic job.
Yeah, something else to mention was when the Seer got hit in God Kiting, moved away from two-story just because he knew that the priestess placed portals and the switch happening. And just so many moments to highlight from both Hunter and Survivor. And what a way to have the last match before we head into top 4. Starting off with a bang, No Nino setting a big lead with 5 points. Furious start for him. I can't wait to see how DX is going to respond because we saw the match data between these two hunters and it seems like they're going to go head to head with who can hunt more because it's 4 to 3.5. You could just round that off to say that they're both they both perform 4Ks right away. So here, before I lose my mind with this match, let's check out the game data and try to decipher the genius that happened with No Nino as well as the survivors because they had really good containment time and really good cipher progress. But again, the priestess being out early on was just so good. As you mentioned, as a trend we've been seeing, don't need her in the end game, especially if you're a hunter. But if you're a survivor, that is definitely a game changer for your team.
Definitely a lot of game-changing moments right here. At the end of the day, at the end of the first half at least right here from round number 1, we have to say GD No Nino really setting a statement for their team, just showing what they are capable of. But the thing is, I said this before, I still believe this will go into a round 3.
Right.
Day3 will not just sit there and watch GD getting points. No, I think Day3, especially right now, knows that they need to get the 4 survivor elimination. And as you mentioned, if we look at the data, both hunters were coming in with an almost identical survivor elimination rate per match, and Day3 knows what is on the line. Day3 knows that they need to get at least a 4 survivor elimination to get the 5 points to tie this first round. And my prediction is that they will put everything into this to make a tie for round number 1, which also would mean we would go into round number 3, which is my prediction for this entire match between these two giants. And here we can see Day3 coming in, getting ready.
Yeah, getting ready, and a lot of support coming out from the fans of Day3. There are those masks again. We gotta really highlight that, and that seems like the mascot, right, for Day3. And something interesting to say about GD. So they are the last representatives of Japan, so a lot of pressure coming into this. But what's interesting to note is that both AL and SST got the auto bid. So GD had the longer journey between those teams to get here. And during their qualifier match, GD actually in the grand finals of best of 5, No Nino and the gang, the survivors, they were able to 3-0 their adversaries. So to get there, and look at that, the excitement in the air coming from Yuto. I have to say, Yuto, he's the guy that is in charge of playing with our hearts, Grizzly, because he's just recycling through the entire survivor list. So he's waving at everyone. He's so excited. I wonder which survivor he'll be showcasing in the match and also during the character select screen.
Yes, absolutely. And we can see the stats right here, decoding of 140 and also having a containment time of what I think was almost 90 seconds.
Yes.
Which is a lot in tournament segments. Here we can see another fantastic Seer player, very well aware of when the camera turns to them, so they can show their love to their fans as well. And they are getting ready to jump into this game right here, just as we are ready. Seer, if we look at the containment time, also almost 80 seconds, almost 150 percentage of decoding. Fantastic team all over on GD side right here. Again, in this round right here, they definitely want to get 1 survivor out of the gate just to get round number 1 as victory. But at the same time, Day3 will not make it easy for them to get 1 survivor out of the gate. Again, it is round number 1. They still can select almost all the characters that they want. There will only be 1 ban on the survivor side. We saw the mechanic main before, and now we have the forward main right here. If we look at the containment time, 120 seconds of containment time.
Yes.
That is a time that is definitely devastating.
I want to tell you something cool about Kit, and something we could watch out for if we push for round number 3. He brought out a prisoner in round number 3. So that's something to take note of. He has been known to bring out the mech, also the forward, but you know what? Bring out that prisoner would definitely, I'm sure one of our co-MCs, Articuno, would be super happy to see a prisoner come into that mix. And that could be the X factor. But then again, GD setting a furious pace to start things off. Definitely Day3 will not sit around for them to make that lead even more. So DX, again, just so dominant at the start of Call of the Abyss 4 yesterday with his dominant performance with both his hunters, I believe it was the Dream Witch as well as Anne. He did amazingly against BL, so the survivors of GD side cannot rest on the 5 points, the 5-point lead just yet. They want to be able to keep that point differential or keep the lead going, because Day3 definitely has a huge ace up their sleeve, and his name is DX.
And we are slowly transitioning into the picks and bans for survivors and hunters. Starting off with the ban, we are on Moonlight Park. What will we see? Will we see another mechanic ban, or will we see the mercenary being banned? All right, really trying to avoid the rescues and avoid the delayed effect of taking damage when it comes to the mercenary. This also gives an opening again to the priestess and to the mechanic. So we will see for sure the mechanic right here alongside with the priestess, as well as Seer and forward. Whew, this is going to be a very interesting match, and as pretty much in all of the matches that we have casted so far today, as soon as we see a priestess, we definitely want to look out what will happen to that said priestess. Will she be the one that has to do the first kite of the match? Will she be the one that has to buy the time for the survivors to decode all the cipher machines? Or will she be the one that brings the pressure to the hunter late game? We will have to see and find out, because we also have the mechanic, and now we have this. It's a very, very interesting split that we have right here, considering that, for example, priestess can buy a lot of time when it comes to the early game, but if she is able to buy that time, the hunter is having a lot of problems since the mechanic can decode a lot.
Right.
Now we are talking about late game, so if we are going for the mechanic first, you still have the chance to, first of all, eliminate the mechanic and then have a few cipher machines remaining to go for the priestess. So I assume what we will see is not an early game kite from the priestess, rather the hunter looking out for the mechanic. That is my prediction, and we are right now waiting for them to lock in these games. You said that Yuto was the one who was playing with our emotion, but this time I'm pretty confident in saying that we'll utilize the seer right here.
That's actually a good thing you pointed out, and I kind of want to double down on that. Yeah, he definitely wants to go for the mechanic first. DX had the same pattern yesterday, banning the mercenary, going for the Dream Witch, which I was kind of a little skeptical about because of how the Dream Witch would fare in big maps, but rest assured that DX can make it happen just as he did yesterday. He can do it again now. He had the same ban, and I believe this was kind of the same lineup that he saw. So can he duplicate that same performance, that lightning in a bottle, and just show everyone why he was one of the MVP hunters of IVL? We're gonna find out as we head on over to still match 1, but the second half of match number 1. Ever Sleeping Town once again, ladies and gentlemen. GD with a great start to this match. 5-point difference. Will DX buckle under the pressure or thrive under it?
Very, very good question. Again, my prediction is another 5-point game for Do this time. That is just my prediction. If Do 5 will actually be able to put up the same amount of points after eliminating 4 survivors, we will see right after this match, or almost or during this match. And again, I'm very curious to see if we will have because on this big map we already had this problem before, right? Like, yes, you want to go for the mechanic first because mechanic will bring a lot of decoding to the ground, but what happens if the mechanic is on the other side of the map, at the same time rotating away from you, and you have to cross the entire map and even halfway back until you actually found your first survivor that you want to hunt down. So that can definitely buy a lot of time for the rest of the survivors as well. That is why the mechanic is just such a crucial character when it comes to the lineup. Mechanic can just is in general one of the most dangerous characters when it comes to the tournament. Here we can see that GD was actually pausing the game right away, which I definitely prefer to see a pause right at the very beginning instead of in the middle, because in the middle it's just very, very difficult to get back into the game, and if it is in the middle there might have been problems before. So starting this off with a little break right here, that's absolutely fine. While they're figuring out their technical I just realized that your face is so much better lit than mine.
What? It's the birthday buff, that's why. But there we go. As you were mentioning, let's take it back to yesterday. GD actually did pretty well against a Dream Witch of OSM. So you could say that they have experience, but just saying that DX is a whole nother level of Dream Witch, because again, he's a seasoned player. He was named the MVP in most dangerous hunter actually in IVL. So that's definitely something that they should take into consideration coming to that map. I believe he did spawn near the tent area. So he will have to hope that he finds the survivors he's looking for, because the scenario you played out would definitely be in favor of the survivors especially if the mechanic is moving around. Like let's say she hides her doll and rotates somewhere where it's not favorable for the hunter, especially with the seer, right? The seer has that X-ray vision to spot out where the hunter is at, and definitely give a heads up to the mechanic, don't go over there. Or the even though like it's the main body, you could definitely see the leech follower, so they're gonna give a little bit of a heads up where the hunter is gonna be. So giving the eyes for the mechanic, for the mechanic to be able to probably hide the doll, probably hide somewhere, and it's gonna be a tough early chase if that's gonna be the case for Do5.
Yes, I couldn't agree any less. I wasn't able to actually make out where all the survivors have been spawned, so that will we will see as soon as we jump back into the game. And yeah, you're right. Was getting spawned at the tent, was going into the direction of the last stop right there. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. I'm very curious to see if the survivors are able to rotate around and buy a lot of time by basically denying DX to find the mechanic early in the game, or if again, we saw this with GD, who was just able to bring down the first survivor quite quickly, and that's something that you definitely want to keep in mind, that's crucial, because even if you bring down the mechanic, if that is not happening early in the game, that means the rest of the survivors can bring down decoding, and that's for sure a little bit better than the mechanic being on the field, because mechanic can just bring twice the decoding to the ground if the doll is activated. But for now, we just jump into this match. You can see Seer is found. Definitely not the worst find, but leeching that Seer right here, putting a little bit of pressure on the Seer and trapping him in between. There we go. There comes the first hit now. Concentrating on that first survivor right here, and we can see the doll is right there.
Yeah,
that might be a very, very interesting find, because now you can make out where the mechanic is going to.
Yeah. And now we see that DX is still wanting to leech the Seer, does know where the mechanic is at, and the mechanic, I'm sure, already planted another doll in that process. Yuto, though, trying to buy as much time as possible for a possible rotation for the team, but the patroller is going to be dropped, and now we're going to see another hit swipe, but no, it was denied. Nice juke, but then again, the patroller just buying, giving the hunter the luxury of having a stable survivor to hit, and we're going to see another patroller down. Kit is in the area. Patroller is going around to try to get the ankles of this forward, going back and forth, and he's gonna get it.
Very important move right here, because now you can easily get the Seer on the balloons with not necessarily taking too much attention, giving too much attention to the forward, because forward can dash in. Oh, is coming in right now, was actually denied to hit one of the two leeches, and now rescues the Seer. Terror Shock bringing the presence up for Do5's DX right here. Presence is at max, and that will end up with the forward on the rocket chair. The doll is right here, which is a very, very good find yet again, because if that doll is going down,
yeah, he'll definitely get a sniff of where the mechanic is at, and it seems like he's gonna go for that. The Seer, though, still has a leech on him. He's getting that anti-curse going, but the forward is down and trying to heal up. Do5's DX is still on the hunt here for some survivors on chairs, and it seems like the survivor that we see in the rocket chair is the forward, but you see the mechanic stall is still there. If he's able to swipe that out, that's one less body to worry about. Maka, the mechanic, seems to be on the case to try and save this forward while being chased by the leech.
Very, very good rescue right here, and was a little bit stuck between that leech that was standing right there, taking the hit for the forward. What the survivors are doing right here is basically taking their turns on the chair. We have seen this before. The more they take turns on the chair, the more time each survivor gets to actually decode cipher machines. We can see the forward trying to get rid of the leech. DX not finding him right now, right here, and getting him a patroller on the leg yet again, slowing him down. Main body leech is coming in, was trying to dash away, but will not make it. Fierce Owl, though, will come in for the rescue. Will this be enough to get rid of the patroller? It won't be enough to avoid the hit right here. Fantastic gameplay. I told you before, DX, Do5 is going full out, is trying to get the 5-point game as well. We now have the Priestess right here, not concentrating on the Priestess. She is extremely dangerous late game. Currently, we are not in the late game though.
Yeah, not a big threat just yet, because right now they have to play defense because 2 survivors might be seeing the rocket chair. And now they're going to have to try and see how they're going to salvage this situation, because this is the second time for the forward to see that rocket chair, and it is the first time for the mechanic. Her doll is still out, but it's almost out in terms of the juice on it. But wow, quick rescue on the forward. Great usage of the footballs just to get away from harm's way. And look at that. Has a leech right there, but again, the utilization of the football. But no, the tide turner will be exhausted.
Fantastic job. I was actually, fantastic job from GD, actually body blocking right here and helping Maka to get away and not to get on the chair again. Again, there are still 3 Cypher machines remaining. They are working on the Cypher machine, but still, is it enough to actually get 1 survivor through the gate or through the dungeon? This is at least the main goal that they have right here, to get 1 survivor out into the side, the first round for themselves. And on the other side, we have Do5 DX right here.
He
Predicting that
blink. Yeah, excellent stuff so far, but tries to go for that long swipe, and Maka so dangerous in that sandwich situation, and Maka will be falling down. DX ready with another leech for her. 3 Cyphers remaining, but Grizzly 3 are almost primed. So again, this map is so big, it's actually going to be to the detriment of the survivors, because 3 survivors remaining, but 1 going back to the rocket chair for the second time. 2 pretty healthy, but again, 3 Cyphers need to get popped.
That is the situation right here. 3 Cypher machines are almost done. 1 of it could be popped quite soon. But the thing is, first of all, late game Dream Witch can protect Cypher machines very, very well. That is extremely crucial. And with, let's just say, with 2 Cypher machines on the field, 1 on the rocket chair, it is extremely difficult to pop off 3 Cypher machines, because you need 1 survivor who goes in for the rescue. That leaves only 1 survivor to decode the Cypher machines. We saw the doll was going down twice, so there's no doll on the ground. You can see the priestess popping up that 1 Cypher machine, but now they have to split up. Maka right here getting chased. That means Megan, the priestess, needs to go in for the rescue. That also means nobody is decoding. The pressure that the Dream Witch is putting on these survivors is immense. Comes in for the rescue in time.
So intense, as you were mentioning. You just look at that, just gets the rescue, but then it's always playing defense, because once someone makes a rescue, another one gets down. 2 are down now, Grizzly. It's looking pretty well on the side of DX, and as you mentioned, DX will not just sit around. If GD has this 5-point lead, they will try to get as much points as possible. We do see GD trying to save up some of the survivors here in terms of getting those anti-curses, getting a little more breathing room for them to be able to just survive as long as possible.
Oh, did you see it in the bottom left? We had the Seer trying to get rid of the leech and having the leech inside of a pallet. But as soon as DX was switching, that leech was moved out of that pallet and was actually able to bring down the Seer on the right side of the pallet. Fantastic job from DX right here, really coordinating these leeches, and that is another. That was a fantastic escape with the Priestess portal. She is fighting for it, trying to give more time to the team. Seer is up again. Now Priestess is down. This is a back and forth that we have seen many times before, where the last 2 survivors are trying to get up and trying to get to the dungeon while the other survivor bleeds out. But at the same time, it is taking a long time. There is a long way to go to actually have 1 survivor bleed out in this situation, and therefore we can see Yuto trying to get to the dungeon, but at the same time that one will be closed, just trying to survive. But as soon as these survivors can't get up anymore, there's no chance for them to actually escape through the dungeon. And here we have it, as already mentioned, these teams are not giving each other anything. Do5 securing the 5-point game, securing the tie for this first round between these giants, GD and Do5. Fantastic job from both sides. We saw outstanding gameplay from the Hunter, from both Hunters, No Nino as well as DX. Fantastic job. And as I predicted it, we're going to go into round 3. That was definitely something that I was looking forward to see. And yeah.
When it comes to DX, Moonlit River Park seems to be his hunting ground for Dreamwitch, because now you can actually see in his resume, ladies and gentlemen, that in Call of Duty 4, he is, actually perfect standing in Moonlit River Park, not only with BL but also with GD. So you gotta respect that Dreamwitch in a huge map like this. And the interesting thing is that this was the first round, so they had the meta picks of the survivors. The priestess was there, the mechanic was there, but the patience and the pace of DX, knowing that okay, these survivors are gonna have to take rounds in that chair, it's still fine because he slowly started to build that momentum. And I think I told this to Articuno, it's like facing a Dreamwitch is definitely facing it's like quicksand, right? You struggle, then before you know it, you're neck deep in it. And that's what's happening. Like they had some small wins here and there, but DX, again, just keeping the pace. Once a survivor is hit, leech right away. Once they're healing, all right, time to chair a survivor. So it was just a back and forth of offense and defense, and DX came up on top with that second half.
And here we have the stats. Fantastic job. They were able to only pop 3 Cypher machines, which we saw before too when No Nino was playing. We also had 2 Cypher machines remaining.
Right.
Hit on survivors 20 was the exact same stat that we had on No Nino, who was doing a fantastic job as well. We can see the decoding and the rescues of these survivors, really trying to get out of here. Every single survivor has a containment time over 60 seconds, which just shows that they were not given any breaks. They were not given any chances to decode properly and to Cypher rush or to bring down these Cypher machines in time. So fantastic pressure put on the survivors from Do 5. DX also on the game before, where we saw GD's No Nino going against Do 5's team. They did not give each other anything. Anything. And you mentioned it before. If we looked at the stats of these both Hunters, average elimination 4 and average elimination 3.5, which is almost basically the same.
Yeah.
It was just seeing these stats, it was almost an expected outcome for round number 1, for the game number 1 that we see right here. 5 points for each teams, which makes it a tie, which definitely brings us to game number 3.
Yeah, you predicted it. We are definitely going to see a game 3. And what's interesting for me to predict is that I have a feeling this is going to be a battle of inches. Like, it's just going to be down to the point differential, similar to AL versus GR. It's just a 2-point difference. The points are really going to matter here, and none of these teams are going to give an inch because they know their adversaries will take a mile out of that inch. And as you mentioned, looking at the stats of the Hunters, it seems like that is something to look forward to, and comparing and contrasting both of those Hunters. So we've saw the Sculptor of No Nino, we've saw the Dreamwitch of DX. How deep can their Hunter pool go as we head into game 3?
And here we have some highlights. Sears Owl protecting the Priestess, as we mentioned before, one of the Hunter survivors you definitely want to protect, and denying that rescue of the Priestess at the same time. Will we see the roller coaster action that I have pointed out earlier when we come to the Seer? Yes, we will.
Oh, beautiful stuff there. Go out.
Getting in, man. It's happened so fast. Fantastic job. Here we can see another great chance for No Nino, pushing the survivor towards him, giving him a statue hit as well as a normal hit. Now we can see the match of Do 5 DX right here. Great escape from that hit. Really putting pressure by avoiding that hit of the forward, giving him one and immediately giving him another one to bring him down. The patroller usage perfect, just in time right here before the pellet was dropped. Whew, so many highlights, so many. Are we seeing the portal? I want to see the portal.
Oh, yeah, I hope so.
That one portal, that was so amazing.
Oh, darn. But hope you guys could clip that, because this match has just been highlight reel after highlight reel of both survivors and hunters, and capping off the top 4. They are not disappointing. They will take each other to the limit, and here we are introducing GD, ladies and gentlemen, the survivors as well as the hunter right there in the middle, which is No Nino up against the their big adversaries of Do5. And just taking a look at the excellent skyline here. I miss traveling, Grizzly. But here we have Do5, amazing stage. DX back on the hunting chair. I wonder where the map is going to take us.
I do wonder that as well. I am predicting a Dreamwitch ban. That might be something that GD does not want to deal with again. We might predict the Dreamwitch ban, and I'm not really sure if we might predict it for both sides, because GD was bringing out the Sculptor previously. So maybe we're gonna see a Sculptor ban when as soon as it comes to the second half of this match. So yeah, Dreamwitch ban, that's for sure. I would say I would place my bets on that. When it comes to the survivor bans, we now can see 2 survivor bans depending on the map. We might, we could assume that Priestess could be banned, and at the same time, and just trying to make predictions, it's like the survivors or hunters from these teams. They start into one match, and in the next match they learned their lessons from the match before. So therefore, I'm trying to do the same. So what we have seen so far is that we have bigger maps throughout the entire day. So my prediction is we're gonna see another big map, and we're gonna see a Priestess ban, and we're gonna see a Mechanic ban, and we're gonna see a Dreamwitch ban. I'm trying to adapt to my for my casting skills right here. So if my prediction is right on that,
that means Feaster is coming out.
Oh, I wish a lot, yes.
Yeah, everyone's wishing. I'm pretty sure in the chat as well. But going to Arms Factory, this is actually the smallest map. No, it's fine. But I will, maybe the priest, you did get right on the Dreamwitch ban, and you see that, I think that was Yuto just getting amped up for this match. Maybe not considering the Priestess ban, because again, this is a pretty small map. Going the Merc as well as the Mechanic, DX just smiling, just making sure that, he's having a positive attitude coming into this next match. He knows what's on the line. Koa Glory going to day number 4. Now, switching it over to the Survivor picks. Not gonna call it. No, not yet. Not
No, not gonna call it. But I mean, interesting. Maybe that is a setup for something else that brings out a new strategy we haven't seen yet. I mean, we have seen the Prospector before. He can be extremely annoying. We have seen the Gravekeeper, who can buy a lot of time and forced hunters to just find another target, especially early game when you have these 2 shovels, his skill that can buy so much time for the rest of the team. So what will we see on Do5's DX team right here? Also, can we see these survivors being locked in? I would really like that, because I would really love to see the Prospector.
Oh yeah, having one of the co-representatives here at my background, and people back there, the racer that is the Prospector. But it seems like the team of GDs seem pretty set with their picks here. Again, we saw yesterday OSM, ladies and gentlemen, their Prospector really did some damage in terms of stunning the hunter and really harassing the hunter before he was able to chair that survivor. So having a Prospector pick would definitely add on to the offense of this lineup. Gravekeeper, again, a great substitute, as Grizzly mentioned, eating a lot of those hits. A great substitute in a sense if Mercenary is banned. But something to note as well with GD is that they're not prioritizing the decoding. They're not going for the Explorer, which we've seen Explorer be really good at Arms Factory. A lot of places to hide. They might have a trick up their sleeve if they're going to be locking in, and they are. Now we're shifting focus to DX. DX, again, known for his An. Will he be bringing it out? I believe he has other hunters up his sleeve, but he did a lot of work with that An yesterday. Will he still continue the 4K status that is known as DK? Because so far, in his time as a hunter, he has not let a single survivor out of the compound. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, DX is so powerful that in his run here in Call of the Abyss 4, he has not let a single survivor out yet, and we're locking in with the Sculptor.
Ooh, Sculptor. I mean, kind of predictable when we see that the Dream Witch is banned, and when we look back at the rest of the tournament, Sculptor definitely one of the hunters that is just glowing up during this tournament. And I'm curious to see, as you already mentioned, DX not allowing any survivor to get out of this match, like not a single survivor. We have seen them play against BL yesterday, and as you mentioned, not a single survivor was able to escape. Will we see this happening again, or will GD put up a fight and really get survivors through the gate, putting pressure on No Ninyo later on in this second match, in the second half of this fight between these two? We are jumping into the game. It is Arms Factory. We haven't really seen a lot of Arms Factory. Have we seen Arms Factory at all today? We have.
No, we have not. There's been present in the day 1 and day 2, but this is actually, yeah, we're getting a pretty claustrophobic, Grizz. It's a pretty small map. Then again, a Sculptor with that chisel can make it feel all the more claustrophobic, but the wild card coming out of GD is that Prospector. Now DX shifting his attention, rotating towards Factory to see if anybody is there. Myken in the area, just trying to get away, giving probably trying to just warn his teammates that his heart is pounding. Myken again being the seer, giving everyone a heads up where the hunter is rotating. And let's see how who will be his first target.
Fantastic job from Macon, who is the Gravekeeper. Oh, nice stun from the Prospector. We saw this before when we had the Prospector, that he's just here to harass, to get the attention of the Hunter, to give the rest of the survivors more time to decode. Here we can see him trying to out into the Arms Factory, which is the best place for them to hide around. And here we can see
he already dropped the magnet on DX, so he's trying to position himself to get that stun. Kit, though, trying to utilize the water tanks here. Oh, gets the stun right away, drops the pallet just to continue the chase, but the statue hit will be able to get him. Oh, and the blink! Oh, man, DX is so sharp. That sequence there, all in favor of DX.
First survivor down, first survivor on the chair. Fantastic job from Kid, the Prospector, who was getting the attention and really putting up a good fight right here. But as soon as the second statue was hitting, there was an opening for DX to just use the normal weapon. We can see Gravekeeper is coming in, DX trying to get out the Gravekeeper out of his little hole right here. Immediate rescue and that hit, though not being able to tank that hit with the Gravekeeper. We now can see DX concentrating on the Prospector, really concentrating on bringing that first survivor out of the game. And at the same time, survivors are trying to bring down the Cypher machines, but it looks really good for DX in the early game right here.
Yeah, DX able to, find the best possible target out of that scramble, and it still is the Prospector, since he was able to see the rocket chair, and you saw that he was able to chase out that forward and still continuing to harass Yuto. Yuto in the area, going for the stun. Oh, he got it. Excellent stuff, and drops the pallet. This is going to be a great kiting area for Kit. Oh, got the magnet, and this is going to be another stun. Yuto still in the area. DX forced to down this forward, but that Prospector so slippery, able to get away from DX.
Fantastic job from Yuto, really rescuing his teammate, rescuing the Prospector before he was getting on the chair for the second time, and then making an appearance right in front of DX, literally forcing him to, hey, let's switch targets. I'm right here, bring me down. Why would you go for the Prospector again? But at the same time, we can now see the Prospector is again the target of DX and goes down. We can see also that Yuto got rescued just at the very same moment, but that was an extremely good play from the survivors, but also really good thinking from DX, catching up immediately, not staying at the rocket chair, and really pushing the survivors and putting pressure on them.
Yeah, and the prospector had the right idea trying to go for those magnets. DX, though, now defending this chaired prospector away from the seer. Goes for the regular hit. Nice, excellent rescue. Drops the pallet, but then DX, again with the maneuvers here, drops a magnet, and we're going to see if DX will get this stun. Oh, wow, takes him. Utilizes the real estate to get the maximized stun there. Kit trying to rotate away from the ruins area, probably trying to go to another area where there's more pallets to work with, and just away also from anywhere where they're pushing ciphers. We see that there are some ciphers being pushed, and Yuto again trying to go for a hit, but then DX gets the regular hit going.
Nice stun right there, or rather almost stun, because it was not DX was not getting pushed into any obstacles, so therefore it wasn't a stun, but was grabbing the attention of DX a little bit and giving Kit the Prospector enough time to gather another magnet right here, which might prolong his kite. Extremely difficult with all these statues, and this might be using the help of the statue.
Like an escalator, just pushing him away. DX, though, just trying to down this prospector. Again, so slippery. Oh, he vaulted. Oh, just vaulted right into DX's hit. Excellent stuff by DX, the patience there, but this slippery prospector did gain a lot of time for his teammates to pop some ciphers. We've been in the three cipher mark for a while. There are 3 being pushed, but then again, DX, once he starts to snowball, it can be so smothering for the survivors.
And the forward who was right there decided to back off a little bit to remain his football for future use. He's only a 1 hit of a statue away from going down, and we now can see that we have the Seer going to be the kiter. We have another cipher machine being decoded. We need 2 more cipher machines. Seer is halfway down, and there goes another hit on the Seer with the statues. Extremely difficult to get away from here. Do we see?
Ooh! That was so close. I was looking at the lower left side of the screen. He was farming that owl. It was like about 90%. So close. But then DX going for that regular hit. We are seeing some ciphers being progressed and popped here. One so close, but you see that the forward is working on one, I believe, in water tank. Oh, but look at that. The Seer able to struggle free and at a great position here just to extend the time. A little longer teleport will be used. 1 cipher remaining, and the forward has to run away and try to salvage it. Oh, he will be going down, though. And this is going to be, I believe, 2nd chair. He has been chaired before. Great rescue, but let's see if it was past the halfway mark, because the action is non-stop at Arms Factory.
What a prediction where the forward would dash to, and just utilizing the statues to hit him right there. Fantastic job. We can see that the forward was putting some decoding on that 1 cipher machine, but now we have DX not only protecting that said rocket chair where the forward is sitting on, but also mentioned the cipher machine that they were working on. They can't really do anything on that cipher machine right now, so therefore was not only was getting the hit
into that shovel. Yeah, he was trying to get into that dig state, but then again, yeah, it was unfortunate for Maiken, and you see that the forward is trying to tiptoe his way around Arms Factory. First time we're seeing the Gravekeeper in the chair, so it can be a salvageable situation. The Seer, again, trying... he is so close to farming an owl, right? Actually, he already did. He has 1 more, so he can actually give the owl if ever they want to go for this rescue and push for that endgame, but it's quite hard because both of them are injured.
Yeah, he's down.
And he's down, right, yeah.
DX was able to utilize the statues again, the chisel, to actually bring down the Seer. He is healing up, though. He has the chance to heal up again, but it might be extremely difficult to rescue the Gravekeeper who is on the chair and to bring down the cipher machine that they need to open up the exit gates. So now we can see DX really concentrating and throwing the chisel,
the chisel, the weapon, the sword,
the weapon over there yet again, and preventing the Seer from not only rescuing but also decoding, preventing him from doing anything at all. So now we can see forward is trying to start another cipher machine in the middle of the map, really spreading out the cipher progress, but that might be a very, very difficult task, because if we look at the cipher progress, only 1 cipher machine is really getting pushed, and Marka right now on the way to actually push that with the owl on as support might work out in their favor, might work out that they can actually bring down this one Cypher if Yuto is able to kite around and distract the Hunter for long enough. No, not happening!
Teleport, but yeah, Maka had to utilize the owl just to give him some safe passage here. Great pressure from DX transferring the priority to Maka because he was pushing that Cypher, and DX moving towards the other side of this map sees that Yuto is pushing for it, but again, that is the Cypher you just saw, ladies and gentlemen, that is being pushed. So DX realizing he has enough time to possibly chase down Maka since he has no more owl to work with. Again, forward doesn't have the fastest decoding time, so DX definitely has to maximize the time he has chasing down this seer.
Really, really difficult situation for the survivor side right here. Fantastic job from DX. There goes Maka with the statues yet again. Now we have a lot of pressure on the forward, and will he actually bring the seer to the chair, because that will give a little bit of an opening for Yuto to get to the dungeon. No, he is not doing it. He's not risking it.
Yeah, he knows that the seer was able to use his only self-heal. It's actually the forward that's one more chair away from going back to the manor. So this is great patience from DX and not really forcing anything to happen, because he does want to get that 5 points for his team to head into match number 3 with all the more confidence and all the more momentum. We do see that Yuto is digging for something, probably a syringe, hopefully, or another thing to extend his kite, because the seer is bleeding out, and DX, well aware that, is around in this area just to try to find where the forward is.
Great job right here from Yuto, trying to bring the syringe with him. We saw that he was switching his items and trying to bring the syringe and the football into a corner where he could peacefully heal up, but DX is not giving him that peace. He is not giving him that time to heal up, and brings him down with the statues. Syringe was found, which was the item that he was probably looking for, but couldn't really utilize it. And there we go, we already said it. Day3's DK is really not giving anyone any chance to get through the gate, and just yet again another match where he gets the 4 survivor elimination, where he gets the 5-point game. Now the question is, will No Ninyo keep up that pace and return the favor by eliminating all 4 survivors of Day3's team? And that would push us into round 3 with 2 ties, and this might actually go to overtime.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I don't want to predict that. Everything can change. These survivor teams, especially in round number 3, where they are forced to mix up the composition a little bit, as well as the hunters, where they are forced to pick other hunters than, Dreamwitch, Sculptor, we have seen so many times before, might actually give an opening for one of the teams to not allow a 5-point game to the opposite team. So I don't want to predict overtime, but I'm very, very curious to see what we can see in round number 3. And for now, I'm very, very interested in seeing what we can expect from the second half right here, when GD will be on the hunter side.
So far, it just seems like the hunters are just going for ultimate carnage here and going for the most just devastation. And Day3, again, as we emphasized, has not allowed any survivor to come out of the game. On the side of GD, though, you can actually probably say the same, but GD did pretty well in their match against OSM, but when it comes to hunting, I'd give a slight edge to DX with how he was so proficient with the Dreamwitch and the Sculptor. But as you mentioned, once we go deeper into the matches, how his meta picks when this meta picks will be banned, how will he prevail when all that's left are the ones that don't really see the light of day? And that's a match for match number 3. But right now, the question is, can No Ninyo keep up with the pace that DX has been setting? Because we know that the survivors of Day3 have been very consistent lately, and they have that very dangerous style of just forcing the endgame so fast.
I'm just trying to think of what we can expect, because we have the Arms Factory, which is the first time that we see it today, and we will most likely, I don't want to say it yet, we had the Dream Witch ban right now, therefore we had DX coming in as Sculptor, but the question is, will Do5 ban the Dream Witch as well, or will Do5 ban the Sculptor right away?
That's true. Oh, man, pick your poison, right, when it comes to this. But here, looking at the match data, this match lasted pretty long, about to hit the past the 10-minute mark, and you saw that there was some decent Cypher props at the start. But then again, once DX started to get the momentum going, get the full presence, get the feel of the match, and started to really get his presence felt, it was really hard for them to keep up with that type of pressure. Again, the war of attrition. He was just wanting the owl to be utilized, the magnets as well, the shovels, and he played that pretty well. So also, if we switch over to the Survivor side, the forward was very harassing, the prospector as well. It just so happens that DX was able to roll with the punches with what they presented, and was really able to zone in on his targets in which he had to go for.
Yes, I couldn't agree anymore. Absolutely fantastic gameplay from both sides. Prospector really doing a fantastic job early game, just getting the attention of the Hunter and trying to give the rest of the team more time.
One of them's wearing glasses.
Yeah. I saw that too.
Oh my god.
So they are actually looking through the nose. Oh god. Okay.
They are. Is that a frog or a lizard? Like it's Do5 for sure. I'm trying to figure it out.
Do5 for sure.
Yeah, it's Do5. Again, you gotta love the community. They're very passionate about the game as well as the players. So again, show your passion in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Just as Grizzly mentioned, just spam.
Yes, absolutely. Spam the hearts for both teams right here if you want to show your support. And yeah, again, just thinking about what could happen. We have the Arms Factory. We might see a Dream Witch or a Sculptor ban. We might actually see the Wildling being utilized to get this in the previous days. Quite often seeing a Wildling coming into the mix when it came to the smaller maps. Maybe we're gonna experience that again, especially in round number 2, where we have 2 of the main survivors being banned, which will probably be Mercenary and Mechanic again. So it's definitely giving us, or not us, giving them an opening to have the Wildling.
緊張はしてないです。楽しいからです。相手のハンターが何使うか調べて、対策を取れるようにしました。もう残ってるのは世界の代表で、もう8チームなので、まあ、どこも接戦になると思うので、わかんないです。頑張ります。勝ちます。
There we have it. No Nino, a man of few words, but cool, calm, and collected. And what I wanted to say before we get back to the picks and ban talk, it seems like the Hunters are taking it in stride. They seem very calm. DX and No Nino smiling at the camera, making sure that the moment doesn't get to them too much, because they know that they have the pace being set now. They cannot let any survivors out.
And we also have to mention what he said right there when it came to the forecasting. They said they forecasted which survivors, which hunters they would play against when it came to the match between them and OSM. And this is exactly something that we have been saying over and over again. These teams, they are working on checking out the strategies and checking out the survivor/hunter picks when it comes to their opponent teams, and they're getting prepared. They're not just jumping into these matches, no, they're getting prepared to face their opponents. And here we can see the predicted bans were Dream Witch, the predicted bans were Mercenary and Mechanic, and it was also giving Do5 the opening for Wildling, which I was expecting to see Wildling and we have the Explorer to compensate for the mechanic. We also have the two survivors that we have seen very recently, very frequently being used in this tournament when it came to the team constellations, which are Forward and the Seer. So now we are just waiting for these survivors for Do5 to lock in their pick, but I'm pretty sure we can rest assured that this is the survivor constellation that Do5 will go into this match. Now the question is, No Nino. Will No Nino go with the Sculptor yet again? Will we see a Sculptor gameplay, which is, in my opinion, the preferred pick for No Nino when it comes to hunting down survivors, especially since Streamwatch is already banned. We saw No Nino coming in with the Sculptor before, really bringing all survivors down. So this might be his time to shine and do the exact same, because we have to say Do5 putting up an amazing fight against GD previously in the first half of this round, getting 4 survivors out of the match, and now basically forcing GD to catch up on exactly that, getting a 5-point game, getting a 4 survivor elimination. So you don't want to play around, no, you want to pick the characters that you know are working best, and that in this case would probably be the Sculptor.
Yeah, I agree. Sculptor and Arms Factory has definitely been proven and tested and tried and true, especially in a big stage like this, in high-level competition. But also something to mention, if he does bring out that Sculptor, it's going to be really hard, and we've seen a lot of Sculptors struggle to find that Explorer when she gets to use that skill. In that chisel state, he's so tiny. You can't see him from that bird's eye view. And as we said, GD's No Nino going with his signature Sculptor. It seems like a parallel image of each other when it comes to hunters. But we did see No Nino pull out the Sculptor in Moonlit River Park. He is bringing it out again. And as you mentioned before, bringing out the Sculptor would definitely give Do5 a bit more to download, a bit more in the bank to try to counter this Sculptor, because for them to win this match, they just need to get at least one out. Then it'll definitely be a change of pace, and you could say that Do5 won this match. So pressure is indeed on for No Nino, but as you saw in the video, he's very prepared, he's very cool, very calm and collected.
Very cool, very calm, very collected. That is everything that I would say as well about No Nino. We saw him when he was asked if he's nervous, he said not nervous, and I just, oh my god.
Wow, nerves of steel, ice in his veins. Let's go.
Yeah, on a stage like this, yeah, no, I would be nervous. I am nervous right now.
I'm nervous here.
Exactly. So now we can see the team composition. Again, we saw this team composition during day 1 and 2 very, very frequently, especially with the bands that are mercenary and mechanic. It gives an opening to the Explorer to compensate for the mechanic, and it gives an opening for the wildling to compensate for, well, not necessarily compensate, but to come in a different role for the mercenary. Here we can see Arms Factory will be the map. We're gonna jump right into the action. No Nino as Sculptor going immediately for the hunt into the direction of
the factory, over passing through sandbags. We do see that the Seer is over at factory, but it seems like he's trying to go for that forward. I mean, sorry, that wildling gets a bit of 1/4 damage, but the most tasty survivor for him is definitely the Seer. And we did see that he did bring trump card, so he will be changing that trait if I believe Blink is not going to be working out for him. Upsy now using the factory to his advantage, but No Nino is not too far behind in terms of the chase. He will try to chain these Sculptor hits, but no, wow, again, tried to go for it, but then trying to bait out that owl with a Sculptor hit, and gets a normal hit in there just to get rid of the owl of the Seer.
Very, very good, and we can also see the Seer just predicting these statues, taking... Oh no, that was wilding. Yeah, predicting these statues and being able to avoid the small damage that they can deal, the 0.25 damage that these statues can deal. Very, very good job and really buying time. Look at that, utilizing that statue for distance and throwing down the pallet. Look at the cipher progress right here. this game looks a little bit different this time. No Nino is definitely putting pressure on the Seer, but the Seer just buying a lot of time, a lot of time for the rest of the team to bring down these Cypher machines.
Oh yeah, and also he's still doing Upsy again. Look, about to be the 2-minute mark, and No Nino is still working on the Seer. Oh, the Seer is using the statue to get away from No Nino. Still circling around. No Nino is trying to pin down this Seer.
Ooh.
And trying to go for the blink. He was trying to go for that pallet hit, but the excellent wherewithal of No Nino stopping the momentum of the Seer. You see that the Explorer was able to pop a Cypher, and 2 more will be coming shortly, putting so much difficulty in trying to down more survivors though. But you know what? This is the start of No Nino's momentum. Let's see how he'll be able to hold on to it.
And that is absolutely necessary. That hit with the statue and immediately brought him down with the blink. Perfect skill usage. And again, definitely necessary. If we look at the Cypher machines being decoded, we now have the forward coming in, taking the first hit with the statue, taking... no. Oh, it's fighting to arrest it.
Wilding's there too. Oh gosh, trying to escort him. Gonna go for that shove away from the Seer. Look how much distance that push gave him. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. And it's the forward trying to be chased now. Ooh, just the excellent tandem of the forward and a Wildling meta, and we're seeing ZYJ gaining more distance here, but the Seer is in that area, so ZYJ going to have to settle and having to kite here just to get away from that Seer because it might be his turn on the rocket ship.
And we can also see there's no football left, which is definitely putting the Ford into a little bit of a difficult situation right here. But for now, he's doing a great job just buying time. And there comes the statue combination that brings down the Ford immediately. Very, very good job. They are decoding the Cypher machines. They are almost down to 4 Cyphers, starting different Cyphers at the same time to just split up a little bit and to just get these Cyphers going. Now we can see that this is definitely something No Nino needs to keep in mind. No Nino wants to get the 4 survivor elimination, and that is forcing him to be more proactive, to actually leave that rocket chair and to first of all protect the Cypher machines that are remaining, that are getting decoded, and second of all bring down the other Cypher machines. Fantastic job of the statues, just giving him twice.
Oh man, and JX doesn't have his bore ready. The No Nino gonna go for that regular hit, but then it's gonna be at the corner. And if you notice that it was the Explorer that was able to up the forward, and also the Explorer able to heal the Seer, so the Seer is able to push some of these objectives without the fear of being down by that chisel hit. So we are seeing the first round on the rocket chair for this Wildling. No Nino is trying to maneuver around this map, but the Explorer over at Shack area in that shrink state will try to have a backdoor rescue, but No Nino probably sensing that something is here. Oh wow, snipes out WW. The Explorer will eat that hit and try to salvage the situation, but he runs towards Shack because he knows the Wildling is too far to rescue.
Not necessarily too far, but definitely too dangerous as soon as we're halfway out of the game. Not out of the game, but halfway to being down. Therefore, we now have the Explorer still trying to circle around and taking the attention, because we can see the Cypher machine is almost primed. Will it be a pop in time? It
Not
won't
quite,
be a pop.
but the Wildling was saved. The Seer is already waiting for that Cypher to be popped, and I believe that the forward is getting ready to probably eat that hit and go for that save. No Nino is playing defense. The Wildling is over there. They get the rescue. Tide Turner's popped. We still haven't seen the last Cypher completed, and No Nino is working on this forward to down, saving the regular hit for when the end game will be pushed.
Exactly, very, very good call out. And Cypher Machine got popped while No Nino was actually destroying this pallet, giving a little bit of time to get away from No Nino to the survivors. And now we have 4 survivors up and running, and we mentioned this before. No Nino needs a 4 survivor elimination to tie out the round, but this seems to be impossible when the survivors split up. You can't be in 2 exit gates, but they are actually all going into the same direction. The same time, that gate is already open and definitely allows most of the survivors to make it out of there. He wants to get this 1 survivor though, because you definitely don't want to have a 4 survivor escape, which is extremely difficult to come back from. And here we can see a 3-point game for Day3, which means the second round goes to Day3, putting GD on the spot on round number 3, where they have to come back from this. It is currently, we can see a difference from 7 points. Round number 2 definitely ends up being in the favor of Day3. Fantastic teamwork, fantastic coordination. We saw how they were really forcing the hunter to put different survivors on the chair, and we mentioned this before, very common strategy to just to take your turn on the rocket chair. First one survivor, then the next survivor, then the third survivor, which allows the rest of the survivors just to put so much decoding to the ground, and they were able to exactly do that. And with that one push from the wildling, where the seer was rescued, then the fort was taking the attention, and the wildling was actually giving a little bit of more distance, so everyone could get away right there. That was definitely a game-changing moment. Fantastic rescue, and we have to say both teams were doing absolutely fantastic, but Day3 on the survivor side was just shining a little bit more and deciding round number 2 for them.
Yeah, you highlighted a lot of the moments that we were freaking out over. The excellent kiting prowess of the Seer, the Explorer going for those heals, as well as those rescues, as well as that push. There was so much distance established going with that push of that Wildling, and we've been seeing a lot of tandem rescues that's been going on, and that seems to be the meta. Looking at the stats, all the survivors boasting triple digits with decoding, and everyone, well, the Explorer, again, being the backdoor rescuer as well, the backdoor healer, just getting the 20-second mark, but look at the 80 and 89%, 80 and 90 seconds on the Seer, as well as the forward. The Wildling, again, being the abuser or the pusher of the team, making sure that the rebound kite would be really well for that Seer. And Day3 reaping their survivors, reaping the rewards. So No Nino definitely has to bounce back from this in a game number 3 if they want to push for that overtime.
Yeah, I totally agree, and you already highlighted it, but I want to say it again. Seer really having a fantastic early kite where he was allowing the team to bring down, I think, almost 3 Cypher machines before he ended up on the chair, where he was predicting these statues so many times. He wasn't taking any of the hits from the statues until No Nino was actually hitting 2 quite quickly, and then coming in with the blink and bringing down that Seer. Fantastic job from the Seer right here, buying time for the team. But again, great team coordination, great communication, and yeah, in general, fantastic teamwork. And this teamwork was actually giving 3 points to Day3. I'm excited to see what will come out in round number 3 when we have 2 bans on the Hunter side. Very curious to see what the Hunter picks will be. And when we have 3 bans on the Survivor side, and especially excited to see which map we will see this time. Will we see another small map? It was actually kind of a surprise to see the Arms Factory.
Yes.
So maybe
with
we're
the
gonna
trend
get
that we've been seeing. Yeah. Okay, here, personally, what map would you like to see the game number 3 in? Personally, this is personally. Let's not go with big brain MC predictions here. Personally, what do you want to see?
Personally, my favorite map, Leo's Memory.
Really?
I genuinely would like to see Leo's Memory. I just don't like to play on Leo's Memory, but just the way that these players are playing on that map makes me definitely want to see more of that. Here we can see the highlights real quick. Definitely want to talk about that. Forward, right here, look at that. The prediction where he would be. So good. Same thing like with Seer.
So good. In this map right here, DX really going into another level, just showing how well he's hitting these survivors with those sculptor hits. Again, Upsy eating that hit just to gain a little bit of momentum. This is No Nino now. This is the Seer we've been highlighting. I believe it was almost 2 minutes he was able to allow his teammates to decode, making sure he wasn't running into any of them. And this is the signature push by JX, ladies and gentlemen, giving No Nino a hard time rebound kiting. And look at that, just so much variables coming to defend that chair. And it was Day3 that was able to get that half.
And no Ninyu, you already pointed it out, was just doing a fantastic job trying to bring down the forward with the statues. So as soon as the Cypher Pop happens, he would have his normal attack ready to bring down that forward yet again, but at the same time was hoping that the survivors wouldn't realize that he is breaking a pallet, which would give them time, but the forward calling it most likely out to the team, telling his teammates, hey, pop that Cypher machine, and it was popped, giving them enough time to spread out a little bit. Fantastic teamwork, fantastic thinking on both ends right here. And yeah, in general, you asked me about my map that I want to see. Again, I think Rio's memory in round number 3 would definitely be something I want to see, because you know, you have 3 bans, so you might actually see the Priestess ban, and therefore you might see another lineup that does not include the Priestess. We have seen Priestess being utilized whenever the main meta survivors have been banned, so maybe this might force the survivors to utilize a different set of survivors in round number 3 on Leo's memory. Maybe not. Maybe we're gonna see more Priestess action, which I genuinely enjoy when it comes to the factory building. So again, I'm still not the biggest fan of this map, but just spectating it and seeing what you can do on this map, I would be down for it. What would you want to see?
I just want to say a lot of highlights when it comes to the factory of that map. I would like to see, and one of my favorite maps is Hospital. I'd love to see Sacred Heart Hospital. Again, a Priestess ban does merit in that type of map, because we did see how there were some exit strategies, especially in the match we saw yesterday when the global portal was used to get the forward out of range, and the global portal wasn't in. Was that Doe 5? I believe it was in Birdcage inside the structure inside that. So I always love Hospital. Let's see where it goes. Now we see the side of the survivors in GD. They got their game faces on. They realize that they need to get a lot of points in the bank here. When it comes to the win situation for them, they at one point in the round they need to get 5 points. In one half they need to get 5 points. They need to match the pace Doe 5 was able to set and exceed it. But so they need to perfect this.
Yeah, they definitely need to. I mean, they need to at least tie this up to get into overtime. Yeah, but at the same time, Doe 5 will not just let them go into overtime. No,
exactly.
Doe 5 is right now ahead when it comes to the points. Is having the first. Okay, let's just let them talk.
但是我们也不会放松的，我们会竭尽全力去打的。紧张感的话肯定是稍微更多一点的，但是听到大家为我加油的话，我也是很开心的。对目前求生者的阵容的话，我相信他们是一定能跟得上的。压力肯定是有的，因为他们也是很强的，不过我们也会竭尽全力去打的。
Here on the contrary, we can see GD DX actually admitting that he is nervous, that this is nothing where you can just go in and be like, hey, this is a casual day where I just play Identify with my friends. No, this is the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament, and he again admits he is nervous, but as soon as he hears the
roar of the crowd,
exactly, the support from his fans, and as soon as he probably sees these masks, you will probably get very excited. I mean, if I had a fan group that would wear masks while I am playing and just cheering for me, yeah, I would be excited too. And also admitting that they are facing GD, which will be a very, very challenging opponent right here. Right now, we can see that Doe 5 DX, who said that he has strong confidence in his survivor team, is definitely on the right side with that, because the survivor team was able to secure 3 points in the last match.
Lakeside. we're seeing Lakeside.
Lakeside it is.
So it seems like Arms Factory was the slight hiccup of a small map, but throughout the entire day, it's been a big map fiesta for everyone and great bands coming out. But the sculptor is open, but we have seen DX's and Hunt, and the Anne has been very devastating. So they realized that they need to get as much points as possible. And something also that jumped out of that interview was he said they're not slacking. They're no slack. They're here. Again, like you said, they're not going to rest. They want to secure their spot in top 4 and hopefully even the championship. And now quick, just recap of what we're seeing now. Bans of Mercenary, Seer, and Forward. Wow, Seer being banned, leaving open the Mechanic, Wildling, as well as Gravekeeper and Priestess to come into Lakeside Village.
Very, very. I mean, yeah, that is the pick that we have that we could expect. To be honest, I mean, there could be a variation when it came to the Gravekeeper, but at the same time, talking about the Priestess, yeah, Priestess, we already talked about her many times today. Extremely good early game when it comes to kiting and buying time for the team, but also extremely good survivor when it comes to the late game. At the same time, we have the Mechanic, who is just bringing a lot of decoding speed to the ground. So the preferred strategy for DX right here is to bring down the Mechanic first, to still have enough time to go for the Priestess, so the late game won't be a pain against her. And yeah, then we also have the Wildling, who can harass. We have Yuto, who can rescue, who can kite, who can buy time for the team as well. Very, very interesting seeing the Hunter pick. You said it, Sculptor is free to use, but I mean, we are on Lakeside Village, so there are openings for other characters. For example, the Bloody Queen, maybe Shang, you know, just hunters that can travel a far distance, but at the same time, you have the Sculptor who can also put down the weapon and just attack from... I'm not saying it.
Oh my gosh!
Imagine 1 year ago, we would not have been celebrating
if we
Queen.
Travel back in time and we say, hey, you guys are gonna celebrate a Bloody Queen pick, like, you guys are crazy, future Potch Spice and Grizzly. What are you talking about? I'm sick of Bloody Queen. But now look at us having a Bloody Queen, being blessed by the Queen. The Queen is still alive. She's still in the game and she's still in the meta. And sooner or later, Grizzly, that Feaster is gonna come out. I'm sure. I believe.
I was going on with my prediction with being either Bloody Queen or maybe Wu Cheng or maybe Feaster, since it is Lakeside Village, which is his home, right? It's
for sure, right?
Signature map right here. So I was really hoping for it at the same time. You know, Lakeside, very big map. You don't want to go in as Feaster, to be honest. But as a Bloody Queen, and as we already said, very exciting stuff. I would have never imagined that I would celebrate a Bloody Queen like this, but this is something that I'm very curious to see right here, because this is something we haven't seen in the tournament, and this is something that could be another surprise up Do5's sleeve right here, that he will put right in front of GD's face and just, you know, trying to have the advantage with that surprise.
Right, and just to note, we have been mentioning that the Anne is usually in contention for Tai Queen, and Bloody Queen did move a little bit in the tier list, but then again, she's still very solid. And in Do5's win condition, a tie is okay, but knowing DX, he wants that reputation of just having no survivor escape the game. As we head into the match, DX moving over to Shaq, probably going ashore. We see the survivors. Oh wow, sees one and spots one right away. But then I believe this is Kit. Yes, I believe that is Kit. The Mechanics doll gets wiped out first. Transitioning over. Excellent first hunt here for DX if he's able to down this Mechanic.
Wow, and what a first find. As we already said, in this team constellation, it's crucial to bring down Mechanic first and then concentrate on the Priestess, and finding the Mechanic that early in the game, was swinging with a long heavy hit. Now utilizing the mirror to trap the Mechanic and force her to eat that hit and allowing her to transition to the boat. Now let's see what Kit can do with the Mechanic on the boat. Definitely one of the stronger kiting areas. Jumps down. We have the Wildling ready to push away the Hunter from the window. Will it happen?
I'm not quite sure. He has blink though. Oh, again, nice push. Again, we see that DX is being harassed by this this wildling, and now 2 survivors actually taking charge here to try to keep the to try to buy time while 2 ciphers are being popped. So this is great multitasking on the survivor side on what tasks they have to use. The Aquamirror is going to be popped, but then again trying to get that pincer going down, trying to just sandwich this mechanic. But the wildling is definitely going to make this a lot harder for this hunter to try to down this mechanic. Eats that hit, but it's fine because the first target is still roaming around this map. Global portal.
Yes, just had to mention it. I saw the portal in this and was able to actually hit the mechanic before the shadow disappeared. Fantastic job. Now can still utilize the mirror to actually close the gap. Will Kid be able to get up before DX is in the area and hit down the priestess? Yes, and there comes the portal. And
they made it out. Oh wow, excellent timing on that portal. Kit is still out and about. No more doll for him to use, but he's getting a lot done. The blink was used, but Kit was able to juke out of the way, heading over to small boat and trying to vault this, but tried to juke out of it. But DX able to down his first target in the 2-minute 30 mark of this match.
Very, very good game right here from DX, really hunting down that mechanic. But at the same time, this is the first time that the mechanic is sitting on the chair and we can see the cipher progress is going on. So this might be a really, really good game for GD. Very, very curious to see how they will act on the mechanic being on the chair. We can see the Gravekeeper slowly sneaking around behind the windmill right here, trying to get the attention of the X. There takes it, rescues the mechanic before halfway. Fantastic job. We have to consider that the mechanic does not have the doll anymore. So let's see. Taking the hit right here.
Yeah, and I'd like to highlight that rescue. Waited for him to pop up that mirror just so the DX would have a hard time to try to chase this mechanic. But then again, the tide turner was popped up. And yeah, but we have Maka in the area, so he's not going to pick him up just yet while the rest of the survivors are popping. And the priestess is still out and about. Uses the Aquamirror just to try and position himself to probably get this wildling off his boar. Is he gonna pick him up? He's not. And at this time, we know that the mechanic is slowly healing and crawling his way towards a better vicinity.
And there we go. The mechanic was able to get up. And there we have again the wildling harassing the hunter, harassing DX right here and giving more chances, giving more time to the survivors. This is a very, very difficult spot. Was not able to get away from this. Do we have the wildling in the area again, or will this be the second time for the mechanic on the chair, actually transitioning over to the cipher machine rocket chair over here, where we will see DX most likely destroying the global portal as soon as the mechanic is on the chair. But at the same time, we see the priestess, definitely taking care of that global portal. You don't want to deal with that. In no circumstances you want to have the mechanic go through that global portal again.
Okay, the priestess eating that hit to save her fellow comrade, and now the priestess body blocking because she realizes that the mechanic will be going down. DX though able to precisely down the mechanic and also has the trait of blink. One cipher remaining though, Grizzly, so this is going to be quite intense. But the push, and look at that, DX still able to get rid of the mechanic, so it's looking pretty good. Can the 3 survivors still get out of this lakeside village?
Fantastic job right here from the priestess, taking the attention, but at the same time we have the wildling on the other side, which is getting a little bit of pressure by the mirror, because we know that the cipher machine right here at the gate is almost done, and this is the cipher machine that DX is right now guarding and trying to snipe out the... there's the boar. There's the boar.
My goodness. And then the mirror was popped and found that aside from the boar, there was a crouching wildling in the area. Priestess now sneaking her way to try to salvage the situation while the Gravekeeper still has yet to use his shovels, but he's so far from actually going near the Wildling. So gonna probably prime those ciphers while the Priestess, Maiken, is tiptoeing her way to an advantageous position. And we see that DX is still patrolling the area, making sure that no one is going to try to get this Wildling out of the vicinity. Again, DX can settle for a tie here. Will they try and pop the cipher? They seem like they're not going to do it just yet. Halfway mark is done. Probably waiting for DX to make a move and pop up that mirror just so they can see what DX's move would be. Would he want to try to go for a cipher harassment? The Priestess is going to go for the full commit to save. DX realizes that, gets the hit, pops the cipher.
Was coming back. Was hoping for DX to actually go through that portal, but DX was predicting that there would be someone going back through the portal, and we have the boar not being a factor anymore because with detention the boar was immediately gone, and now we have 2 survivors down, which is first of all the priest, second of all the Wildling, and we have Yuto, the Gravekeeper, who still has both of his shovels ready, going in for a rescue, what I seem to see right there in the bottom left. That is gonna be very, very interesting because if they are getting the 3 survivor eliminated, it's going to be extremely difficult for the hunter to actually catch up to make round number 3 a tie. So we can see they are risking it with the Gravekeeper right here, trying to rescue.
Yeah, Gravekeeper does have some resources to work with. Yuto on the case here. He's definitely going to try to time his shovels well. Detention is in the air. Oh my god, denying it. DX with the blink and still remaining his record as a hunter that did not allow any survivors out. DX, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. 5 points in the bank. And look at the crowd giving their support once again, wearing the mask, pointing at the camera. They're going wild for DX.
This was, I'm just checking the points, the deciding round. That is it. If you look at the points, you will see that GD's only chance right here, for example, if they're getting a 4 survival elimination 2, they will get 5 points for this round, at least for the second half of this round, which will tie round number 3. But since Do5 won round number 2, they will win as proceeding team into the semifinals. And that was also why we saw the Gravekeeper going in for the rescue. There was no chance, right? I'm trying to calculate the point. If they would have a tie, there was no chance for them to actually come back. So this game was already decided. That's why they took the risk and went back with the Gravekeeper. They knew that they would have to rescue right here, and they would have to get out with 3 survivors. But this was prevented by Do5's DX, the hunter, who was finally coming out with a Bloody Queen for us. So we could finally see the Bloody Queen that has been one of the most utilized hunters in the Call of the Abyss 3 tournament, and one of the least utilized. I can't
say least because Feaster was.
I mean, when it comes to the hunters that have been actually utilized, definitely one of the least utilized hunters, besides the Violinist, who also only had the appearance in 1 match. But just here we have it. Bloody Queen, still extremely powerful. It doesn't mean just because we don't see her that she is a hunter nobody should use anymore. She still is an extremely powerful hunter. DX just proving it yet again that it's not over with Bloody Queen's power plays. And here we can see the points. Hit 20 survivors, destroyed pallet 1, did not really care about pallets, and was just putting pressure with these mirrors and giving hits to survivors. We see the Gravekeeper, 333 decoding progress, and at the same time, they had to split up because she was just guarding that one cipher machine at the front gate right there. Extremely powerful play from the X right here, showing that they want to get into the semifinals, and they will definitely get into the semifinals. We will still see another match in this round. We will see the second half, but yeah, curious to see what we will have as Survivor.
Well,
and
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure GD definitely wants to go out with a bang and be able to represent. But yeah, please show them your love and support. Do5 again, DX. Yeah, hydrate, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing day of Identity 5 action this was. And just to highlight also, Do5, great wherewithal propping up the Aqua Mirror on the shore side, because that's where the mechanic was. That was the most optimal target. But you also have to give props to GD having the wherewithal to send the wildling over there to support Kite, the mechanic. He was able to get to help the rebound Kite of the mechanic, really pushing the bloody queen to the corner of that map to really extend the Kite. But once he was able to down that mechanic, it was pretty tough to rebound Kite and rebound from that. And just leave it to DX to show that the queen is still here, ladies and gentlemen.
The queen is still here. Very, very true. Very, very true. Powerful play. Again, I can only say it over and over again, because we haven't seen Bloody Queen in such a long time. And now that we have seen her, it was actually a really, really destroying play from Do5 right here. DX showing us what she is able of doing. And in general, you have to give it to GD as well. If we look at the global portal where we had the mechanic really getting away, first of all, just getting on the boat and buying so much time with the help of the wildling, and then with the help of the wildling again, while the queen was pushed away, mechanic was able to get to the portal. But then we have the strength of the Bloody Queen, where she can just use her mirror to get across a very, very long distance by just changing the position with the Bloody Queen's mirror, and was not necessarily able to catch up in time, because we saw that one portal which was placed perfectly fine on the boat, and as soon as both survivors went through, bam, portal was gone, giving them more chances to get away. But at the same time, we had DX catching up very, very fast on the survivor action right here, and not giving the survivors any time to really work on these ciphers and to get out of there with any survivors.
I would have to say, due to the maps that were picked today, I think the Priestess has so much highlight reel moments just today. And I feel like a lot of, I hope NetEase and Identity 5 can give me the stats on this. Priestess gameplay is going to go up because of people watching this. I'm so sure of it, because of how clutch the Priestess can be in getting out of sticky situations. You've seen it here in Call of the Abyss 4, and now we are going to round it off with the last half. Game 3, Do5 survivors versus GD. No Nino, again, wants to go out with a bang, wants to show what we got. And look at that, Do5 going with the respect bands here. Does not want to face the Dream Witch as well as the Sculptor here, because they know how No Nino is dangerous with those hunters.
You just mentioned it. The stats when it comes to Priestess plays will definitely go up. We're gonna see a potential perfumer and a potential cowboy right here.
Okay. Have we seen a cowboy today? We have.
No,
we have not. We have not. We were teased. You were teased.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, come on. We're teased again.
We're always getting just teased. But maybe you're gonna see Prospector and Perfumer again, which is a survivor pick that we haven't seen that often today. And I want to circle back to the, also we don't see a Priestess in this match. Want to circle back to your statement that you said that a lot of people definitely are going to try out Priestess. I want to ask you, are you going to try out Priestess?
I did. I tried out Priestess for a bit, but then I was just so bad when it comes to placements, and yeah, I was just really bad when it comes to that. That's why I wanted to main forward, because I'm so good at getting hit. I'm like, all right, let me just body block. So I'm going to be mercenary. So again, after this, though, I'm definitely going to check out content when it comes to portal placements. But we are seeing an Anne come out. So a great representation here of hunters. We did see the Queen, but the Disciple will be considered to come out to play. But the Wildling, actually, yeah, when it comes to the survivors picks, we've seen the mechanic all throughout, but the Wildling, again, having a homecoming party here at Call of the Abyss 4, definitely a celebration of his character. But as you mentioned, we don't see that much Perfumer. as much as also with Prospector, we see him here and there, but Perfumer, we only saw her once, but we weren't able to see her full capacity because she was just the decoder in that one match we witnessed.
Yes, I can agree. And just to circle back to the priestess, it's definitely something that everyone should consider when you play Identity 5 and you want to try out a new character and maybe haven't considered the priestess. But there's also one big thing that is definitely important to priestess usage, and that is teamwork, coordination, and communication. Because putting down your portals is one thing, but letting your team know where these portals are, or your team letting you know where you have to put the portals so they get the help they need in the right time. This is exactly what we see over and over again. It's not just a random portal somewhere on the map. No, it's always the perfect portal that is needed in the very moment to help their survivor teammates. So Priest is definitely the right survivor when it comes to complementing a team and helping out the team. Right now, we are jumping into this match where we see N as Hunter on GD's side, and where we also see the Perfumer and the Prospector survivors that haven't been utilized that often.
And now GD, Nino spawning at the log side, shifting over to the shack area, and ZYJ is actually over there, and his fellow comrade is working on his cipher. We are going to see the Prospector possibly being chased first, but we know how much of a headache he could be. Doubles back on jumping the window here. There is confined space, so he will think twice if he's going to stick around here or move over to the log side of this map. And we're going to see a jump happen in. Oh wow, look at that! He was able to magnet the disciple. Oh, pushes him away.
That was so good. That was amazing, being able to take the stun, but also pushing off No Nino right here, just enhancing the gap between these two, and being able to just kite more, and No Nino is respecting that move and just teleporting away, having now the chance to get the mechanic, which is an absolutely great find, was throwing down the pallet and taking that hit right here. WW already utilized the door, so that is something that we have to take in consideration, that even if the mechanic is going down, we still have decoding power on the ground. We can see it there in the distance. WW just, oh, nice jump, getting away from the cats.
Exactly, and now No Nino trying to transition to try and get the second hit on WW. WW over there at the entrance of the shore. Again, when it comes to the cats, you definitely have to be able to have vision for you to be able to utilize the jumps. And now WW just buying so much time away. Even though she is the mechanic, she's doing a great job in kiting instead of decoding, because again, in competitive Identity 5, whatever role you're put in, you have to be able to thrive with that, and WW is doing just that. Excellent rotations, just going and circling and kiting around the ship area of Lakeside Village, but we are going to see a cat, and he's going to break apart and go for that bite. Jump is going to happen. WW again. Oh, away from the fall down hit, and WW just going for another juke here. Wow. Excellent timing on just rotating around this map, and the Wildling is right there to complement this.
And this is exactly why DX said in the statement earlier, I have confidence in my team. Look at the Cypher Machine progress that has been brought to the ground right here. We can see that 3 Cypher Machines are done and the first survivor just went down, but it's not easy to bring that survivor to the chair right now, because we have, first of all, the Wildling right there. Second of all, we have the Prospector. Wildling definitely gonna push away. Oh, dropping down in time. Perfect timing. Now we have the Wildling right there trying. Oh, yet again was putting down the mechanic for a second time. Is that enough to
struggling? Oh my gosh! Holy smokes! The Prospector
and right there. Oh, was trying to push away, but Prospector was taking that hit for the mechanic. Woo! Look at the Cypher Machine progress. At the same time, we have the doll and we have the Perfumer decoding. What an amazing match for Day3, really cooperating, really communicating extremely well, and we are going back to the mechanic.
It's something to highlight with No Nino. He is being very focused on downing WW, but WW still has not seen the rocket share because of those pesky survivors that popped the Cypher, and the detention is going to be in the air. We do see that the Perfumer utilized the Perfume just to give some room for her to have an escape plan. But yeah, I just have to say the Perfumer has been the decoder of the day when it comes to this lineup. But JX will be eating that detention hit. Is someone at the? Someone's hiding. Oh, I believe it's the mechanic's doll. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh wow. And now we see. Yeah. There you go.
And there we see it. You mentioned it. Yeah, Perfumer was utilized twice in this tournament, and we haven't really seen any action from the Perfumer on the Ever Sleeping Town map previously, and not on Lakeside Village right here, because we had Perfumer just utilizing her time that she was getting by decoding these cipher machines. We can see that the first survivor, which was the Perfumer, is getting out, and we can see WW, the mechanic, trying to go in for the wildling rescue, while we have the Prospector also transitioning around a little bit to get the attention of the Hunter right here, to help the team, to help WW get the time that she needs to rescue and open up the gate.
ZYJ though has been so harassing when it comes to those magnets, so it's gonna be a tough chase if ever. The mechanic able to save the wildling, and rightly so that the wildling I believe is the one opening up the gate here, and while ZYJ was able to plant a magnet, I believe. Oh, not quite. Oh, gets the stun, and the hit goes to No Nino, and the gate is almost open. Can they open it in time? You see that the mechanic is freaking out because they want to be able to secure the 2 points, but then there we go. Do5's JX just securely escorting the mechanic out there, but you still see that the Prospector is down. Again, one of the most harassing Prospectors we've seen. JX still remaining in the game, but it's a good done deal. We're gonna see a 3-1 Do5, ladies and gentlemen. As we said it before, they are one of your top 4 for tomorrow.
Wow, what an amazing performance, and I predicted it at the very beginning that this will go into round 3, but with that being said, round number 1 was very, very close because both Hunters were able to get a 4 survival elimination, a 5-point game going for their teams, but then Do5 just shining. Seeing the coordination of the team right here going against No Nino is absolutely fascinating to spectate. And at the same time, I just want to highlight that DX, the Hunter of Do5, just being so confident and saying, hey, I am nervous. I am very nervous, to be honest, or not necessarily very nervous, but nervous to go against GD, who are such a strong team.
Yes.
But I also have a lot of confidence in my team, and that is for a reason, and that reason was just given right here in that match against GD. And this actually concludes our quarterfinal day, our day 3, and we have our 4 teams that will compete in tomorrow's semifinals as well as final.
Yes.
For the crown, for the trophy, for the title. Champion of Call of the Abyss 4.
Yeah, all roads lead to there, but just to highlight the game data, here we see the containment time. I just want to say that the Perfumer, just 1 second of containment, just saw towards the end of the game, but she was the main decoder of this team. Everyone in the triple digits, and Mechanic having the most containment time in this matchup. No Nino had a hard time really pinning them down, especially when they started complementing each other, when the Wildling and the Prospector were able to escort the Mechanic out of that situation where she was about to get chaired. She only saw, at least I think, I don't think she got chaired though. It was the Wildling that got chaired and the Prospector, because the Prospector kept throwing those magnets. So it just shows that Do5, the coordination and the chemistry is really there, and they really know how to utilize the characters they bring to the table to their full effect, and they will be moving on. But as we mentioned before, do show GD your love and support because they did make it this far, ladies and gentlemen. They deserve all the respect in the world and all the love as well. So please show them that, because any positive energy that is released into this world would definitely, they will feel it, as well as Day3. If you support them, if you support both teams, please do it. Reach out to these players and tell them that they did really well.
Exactly, and that's just why you're saying that. Let's just spam some hearts in the chat for all the teams that have been competing in today's quarterfinals, and we also want to just mention our or congratulate all the teams that proceeded into tomorrow's semifinals, which was in our first match today, GG. In the second match, we had X-Rock coming along into the semifinals. Then we had FPXCQ, and right now in the last match of the day, we saw Day3 really showing why they deserve to be in the semifinals as well. And these four teams will duke it out tomorrow in the semifinals and in the finals about the number one spot. Here we see the well-deserved MVP DX, who, as Poch already mentioned several times, has not let one survivor escape through the exit gate throughout the entire tournament so far.
Very dangerous hunter with a very very formidable team that is just so consistent with their timing, so coordinated with their escapes. They did struggle a little bit at the start with, but this is no Nino they faced. It's dangerous enough, but for them to be able to get the 3 points out of there is definitely a plus factor coming into the next tomorrow's day with Day3. But tonight, the MVP for this match is Day3's DX again. Who's going to contest them when it comes to survivors going out of the gate? Because so far in Call of the Abyss 4, none have escaped his wrath. And don't let the dimples fool you, ladies and gentlemen. If you are paired up with him and you're on the survivor side, start praying.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go against him. No. If I can think of anything that I don't want to do, it's going against him. No, not at all. Fantastic showcaser of his skills today, and was just bringing out the N, and no, not that was GD. I was bringing out the Bloody Queen again. That was getting us very, very excited, and showing us that we might expect picks like that tomorrow as well, because that might be a little bit of a surprise pick that might surprise the opponent's team. But at the same time, he was bringing it out right now, so maybe he has another tiny little surprise for us tomorrow. Very curious to see how this will play out. And yeah, talking about tomorrow, we already went through the entire third tournament day right here. It was a very exciting day, especially considering how much of a strategy change we had throughout the entire day, right? Compared to day 1 and 2 with the smaller maps, with the wildling picks.
Right.
And now today, Ever Sleeping Town.
Bigger
we saw
maps.
Lakeside Village, Moonlit, like all these maps being utilized so many times. But also giving the survivors a chance to utilize a different strategy, to just mix it up and to make it even more interesting for us to watch that tournament.
So what's interesting to know now is, since day 4, all the days are going to be combining. So big maps, small maps, all bets are off, ladies and gentlemen. We have our top 4. So again, it's just going to be a great showing of what's going to happen tomorrow. I think it's just be a culmination of day 1, day 2, and day 3. They're going to, as you mentioned with this match, and I'm sure with tomorrow's matches, nobody's going to be pulling any punches. They're not going to give any room for errors toward for the opponents to capitalize on. So it's going to be quite an amazing day tomorrow, and I can't wait to witness it all with you and Articuno and everyone in the chat as well.
Oh, it's gonna be a fantastic day. Again, tomorrow is the final day. If you haven't watched all of the days yet, that's totally fine, but make sure to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow, day number 4, will be the day where at the end of the cast, at the end of the tournament day, we will see the winner of the Call of the Abyss 4, the biggest tournament when it comes to Identity 5 that is only held once a year. And I'm very excited to see these teams duke it out against each other. Whew. And maybe we will see other hunters make an appearance as well. We talked about the photographer earlier. We talked about Cheng, who is also a good hunter when it comes to the bigger maps. And since we saw a shift from small maps to big maps. Today we might see a shift when it comes to these hunters as well. It could be possible. Chances are maybe a little bit slimmer than we hope, but at the same time, chances are there. And
I think if it's the best of 5, definitely anything can happen, especially when you take out the Bloody Queen might come again. The Wu Chang might come, depending on the preference and how far in the best of 5 are we gonna go? Because usually we've been seeing just the best of 3. So if you guys have not seen best of 5s, that is definitely, tomorrow is a day you cannot miss, ladies and gentlemen. Especially if you've been witnessing this journey of all these teams from day 1 to now. Everyone has their own journey. Everyone had their own highlights, and just we saw a lot of growth, a lot of teams leveling up and showing how to push the envelope of competitive Identity 5 can be. So again, tomorrow is the day to mention, and I'm just so excited. I mean, we were talking about it off stream. I feel like you and me, Grizzly, we're leveling up as MCs here because these teams are forcing us to really look at this game and like look at it as 1s and 0s and really compute, oh, this is the next outcome, right?
I mean, yes, I'm very happy that we are. I hope that we improve, and I would love to hear the chat's opinion about this. So leave us comments. Hope you guys enjoy our cast. I hope you guys enjoy the performance that these players are putting out there and the way that we are trying to point out our thoughts about these strategies and plays that they are performing here on this tournament stage. And at the same time, I just want to talk about this a little bit more. The best out of 5 tomorrow. Best out of 5 will be the final game. If you haven't seen that before, and if you're here, because I've seen that in the chat quite often, that it's getting repetitive. Seeing Dreamwitch, seeing Sculptor, seeing every now and then maybe an N, which is already giving us a little bit of fresh air right here. But in general, when it comes to Survivor Constellation, we see the similar picks because it is just the meta, and you definitely want to go with the meta if you want to, reach the tippity top of this tournament. And again, if you are one of these people in the chat that say, hey, it's getting repetitive, be here tomorrow when the best of 5 happens, because then we can almost promise that there will be a switch up if it comes to round 5, for example, with 4 hunter bans. So therefore, there will be all of the main hunters will be gone. I would assume we will see Dreamwitch, we will see Sculptor, we will see Card 26. I was just talking about the bans. So
bans. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, so in the later rounds, we will definitely, or at least that's my prediction, we'll see Dreamwitch, Sculptor as always. And probably also Guard 26, so that will force these teams to perform on different hunters here on the stage. So I would definitely love to see that Feaster. Just picture this. Last match of this entire deciding match of the tournament. 5th round. Feaster needs to get a 3 survival elimination, or not Feaster, but in general, like the team that is playing Hunter at this moment needs to 3 survival elimination to win the tournament and to become the champion of the Call of the Abyss 4 Feaster player.
Boom.
Feaster player.
Wow. Yeah, that's definitely going to... I got chills just listening to that. And just going to recap today's result. Again, the magic number was 2 up until until the 3rd match. So congratulations to the winners here. We got GG versus X-Rock going to be tomorrow, as well as FPXZQ and Do5. But do give your support out to the teams that participated today. We have AL, we have Tianba, we have Weibo, and we have GD. Again, spam the chats with hearts to all teams because they really left it all on the line for everyone. And yeah, tomorrow again, as Grizzly mentioned, the dream scenario in the grand finals. Again, we're gonna have the 4 teams face off, and then the winners will go to grand finals while there's going to be a battle for 3rd place. So technically, we're still going to see 4 matches, but the last match is going to be the best of 5, where we're going to have a great representation if we get into those deep rounds where we really need to dig deep into the Hunter and Survivor pools. Here's the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, starting things a little bit earlier. So 11 a.m. is how we're going to start things, then followed accordingly with the next matches. So do take note of this because tomorrow is where all roads lead to, and I'm so excited for us to get going there.
I mean, there's a little bit of a hint when you look at the statue, right? When you look at the trophy, like this one tentacle. I mean,
yes, that's true. Oh, we're doing the conspiracy theory here. It's gonna happen. Feaster is going. Foreshadowing. We are definitely Feast. We're calling it. Feaster is definitely going to be the one to win it all. But again, the day comes to a close, and I just want to bring up our when it comes to us MC. I just want to give a big shout out once again to the people that did help me when it comes to the information. Do follow them on social media. Soy Milk, what's up? Kinwai, Mayhem, and Ivy Lychee, guys. These guys have been helping me study and all that. Also, Gaming Grizzly, please, support this guy. He's been definitely waving the banner for Identity 5 for so long, and I just want to just spread all the love in the chat because this is a great way to celebrate my birthday. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you for being here with me too today on your birthday. You could do so much, so much more. You could do a lot of other things, but you are here with us, just celebrating this day 3 and concluding this day 3 of the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. Thank you for being on my side. I also want to give a thank you to Arcticun, who was here on my. Is the right direction? Yes, it is. Was a pleasure casting this day. Definitely want to say, as always, the day has ended. I want to give out a lot of love to the teams that we have seen today. I want to give out a lot of love to the chat. I can see you return that love to us as well, and you return that love to the teams as well. I want to give a huge shout out to the team behind the scenes that is dealing with everything and helping us to get through the technical difficulties and just in general helping us out right here. Yeah, who am I missing? NetEase, Identity 5, everyone in the world. Thank you for tuning in, and I would love to see you all tomorrow on the final tournament day where we will see the winner of the Call of the Abyss 4. That is it for me, the Gaming Grizzly. I love you, and
I hope I'm doing the heart right. I don't know how to do it. And that's it for me. Let's do it.
I don't know if I can though. I'm very bad.
I'm really bad at it too, but
I'm bad, but you're way better.
There we go. Yeah.
Sure.
There we go.
Sure, we did it.
We did it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow for day 5 of Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. Potch Spice and Gaming Grizzly signing out for now, but we will see you tomorrow for more Identity 5 action. Good night, everyone. Peace.